Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Everyone. To the finale of Chaos Head Noah. Did you see what I posted on Discord? No. I did not. What did you post? The fuck? Hey, what's up, .com? Who's all here so far? Jupiter, Wandering, Kyler, Liz, .com. I got chat messages on the app while waiting for the stream to start that were from an entirely different stream. That's wild. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Ooh, I should probably put chat up on screen. Speaking of chat, I'm still setting up the stream here. Today, as the title suggests, we will be doing both the Rimi, and true ending routes. At least I'm assuming we'll get there. The plan is to get there, but who knows where the tangents may take us. Waiting just a couple minutes before we get started. The tradition. Make sure people get a chance to join. Those notifications go out. Hopefully they do. Trying to... What's up, Vyman? How you doing, man? Tangents in my QBuy stream? Every QBuy stream. All the time. Always. I'm nice and rested, so I'll have plenty of rants. I'm sure. Just kidding, I'll need some, inspiration from them, but they will exist. I'm trying to find the image where I edited Yua's face, and I think I might have deleted it. A situation most tragic. It took me a while to edit that, and then I totally just deleted it. Lamau. Whoops. I need to keep out to finish this today so I can start having a normal sleep schedule? Absolutely not. Spiromancer, hey, what's up, man? I've seen you in the comments. Welcome, welcome. Think you'll have enough time? If you don't finish somehow, there wouldn't be a lot left for another stream. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It's because people were telling me that the true end wasn't, like, super long. Wasn't, like, its own chapter type deal. It was just kind of like an addition to the end. Plus, we're also going to watch all the negative... Hang on. Webcam is freaking out. All the negative delusions I'm missing, because I think there's still like one or two that I'm missing. Like, we're going to start the stream off with a negative delusion that we haven't had yet. Is there any way to play Chaos Head Choo Choo on PC? If it's not on Steam, I don't think so. Honestly. Yeah, I don't think there is. CZ might be working on a patch, but I don't know how they would distribute it. Choo Choo? Isn't that the name of the Chaos Head, I guess, would you call it romance novel? Maybe equivalent of Steins Gate, My Darling Embrace. Love Choo Choo. Whatever that means. Oh, is it originally on the Vita? Oh, locked in Vita hell. Oh no. Games that release on Vita never see the light of day ever again. Unlike Darling's Embrace, I believe it has relevance for the series. How dare you? My Darling's Embrace is the most pivotal piece of media for the entire adventure franchise. The Delta World line is unironically the most alpha of all world lines. I should probably, like, post the stream, right? Devilman, what's up, dude? How's it going? How's everyone today? I'm doing good. I'm always excited, but also a little bit anxious whenever I get to the finale of a game. Whenever we're at the very end, you know? It's fun. But it's bittersweet as well, whenever you make it to the end of a game. You finished the true end already? Spoilers! You found the blue. Is that the endings? That's... Well, I guess that's the song that plays when he finds his sword, right? I was doing the Rimi route. I was getting all the choices I missed. I must say, I really recommend picking the neutral option in the next illusion trigger, the one you saved at. I think I already... I think I already picked negative, though. Like, I saved picking negative. True End's pretty short, so it only should take you 10 hours or so. Yeah, of course, of course. A very casual amount of time. A very leisurely run-through. Weird, I think I totally deleted my edit of Yua. Whatever. Time check? Yeah, I was trying to find my post of Yua, but RIP, guess I couldn't find it. Or my Photoshop of... I like never usually delete my thumbnails, but I guess I just randomly decided to delete that one. The one from the thumbnail, yeah. Would you recommend watching the Find the Blue OP to complete your experience? Yeah. Find the Blue or Chaos Logic. Is that another one of the OPs? I have worn a matching shirt for the last couple routes for the character. By the way, I've got a pink shirt on for Rimi. I was wearing a purple thing yesterday for Senna. I think those are the only two I matched with, but I did it at least twice. Switch to a blue shirt halfway through? I could do that. You missed 2 CGs? How'd you do that? Alright. Let's run it. It's time. What did I save at? IR2, this thing. Easy. I guess I hadn't picked a delusion yet. This was the right one, right? I actually didn't even really look. Yeah, I think this was it. 3/10. March 10th was yesterday. 2 a.m. Neutral delusions give CGs? Oh, bruh. Well, I want to get all the achievements in this, so we might actually have to go and experience some of those CGs. Because I imagine one of the achievements is get all CGs, isn't it? After this delusion, neutral choice? Oh yeah, found all CGs is definitely one of the achievements. Oh, we made it to new dialogue. That's right, that's why I stopped. Or did I already choose a delusion? I don't really remember how we ended yesterday. It was all a blur. After I streamed for like 8 hours. Okay. Where the hell did she run off to? Who's talking? This is the stutter, so this is talking. The other person might be Masumi, I'm thinking. Who knows? The window was open, and wind blew against the white curtains, sending them fluttering in the breeze. Oh, I imagine this will actually be that Yua versus Fez... Not Yua. Remi versus Fez scene that we kind of, like, didn't really get to experience this time. Cubai, is it worth getting the Steam achievement? No. But will I anyway? Yes. I absentmindedly approached the window. Shit, I still gotta fucking... I'm missing one tip in Steins Gate, too, to complete all the achievements in that. I absentmindedly approached the window. Not because I planned to look at anything in particular, nor because I intend to close the window. It was an action without intention. I just started moving. I stood right before the window, and when I went to look up at the sky, a figure flashed by. Without so much as a sound, someone fell from above, and for a split second, I made eye contact with them. Oh. It's so funny. It's just her sprite upside down. The figure quickly vanished. And right after they did, a fierce crash reverberated below. What also is funny about that is, like, it wouldn't even be scary for, Takumi at this point, I feel like, because Fez already tried that. That's why she's at the hospital. That's funny. I like that it also didn't, like, show a background or anything either. Just... What was that? I sank to the floor. My body started trembling all over. I was just about to say something before Fez, like, immediately popped up on the screen. And I totally forgot. I lost my train of thought because of Fez popping up there, and I thought that was really ridiculous. It was CG. Oh! That's what I wanted. If we, just a reminder, or like if someone can find these, Chris at one point told us that Takumi's D-Sword shows up in other CGs before the O-Front scene. So if we don't find any by the time I complete the true end, can people please post in the Discord those CGs where Takumi's D-Sword is? Like, if we don't find any, can someone please tell us? Or, like, post some of them? Because at this point, I still haven't seen any of those CGs. So, let me know if those exist, or if Chris was just also trying to make us see things that are not there. Anyway, let us continue. Why did they give her a room with an openable window? That's also... I think I said that exact same thing, Jupiter, when we first came in here. Is why the fuck does Fez have a window where the window can or a room where the window can open? And also, why did she go to the floor? Well, I guess it's a delusion, so never mind, that part doesn't make sense. But imagine, right? You want to jump out of the window of a building. You go up a floor to jump out of a different window than the one that is in your room. We know Takumi's deluding here, so it doesn't have to make sense. What had just fallen? But I already knew the answer to that question. Fez. She had fallen from above and plummeted to the ground. She would almost certainly be there if I looked down. Sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, gray matter scattered everywhere. Our eyes had met the very instant before she died. The last person Fez had seen had been me. The last person to see Fez alive had been me. No! Closer to a groan than anything, a stream gushed forth from my mouth. And right at that moment, my mind broke. Oh, that means he got his D-Sword. Easy. Got it early. Check it, Taku! There's some weird-ass stuff over here. Did you see that dead body on the ground outside the hospital? I wonder who that was. I suddenly realized Misumi was calling me. I wasn't standing by the window, but in the corner of the hospital room. Freaked out, I rushed to the window and looked down. Just been a delusion, huh? It felt like my knees were about to give out at any second, so I grabbed the windowsill to keep myself standing. Oh. Misumi spin-off game win? You mean Takumi spin-off game win? Because this is, pick neutral? for the next delusion thing. Alright. I have to save here, because I don't have this negative delusion, I'm pretty sure. And I guess I'll lock it so I remember there's a negative delusion here. Gladioli ravioli. Give me the D-sword-oli. I'd seen that term back when I'd first been researching D-swords. It seemed that D-sword was a term used in literature and pseudepigraphia relating to the legend of Gladioli. Or more specifically, the sword in it. I wasn't really sure, though. You have seen this delusion? It's Dai stabbing with the knife. Oh, cool. Okay. As I continued to think, Masumi quietly got up and started to walk towards me. He went to go right past me, but just before he did, he put his hand on my shoulder. I can't keep up with this shit anymore. The rest's up to you, dude. The one Masumi CG. True. Very unfortunate. Not enough Masumi content. With a sigh of exasperation, he left the hospital room. Leaving me alone wasn't fair. Fez hadn't shown even a hint of interest in Masumi leaving. It was almost like she was pretending he had never even been there in the first place. She was always like this. Always so detached from everything. It felt like I was looking at someone fundamentally different from normal people. Bro, just because she's goth doesn't mean you gotta think she's, like, not real. Goth people are real people. You created it, did you not? The flower bed back then. I also really like that mages, despite, like, that goth, like, emo scene kind of having gone out of style, in, like, the more recent pictures that Mages has posted of Fez, they have kept her in that, like, early 2000s aesthetic. They haven't, like, modernized her character. Like, they haven't, like, refreshed her style or anything. Every time they have something of her, it's still in her, like, that early 2000s get-up, and I think that's funny. But I also appreciate the commitment. The flower bed. You made it. That's how I realized that you have already awakened. How does she know it was him? Because there was a massive actually, how do most people figure out that Takumi's the one that makes the flower bed? Because he does it in a crowd of people. And it wasn't like he was going like this and like there was a giant laser beam coming out of his forehead of like creating the flower bed, right? Where he's like making it. How is everyone able to kind of deduce that it's Takumi? I understand why Rimi can. And probably Nerose. But how does everyone else kind of figure it out? Because all the other Giglomaniacs also know that it was Takumi. I'm not a Giglomaniac. Giglo what? Giglomaniac? I heard the name from Senna. Giglomaniac sounds fucking ridiculous. They're Black Knights, dude. Senna. Her. I see. I've met her only once. She too is a Black Knight. Black Knights of Giglomaniacs. I don't know. Just abbreviated those two together. Did they mean the same thing? Either way. I can't do it. I couldn't even get a D-sword. You must overcome the divine punishment done unto you, and then and only then shall the sword be summoned. I forget, like, part of me wants to voice Fez as, like, a quiet girl, and the other part of me wants to, like, go into that chuny. Like, you must overcome the divine punishment done unto you, and then, only then, shall the sword be summoned. Because that's how she fucking talks, right? Divine punishment. Suffering. Interruption of mental overload. What lies beyond the gate to the heart? Or perhaps, mental torture. There are many ways one may put it. I've already suffered through so much. One time, I got a bad drop in ESO, and I didn't get the item I wanted. And also another time, they were out of stock of the anime figure I wanted. This is real suffering, Fez, you don't understand. I don't care what tortures you went through in the asylum. I had to buy a Sarah figure from a scalper. You don't understand. He marked it up for 3 times the price. Even now, I was still suffering. I was the laughingstock of Japan. Oh yeah, and I guess people, like, make fun of him or something. Whatever. The police thought I was a murderer. Shogun and Yuo were terrorizing me left and right. This is one thing I always thought was ridiculous. I mean, there are a lot of things in this game I think is ridiculous. But, like, Yuo has been totally absent for, like, 6 chapters at this point. And he's still like, Yuo is terrorizing me all the time. Living absolutely rent-free in his mind, Yuo has not made contact with him in 6 chapters. Like, several weeks have passed. And he's like, Yuo is everywhere! She won't leave me alone! And she's gone, like, no contact with him outside of the Yuo route. At least Shogun has popped up pretty consistently. But Yuo has been out of sight, out of mind. Everything with Nanami. Are we not able to skip this, or is it part of the route? I think this is the neutral delusion here. For this scene. Liz asked us to see it. I was once in a mental hospital. This is a story from when I was a child. Yeah. I already knew. I'd seen it online. But why was she suddenly bringing it up? I was there for just under 5 years. My mind was weakened greatly. That was why I attacked. I attacked everything around me, and at the same time, myself. Bez's voice was a faint murmur. The girl that sat in front of me wearing pastel pajamas and tracing the creases on the sheets with her fingertip. Are these really pastel pajamas? I kind of just thought this was like her hospital gown. This is like something Fez casually wears in her own time. She showed no signs of strength that she once had at the concert. The Fez from back then. Had she even been real? Goth people are real. Talk to me. If you have neutral delusions at school, then you see Yua stalking him. That's why he complains about Yua. Well, I guess that makes sense. That only makes sense if you pick the neutral delusion. So him just complaining about it out of nowhere when we haven't seen... If we don't pick that delusion, and then him complaining about it makes no sense. You know? Because as a player, someone who's only gone to the extremes of the delusions, I haven't seen Fez in, or Yua in, this is chapter 8, 6 chapters. Like several hours worth of content. I mean, you know, it's the JRPG effect. You see this, a character from 20, 30 hours ago, earlier in your playthrough, you don't remember who they are when they come back. You know, because everyone took 20, 30 hours to play through this game, right, guys? Right? I often broke windows. Oh, you little rebel. I was a problem child. Think about making a choice guide for people that want, because some delusions give you more info than others. That would be cool. Like I know there's the COZ guide for like the specific routes that's like spoiler free, but I think another guide that would be cool would be like the info route, like picking which delusion in the common route explains the most, I guess, or like gives the most information to the player, so they actually know what's going on. That could be cool. You could probably still do that spoiler-free as well. Because you could do, like, the pick, you know, or, like, you could write, like, the text prompt for whatever the delusion is without spoiling, right? You could write, like, the first 3, like, words. Be like, I was a ... pick the neutral route here. Things like that. You could, that would be cool. I definitely would have liked that. For my playthrough. You don't need anything else? What do you mean? Here she literally says what you need to do to get the sword. Well, it'd be nice if I had to get it on my first playthrough. Yeah. I do feel like you stuck with all positive. Yeah, I know. We did horny route. We didn't do info route. A faint smile formed on her lips. Those shards of broken glass, I could always vaguely see it in there. See what? A sword. But I knew not what it was for many years. The time I learned it to be a D-sword was around 4 years after I was first admitted to the facility. Before then, I always did as I pleased. But one day, every single employee in the facility was replaced all at once. I was tortured in countless ways for many months. When my heart and mind were on the verge of breaking, I heard the voice of the greater will. And from that moment, I could finally summon it. Torture. It was divine punishment. Same thing. Obtaining the power to defeat wicked hearts requires the purification of a wicked heart itself. So basically, she was telling me I needed to suffer more, or otherwise I wouldn't get a sword. Well, if that was the case, fuck that. I didn't want to experience more pain. I'd already been broken down over and over again. I just wanted to be left alone. At my wit's end, I felt the urge to scream and shout. But Fez's voice didn't allow me to. Yeah, I probably would have liked to get the neutral scene there the first time. Because the first time we did that, we just got the horny Fez scene, and then, like, I remember leaving that scene, like, super frustrated that I didn't feel like she explained shit. Because, like, that scene was, like, kind of getting set up as the, like, explain things moment, and then she just, like, sucked her finger and we left. I was kind of like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I still don't know. I'm gonna need to go to bed soon. Hopefully you'll still be streaming when I wake up. Probably. I'm gonna be honest, probably. Wait. Oh, we just switched perspectives to a... You kind of did that to yourself? What? So this is where we told you should not do all green first run. But I mean, what if I had picked negative there? I still would have not gotten info I needed. Right? But like you said, you want the ability on your first run to choose whatever. Well, sometimes when you choose whatever, the consequences of the actions are nothing being explained and getting really annoyed. Like, you know? Like if I had chose negative on that scene, still nothing would have been explained. I would have had to know to pick neutral there. Regardless if I went all green or not, getting that scene, 2 of the 3 choices on that route would explain nothing to me with Vez, right? So 2 of the 3 choices, even if I wasn't doing all positive, right? Like what if I had just done the negative delusion before it was the Masumi being a murderer, so maybe I would have been more inclined to do negative again, because maybe I would have wanted to see Masumi do some more things, and then I still would have left that Fez scene of like, what the fuck, this bitch didn't explain anything. You know? So like, even not doing all positives, it still wouldn't have guaranteed I left that scene satisfied. So I don't really think that's my fault, in a way. Will you promise to not do all green first run in Chaos Child? I make no such promises. Counter argument: the game teaches you that Taco ignores what people are saying to him when he deludes. So you're more likely to intuit to choose neutral in that scene based on context clues. I suppose. But there's also several scenes in the game where, when he deludes, it's like a dream. Like, his delusion happens in, like, half a second. And, like, the other characters, once the delusion ends, he goes right back to point A. And then the conversation continues as normal. So that would be my counter argument. Is sometimes he's like, what? You know? I only chose neutral until 7. But even then it's not perfect because some delusions have foreshadowing. Time passes by when he deludes. Not always, though. Not always. That's not consistent. Because sometimes he deludes and it's just right up to like a new fucking scene, but other times it reverts back to the beginning and the character's literally like, hello? I'm talking to you. So. Okay, so where the fuck did we just end up? We like fast forwarded and then she's like freaking out about the sight of my D sword. Did Takumi get his D sword early? Or have we switched to Rimi's perspective? Chaos Child, I recommend going negative because a lot of them are hilarious. Okay, well maybe I'll do all negative first run of Chaos Child then to be the opposite of what we did here. But I do like the idea of just going with one, of like committing to a route. Like this is the chaos route, this is the info route and neutral, and then this is the horny route of positive. I like themes and sticking to a choice. Okay, yeah, so I remember this scene now. It's actually been quite a while since we've gone this far into a specific route. Basically what's happening, for those of you, I mean most of you guys are already way more informed of this game than even I am, but for some people watching the VOD that aren't active in chat, who don't know what's going on, this scene is where Aoi finds the essay that Takumi wrote that has the, like, quadratic equation of the fucking universe or whatever, right? The fun to the 10th power bullshit thing. And starts accusing Takumi of being the reason all this shit's happening. So she wants to fucking bring him down. That's why she's taken out the sword. But Rimi will not let that happen. So she's come to the rooftop and revealed that she's a Giglomaniac to fight Aoi-san. Basically explaining that for no one that's here right now, because everyone in chat knows more about the game than I do, but for someone watching the VOD, that's where we're at. Alright. Aoi's eyes shot open wide at the sight of my D-sword. Her blow had been quick, but stopping it had been hardly any trouble. Our D-swords resonated with one another, releasing a shrill cry that enveloped the two of us. Good thing that they don't have that sound effect playing this entire fucking time. My least favorite sound effect in the entire game, next to the plates getting smashed, is when the two D-swords are going... I could feel Aoi's negative emotions. Her fury, her hatred, coming forth through her D-sword. Wowie zowie! Kazupi, my beloved. Sakihato was also a Giglomaniac. Chaos Child literally don't go neutral, it's just a scene skip. Oh, Lamau. When you delude during the Fez concert, you get yeeted to his room, but if you pick neutral, there's a whole scene of him leaving it with Dai. Yeah. You can, in Chaos Head, you can miss important info in deluding, but Chaos Child doesn't make you miss anything. I'm almost willing to bet that was a sign, that was like feedback based on criticism of Chaos Head, I'm betting. Where I'm gonna guess like some of the initial reviews of Chaos Head where people were like, bro, I missed so much shit because I accidentally picked a different choice. So when they were writing Chaos Child, they were like, let's not do that again. And honestly, I mean, that's an improvement. I think you can definitely still have the mystery, but it's a little unfair to have a mystery where you cannot get some of the, like, key pieces of the puzzle, I would say. And maybe, like, a lot of the delusion stuff that I might have missed in my first run aren't necessarily, like, key info, but it does seem a little unfair. Where you can, like, miss something entirely. Especially, like, a core piece of info. I think, like, since we didn't pick that, that Fez option where she explains that you need to suffer to get your D-sword, I think we didn't find out for, like, another 2 chapters. Like, without that Fez scene, it's not explained truly how to get the D-sword until, like, chapter 10, right? Like, the beginning of chapter 10? So you, like, go 2 more chapters without that info if you don't pick neutral on that scene? That's kind of wild to think about. Like, the rest of chapter 8, chapter 9, and then chapter 10. Nerose does say that around the same time. Maybe he does. I take so long to do some of these chapters. That I don't know. I don't remember. I also like this scene that Takumi's kind of at that moment of like, everyone's a Giglomaniac but me. Sucks to suck, bro. Behind me, Taku sank to the floor in shock. In that state, it would be impossible to get him to escape at this point, so I had no choice but to deal with Aoi somehow. So what's the difference? I feel like people have explained this to me before, but why do some people call her Senna, and why does Rimi do what I do and call her Aoi? What's the difference? Do you know what exactly he did? The IR2 formula, I'm aware. I cut Aoi short. I didn't want Taku to even hear its name. Fine, then I'll... If you force Taku to awaken, This will end in an even bigger disaster. Then I'll kill him before that. Even if you try, you'll never be able to. Aoi was incredibly aggressive, but she fundamentally misunderstood how a D-short sword should have been used. This is true. Because Aoi literally uses her D-sword as a sword in, like, every scene, in every, like, combat moment. Kazupi does too. I think Rimi is kind of really the only one who understands it, like, fundamentally, like, as a concept. Like, Senna knows that you can make delusions and stuff, but she mostly just uses it as a fucking sword. Last name or first name in Japan, one's formal, the other's casual. You use given names or family names based on your relationship. You know how you call people you don't know, or in a professional setting, Mr. or Mrs.? You call friends by first name. Okay. A Somnium Files reference, is that what I see, Liz? A different scene order move the story without visiting some places. I hate choices that punish you or give you less info. I'll take no choice then if that's the case. I will say, yeah, I also didn't like that. By the way, Liz, stay tuned and subscribe so you can watch my Nirvana Initiative playthrough starting next week. Cough, plug. Nirvana Initiative. AI, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Very rolls off the tongue title. Will be the visual novel we start next week. Stay tuned. A series that's very dear to me. I love it a lot, and I'm very passionate about it. See, look, Aiba wants you to watch it. Aiba wants you to come back next week and watch it. Anyway. Yeah, I hate that shit. When you, like, pick the right choice, and then therefore, like, it cuts off your other options. I don't like that. It should be, like, if you get the right option, the game gives you a prompt of, like, you have all the info you need. Do you want to keep investigating, or do you want to go to the next scene? When I played it, I went fully green the first time because I wanted 100% it, and I knew I'd forget which choices I had if I didn't do that. Yeah, I agree. I also would not remember which scene I did where if I didn't just go, alright, this is the positive route, and this is the negative route, and this is the not a neutral route because there's no achievements for it, baby, and I'm a gamer. Aoi's attacks were far too straightforward, far too impulsive. Treating her sword as a simple sword would translate only to a little kid swinging around a tree branch. Damn. I like when you get to Rimi's perspective, despite her, like, really, like, playful personality, I like that we can kind of see how fake that is. And you do get kind of that sense of, like, how she led Takumi around. Because when we're in her thoughts, it makes more sense that she's, like, faking it all. Because it almost doesn't really come across very well from Takumi's perspective that she was playing him the whole time. But when you get into her head for, like, these POVs, it's cool because you can kind of see, like, oh yeah, this bitch was fucking playing Takumi the whole time. Because she's so nice, but then she's here and getting ready to fight Senna, and she's like, man, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Wow, you're just using this like a kid. You, like, suck. Like, that's her thought process when fighting here. It's like, man, you, like, don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Like, immediately looking down on her rather than her, like, hi personality. There was a distinct difference between someone who had been properly instructed on how to wield it and an ordinary high school girl. Dealing with her would be child's play. Nishijo has to die. He brought a goddamn calamity into this world. Aoi had been consumed by hatred. Her negative delusions were clearly visible to me. Pouring out from within her, they transformed into a hulking black miasma and forcibly pierced into my dead spots. Aoi couldn't have been doing it consciously. However, they wouldn't normally be visible to just anyone she faced. This was a characteristic unique to gigamaniacs. When facing another human, it was possible to make that surge of emotions visible, and with that, you could lay all their emotions bare. I focused my attention on the images that were forcefully being projected into and eroding of my mind, the emotions that fueled Aoi's hatred, her memories. I could see them. Her pain and her sorrow. Her memories of the past that tormented her. And using those memories, I glared at Aoi and formed a delusion. I fabricated a fictitious scene that would twist the knife in her wounds. A shudder ran through her body. Slowly lowering her sword, she then froze completely. Her expression showed she was clearly shaken. Her eyes empty. She was no longer looking at me, nor reality. She was now inside the delusion that I had fabricated. But I had just given her a cue. The rest of the story was her own making, guided by her own obsession. And now Aoi could no longer fight. They created free move scenes when they obviously wrote the game with you picking the scenes from up to down. In other words, there was only one correct order. Yeah. I think you're right, Liz. Kazupi round is basically the lesson of don't use your D-sword like a real sword too much or you'll regret it. Yeah. But I think, like, this kind of just shows, this scene kind of, like, portrays the, like, class, or the, like, world difference between, like, Rimi and the other D-sword users, right? Like, they go to fight here, and Senna's, like, all ready to start using her sword like a club, swinging at Rimi, like, left, right, and center, and she's just like, what if I just make you go nuts instead of, like, fighting you? And so that's, I think, cool. That this is, it's something that I think has so far set Remy's route apart from the other characters' routes of, like, every character's personality is kind of, like, on their sleeve, almost to, like, a trope-like level, in their route. But Remy's is the one that, like, you get to her perspective and it's actually, like, a different character. Which is cool. Now! I jumped. I could feel a voice reverberating within my mind. What will Sakihana do now that she's made a messy mess out of Senna's head? Are you gonna kill her? Are you? I looked over toward the container house. If you say you're gonna kill Senna. A sword of many facets. An overwhelming sense of corrosive misfortune. Pure, unadulterated savagery. A destructive nobility. A funny way to describe Kazupi. It was Kazupi's D-sword. Then Kazupi's gonna add Sakihata to the baddie list. As for what happens to people on the list... Upon lifting her D-sword high into the air, Orihara smiled cheerfully at me. Kazupi kills them all! Kill them? All of a sudden, Taku raised his voice to a shriek. Both Senna and Kazupi are enemies! They're enemies all along! That's right, you gotta kill them, Rimi! I don't want to die! Taku, just be quiet for a minute. And +2. Orihara twisted her lips into a smile. Kazupi'll Kill you both, seas! It came like a storm. The sheer speed at which she charged at me was simply inhuman. I was taken by surprise. Which we know is because her sword's just flying at Rimi now that we did Kazupi's route. Kazupi has consistently amazing CGs. She's also got, like, the best character sprites, because she's got, like, all the yandere. Like, Yua has, like, some of the yandere sprites, but so does Kazupi. Like, she's got the, like, I'm gonna kill you faces in her sprites, which is cool. Kazupi's definitely peak. Orihara's D-sword came down on me like a stake being pounded into the earth. They use this a lot. I actually think, isn't stake being pounded into the earth, like, one of the chapter names? I feel like I hear that line, like, a lot in this game. Yeah, Fez's story achievement is called Pound the Stake. I immediately jumped back, but the impact was so strong I was blown back anyway. I somehow managed to land on my feet. Next came a horizontal swing. I tried to deflect it, but I failed. I ended up taking the blow head on. My arms went numb. Die, die! Orihara charged at me with unbelievable strength. I had no room to counterattack. How was she so adept at fighting? Despite her small frame, Orihara swung her giant sword around with no issue at all. I like how there's also, this is a thing that is used to describe Kazupi, like, multiple times. But then they also, like, reiterate on multiple occasions that the D-sword has no weight at all. They're like, oh my god, she's swinging this massive sword around with no problem. And, like, every other description is like, but also the D-swords don't weigh anything. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Came down on me with like a puppet with its strings cut. Jesus. The most overused line in anime. Her footwork was wild and unsteady. Each step she took was incredibly unstable, and her feet were barely touching the ground. Rather than she being the one swinging the sword, it felt as if the sword was swinging her. Oh my god. That's the thing we learned from her route. They spoiled Kazupi's route. That's like the big thing, the big twist of her route. Sakihata and Takumi were both baddies after all. So, Kazupi will kill you both. I won't let you kill Taku. Why? Not a CG of Kazupi, and you can tell Kazupi's the favorite, because there's also not a CG of Kazupi and Remi fighting. There's just Kazupi. Only Kazupi. All the time. Whereas Senna and Remi had to share the spotlight. Kazupi gets the solo shot. As I desperately deflected Orihara's blows, just as I had done before with Senna, I focused on the negative emotions pouring out from within her. The image that appeared in the back of my mind was a mirror. Wasting no time, I sent that delusion into Orihara's dead spots. Orihara's movements came to a halt, and tears began to pour from her eyes. I let out a sigh of relief. I had to get Taku out of here while I still could. That's when I noticed. I couldn't see Aoi anywhere. I looked all around the rooftop and saw her standing at the very edge of it. What? Aoi! I frantically took off running, but before I could reach her, her body slowly drifted forward, and then she disappeared over the edge. Huh? Weird. I get why it might not happen for... So my question for also, now that, I mean, we're just like kind of hypothetically here. It almost seems like, I don't know, like, wouldn't they, because they can create delusions, okay, they just delude Nozomi defeated? No. But because they're, like, all aware of delusions, when Remy does this attack, and, like, I can understand why these two girls wouldn't be able to do it, because they don't really understand it as much as Remy does. Aren't they able to just be like, these are delusions, and, like, turn it off? Could Remy do that? Like, if Aoi tried to do that to Remy, because she's so much more experienced, would she be able to be like, this is a delusion, boom, and, like, get rid of it? Because she still has her D-sword, right? Which means they should be able to counter delude, or whatever. Anyway. In common, it was Remy who stopped Senna from falling off the building. So she just decides to unalive herself, like the Remy delusion was so powerful and drove her to the edge. The sound of something crashing into the ground. The sound of something smashing against the earth. I heard it faintly in the distance. Had she died? Had Aoi died? Because of the delusion I'd shown her? No, I didn't mean... A fierce blast of wind came from behind me. The impact was tremendous. It felt like I'd been hit by a truck. Aoi had problems with what to believe, even if there were not delusions at play. Not really surprised. I guess that makes sense. Once a delusion becomes reality for you, it becomes difficult to dispel. But usually it's difficult because they don't realize they're delusions. Because, like, once Takumi starts realizing things are delusions, he's a bit better about it. He's able to be like, this is just a delusion. Yeah. Ah! I felt my brain being shaken around inside my skull. Unable to brace myself beforehand, I was sent flying. I hit the ground hard, and a sharp pain shot through my entire body. I hadn't been cut in any way, but I had taken an extremely hard blow from her fiendish D-sword. My vision was intensely blurry. I tried to get up, but couldn't feel my legs. If that's the case, Takumi should have been able to defeat Suwa in Crying Sky. Well, but he does defeat Suwa in Common Route, because he figured out the delusion thing. Which is still kind of bullshit, but whatever. My vision was intensely blurry. I tried to get up, but couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't tell who I was anymore. I think I might have just suffered a light concussion. Because Takumi, I know he wasn't able to escape Nugent in Crying Sky, but that's because in Crying Sky, the bad end, he doesn't, like, get his shit together. Route divergence. Tako trusts Remy more, not caring as much about her betrayal, and thus asking her to protect him here. Yeah, I mean, it's, I think, another symptom of another route being the choose your heroine kind of deal, where you pick a route and Takumi, like, literally and figuratively, like, wraps around the girl's leg in whichever route you pick. Yeah. I tried desperately to look up. Who am I? 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 Orihara was staggering around, cradling her head in her hands. She violently shook it from side to side. Had the delusion I'd shown her made her lose sight of who she was? What do you mean? Yeah? That's why you showed her that delusion. What? Who am I? Who am I? Takumi this whole time just screaming like a little bitch. She was moving towards Taku. She was gonna kill him. Why didn't you run away? Why are you still here? I like that. That's pretty funny. The perfect summary of how she feels. Again, I like that she's like, even earlier in the scene, she was like, Takumi, can you just shut the fuck up? Like, when the big girls are talking now, Takumi, because he's like freaking out. Anyway, I go to sleep. My 5 hours of sleep from yesterday is turning into 2 because you had to wake up. Oh, rip. I'm sorry. Good night, Liz. Thanks for stopping by and making it to the live stream. Spheromancer, good night. Maybe I'll still be up streaming by the time you wake up. Chances are good. But yeah, I like that Rimi here is like secretly kind of annoyed about Taku. Why are you still here? I had to help him. I closed my fists. My D-sword wasn't in my hand. I accidentally let go of it when I'd been hit by the blast earlier. It was lying on the ground a short distance from me. But can't you just, like, re-dilute it to your hand? Like, it's not a real thing. You should just be able to go... Vroom. Make sure to stall so much so you don't miss much. I got you. No problem. I just need people to give me tangent fuel and we'll be off to the races. That's easy, bro. Didn't we do an 11-hour Chaos Head stream before? I mean, I don't think I want to do 11 hours today, but I think it's not outside the realm of possibility. Yeah, we did an 11-hour and 15-minute stream. Easy. Easy, bro. Yeah, that's my longest stream for sure. What is a Kazupi? True. What indeed is a Kazupi? How is Kazupi? Die, 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 die! Help me! Taku was crying out for my help. I have to save him. I also like the idea that this is kind of more of like a... I have to save him. He, she, me, Kazupi. I won't let anyone kill him. Except me, later. But I'm too far away. I won't make it. Orihara had already raised her D-sword. Taku would die in an instant. He had sunk to his knees and could no longer move. Just because he's pathetic. In less than a second, he would literally be crushed by her D-sword. I have to save him. No matter what I do, I won't make it. Numerous voices surged within me. My thoughts grew erratic. Countless me's pierced me with their gazes from inside my head. Countless me's whispered with their mouths. Wait, what? The whispers continued to cascade, pooling together in a violent flood of voices, each one gnawing away at any and all reason I had. I desperately stood up, but I couldn't do any more than that. I won't make it. I won't let you kill him! She's got, like, her shonen moment here. I gritted my teeth. Taku's gonna die. Kill her. Kill Orihara Kazupi. No! If I can protect him, then nothing else matters. How dare you? I will put you below Yua on the tier list, Rimi. It's not like that. Kill her. Wouldn't it be better if Taku died here? What personality is that? Go back to that one, Rimi. This is the correct one. Listen to the voices. It would be better if Taku died here. Kill Kozupi. Kill Takumi. Listen to half the voices. That's the wish of both Rimi and Takumi, isn't it? You're wrong! You're wrong! Taku, I'll... Before I knew it, the D-sword was in my hands. It was supposed to be on the ground, yet I was holding it. Kozupi best girl enjoyers are a minority? Well, yeah, because Kozupi's not a waifu. Fez is the most popular? Well, yeah, but that's because Fez is referenced in multiple games. So she's got, like, the most continuous fan base. Never understood why Senna got big. I mean... I think we know why she got big. In Common Route, it was said Rimi's personality tended to kill her persona to escape the torture of Nerose. And so what? She's just got, like, multiple voices in her head? Rimi would probably be the most popular option because she's the basic option. She's the, like, main girl. Oh! But after playing through Steins Gate and ending the game with Kurisu being my best girl, I gotta not pick a basic option for Chaos Head, so... Ow! I felt the sensation of gouging flesh. I didn't know how I'd close the distance between me and Orihara. But then when I looked, I saw that the D-sword I'd been holding in my hands had sunk deep into her delicate back. Do you enjoy Rimi more? Probably the wrong time to ask me that question. I was resisting against a will of some kind. I had no intention of killing her. Or was this really my true nature? My own will? Orihara looked back at me with an empty expression on her face. Sakihata? It hurts. This is wrong. I don't want to kill her. If I don't stop, she'll... My D-sword wriggled and squirmed. As if it had a will of its own, it trembled with the joy of taking life, the delight of bathing in blood. I frantically shook my head in denial. My D-sword's wings, its fangs, creaked loudly as they bored into Orihara's back. Even now it was trying to gnaw into her and tear her apart. Stop! I said stop! I tried pulling it out, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. I couldn't even let go of my sword. Orihara coughed up blood. And when it landed on my sword, dyeing it red. Stop! Who's she yelling at? The sword? As if it was a pair of wings spreading. It twisted itself deep into Orihara's body and tore her apart. Blood burst into the air. Rimi, worst girl. The petite girl who had been alive just a second ago, transformed into nothing but mere lumps of flesh. Bruh. Crimson illusionary feathers poured down around me. I didn't wish for any of this. Seeking desperately for someone to save me, I looked around. Who would save her? Taku was staring at me as if he'd seen a monster. I didn't mean to kill them. I didn't mean to kill them at all. But I killed them anyway. No! Oh, she got deluded on. Wait. Did she, though? Both Senna and Kazupi were dead. They died right before my very eyes. Rimi had been the one to kill them. That's weird, because that's not the normal, like, perspective switch scene. Usually it's that, like, city circle thing is when they switch perspectives. That, like, old school TV being shut off is usually the markings of the end of a delusion. Right now, she was lying down on the sofa sleeping. After Kazupi had died, she started trembling, let out a scream, and immediately lost consciousness. I hadn't even been able to stand up for a while from the shock. I'd been scared shitless. My fear had kept building and building, and eventually I couldn't stand to look at Kazupi's bloody corpse any longer. So I got up, carried Remi to my room, and shut us in. Yeah, Remi, worse girl. Sorry, them's the breaks. Also, I can't believe Taku can lift Rimi. She would occasionally let out a pained moan, but no matter how many times I called her name, she wouldn't regain consciousness. So I just sat down, hugged my knees, and waited for Rimi to wake up. There wasn't much I could do about my trembling. Senna and Kazupi had just died, after all. It's weird that he's trembling about this, considering this is literally what he begged Rimi to do. Literally, like, verbatim was like, you gotta kill them both. And now he's like, she killed them both, what a monster! Unlike the new gen victims, they were far from complete strangers. I knew them, talked to them, spent time with them. Just yesterday, the three of us had eaten Crunchy Coons together. Senna, Kazupi, and I. When I saw that photo with the three of us in it, I bit my lip. It didn't matter how much I wanted to forget it. That scene ripped straight from a nightmare, played again and again in the back of my mind. Kazupi's vivid and crimson blood. The slimy, sickly texture of the glistening bones sticking out from her body. Okay, you don't need to describe it that much. Her emotionless eyes that lost all light. The indescribable fear and sickness I'd felt in the moment where I saw another person cease to be a person. The moment her slender body had been ripped apart and burned into my retinas. In that moment, I'd learned how frail people truly were. It felt like I was about to throw up, and if I did end up doing so, that would make it the fourth time I'd puke. Ever? That's actually not bad. I puked all the time. This reminds me, so the thumbnail I wanted to make, I mentioned it yesterday. I wasn't able to, like, find the right Rimi sprite. But, like, Rimi's, this scene, I think, makes sense of it, because obviously her sword, like, will make a scissor at some point. Like, if she puts it together, it'll come forth like a scissor. Like, that's how we saw it. In Fez's route, that's how we saw it on the wall, as, like, that scissor sword. And I wanted to do an edit of Rimi where she was holding her sword like that. But instead, I gave her the scissor blades from Kill la Kill. But I couldn't find a good picture of Rimi holding her sword in the, like... She's always holding it in, like, the wing form, where it's, like, she dual wields it. And, like, that's, like, the iconic pose for her. And so that's really the only image I could find of it. The only time I ever could find a picture of... I searched for, like, 3 fucking hours to try and find a good picture of, why not the prologue one? Because when you... If I cropped the prologue one to the size of a YouTube thumbnail, you either don't see her face or you don't see the sword. You know what I mean? Like, it's too tall. That's the struggles of making a YouTube thumbnail. So, like, in the animation of the prologue, I think it's the only time we see her sword, not with the wing spread form. Also, she holds it like that on the Blu-ray box art of Chaos Head. And so I tried to make that one work for like an hour. I couldn't get that one to work either. Because in that box art, her sword's like also kind of black, so it like blends into the background. So it was hard to like isolate getting her sword out of the image. It was a mess. Cool idea, but I couldn't really find a way to make it work in a practical amount of time. If I had thought of that idea days ago, maybe I could, but I couldn't like make it work at fucking 5 a.m. when I had just been streaming for several hours. I was too tired, so I ended up giving up on the premise. But that was my idea for the thumbnail for today, is I wanted to make her... Because I thought it'd be cool that she's wearing the Kill la Kill scissor blades. For anyone who's seen Kill la Kill. Because that's my favorite anime. For no reason. In particular. I'd say commission an artist to draw it, but probably not worth it. Yeah, also the like Venn diagram of like people who would take that commission probably very small. Because they'd have to be relatively cheap, like Chaos Head and like Kill la Kill. So you'd have like, they have to be the fan of two different niche animes. Well, I guess Kill la Kill is probably not that niche because it's by Trigger, but like its presentation would definitely draw most normies away. So that, you know, it would be such a complex Venn diagram of people to like find. And yeah, because it's just for a thumbnail, I wouldn't spend like over $100 on it. So like that would probably just shrink the list of people who would do it as well. But that's what I wanted to do. And then also I tried to edit my suit. Wouldn't they just need references and a bit of a description? Well, yeah, but I mean, how many people would be like... Most artists that I've ever talked to usually like only want to do art of things they're interested in. So if I'm just like, if I throw out like a random topic to them of like, hey, can you draw this? They'd be like, what the fuck is that? No. I tried to edit my suit to look like the Suimei uniform, but that fucking bright, like, beige color is, like, impossible to edit in Photoshop, man. I couldn't do that either. I spent, like, another 30-40 minutes trying to get my suit to match that color for the Suimei uniform, and I just couldn't. It keeps coming out. It kept coming out, like, brownish yellow. I just couldn't replicate the color. It was really frustrating. Anyway, enough thumbnail talk. Took a screenshot and sent it in Discord. Yeah, that's the picture I was talking about, Francisco. But like, you see how it's too tall? It's kind of like there's nothing else in the image if I use that. You know what I mean? Like, I was trying to find one of her holding it, like, up. If that makes sense. But I think the one you sent in the Discord is, like, the only shot of her holding the scissor blade-like thing. But it's, like, away from her. It might be easier to just shot Ryuko with pink hair. Wow, I could have done that. Damn, missed opportunities. Well, maybe I might make that a sprite edit later, but yeah, you're probably right. That would have been easier to do it. Fun fact, the Kill la Kills stream I did is like the only stream that got fucking blocked on YouTube. I wonder if I could stream that again and like it would be more lax. There's a Kill la Kill game that I have that I played because I really like Kill la Kill. It's called Kill la Kill If. It's a really fun game, but I streamed it and the stream got blocked. But that's because I streamed it when the game came out, and so they were like, they were really big on like copyright strikes for that, so they blocked that stream. But I wondered, yeah, if I streamed it now, would it still be permitted? Oh, that's not a bad one, Francisco. That probably would have worked if I saw that one earlier. I probably could have made that one work for sure. Yeah, I would have been able to replace the sword. I just couldn't find that. I don't know where you found it. Japan game copyright be like... I mean, they straight up, they straight up, like, blocked the stream. Like, not even, like, Mage's level of copyright, where they, like... You know, like, I get a copyright strike on my, Mage's streams. Like when I played Steins Gate and Chaos Head, like I get a copyright strike, but it's really not like that big a deal, right? Like people can still watch it. The Kill la Kill one, like straight up, they removed like the ability for people to watch it. Like I can't publish it. No one, I can't like link you to the stream like in the Discord. I can't be like check out my Kill la Kill if stream. It's just straight up like you can't view it on YouTube anymore. It's who's the dev? The company that owns the Kill la Kill rights is infamous for being very stingy about their content. Yeah. I guess Arc Systems is the person who made the game. Yeah, you like straight up like the only people that could ever have watched that Kill la Kill stream were the people that were there live when I did it. That's it. It's just straight up not viewable anymore. But I wonder if like because I streamed it when the game came out, if like someone was monitoring like the streams and like taking them down live. But I wonder if I did it now, like 3 years after the game came out, like if anyone would give a shit anymore. If they'd be like, whatever. Like everyone who was gonna buy this game like already bought it. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it's on sale for like $4 right now. So yeah, maybe they don't care anymore. They might be like, fuck it. I probably won't bother, though. It's not really worth. It's not that worth. I mean, it's a fun game, but, like, no one's looking for it, and I really don't want to get another fucking stream takedown. I wonder if I said something. I got a notification the other day, too, speaking of blocked streams. I got a notification the other day that a lot of my streams are now blocked in Russia. I don't know if I said something anti-Russian in particular, like in the last couple streams, but I got an email the other day that just like a bunch of my streams are like my content's like not visible in Russia anymore. I don't think I had a big Russian fan base, so not a big deal. Like I don't think I had a lot of Russian subs, but I got that notification the other day. Just all of them? Not all of them, but a couple dozen, like of my streams, like are no longer visible in Russia, which is weird. Takumi banned in Russia. Actually, it wasn't any of the Chaos Head streams. Is there a particular type of game or pattern that was blocked? Nope. Just a bunch of random ones blocked. Denied. No idea why. No real reason. Just your content is not viewable in Russia. Let me see if I can find the email again. I think I deleted some of them, but... Oh no, I totally deleted it already. Because I don't really care, like I said, I don't think, I had a big Russian audience that was, like, clamoring at the bit for my stream. Yeah, thanks, Francisco. Alright. 4th time Takumi puked. R.I.P. Takumi. What had ended up happening to Senna? This was an 8-story building. Having fallen all the way from the roof, there was no way she'd made it out unscathed. She'd probably, definitely died. If you didn't see the body, the two of them were both dead. I couldn't believe it. It couldn't be real. It had to have been a dream. A nightmare. Yeah, that was the only explanation. Dying in such a horrific way. If that wasn't already enough, it was Rimi who killed them. I didn't want to believe it. There was no way I could. But it was the truth. I didn't understand why Senna and Kazupi had suddenly turned hostile and tried to attack me. She had said something about IR2. It probably had something to do with my essay from back when I was a kid, but I couldn't care less about that now. After that, Rimi had been revealed to be a giglomaniac, something that honestly hadn't surprised me too much. But then, she fought to protect me. She might have gone too far, sure, but there was no way I was going to hold a grudge over that. Still, if things stayed like this, both Rimi and I would get caught by the police. Senna and Kazupi's corpses were just lying around out there. Eventually someone would find them and notify the police. Well, I don't think they would get in too much trouble for Senna's. Kazupi's probably, yeah. But that would be hard. Even Kazupi's would be hard to prove. Like, you could just say Kazupi got attacked by someone and we hid inside this fucking shipping container up here. I couldn't get caught. As if I'd ever let that happen. I could just tell the truth. I hadn't killed anyone after all. Rimi had. What about not holding a grudge against her? He's about a snitch. Besides, Sen and Kazupi attacked me first, so that had to count legally as self-defense. But I was well aware that none of that would work. Back when the crucifixion had happened, I'd almost been named the culprit. There was no doubt in my mind that it would go the exact same way this time. Moreover, I needed Rimi. If she didn't exist, if she wasn't here to protect me from the threat of Shogun, I'd be completely fucked. So when I'd learned the truth she was a giglomaniac, I hadn't been horrified. If anything, I welcomed it. She wasn't powerless. She wasn't just a naive high schooler. She was my ally, one who even wielded the power to protect me from Shogun. That was why I wanted her to wake so badly, and sooner rather than later. I'd get her to erase Senna's and Kazupi's corpses with her delusional powers, and once she did that, the police would be no longer able to get us. Nobody found their bodies yet, right? Holding back my urge to throw up, I looked at the door. Kazupi's bloody corpse was just outside, and therefore unlikely to be found, but Senna's wasn't. Senna's had fallen off the roof, meaning someone could easily stumble upon what was left of her. It'd be the end if that happened. Seeing how Rimi wasn't waking up, I'd have to cover their bodies somehow. Just the mere prospect terrified me. I didn't want to look at someone's corpse. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that I knew them, which made it so much worse. Well, Kazupi might have a corpse, but Senna probably would not, right? I mean, you know, rough to think about, but right? Even so, I desperately shook away my fears and went outside. I had to ensure mine and Rimi's safety. It was already dark out, leaving my surroundings very dim. I didn't even have the moon to help. The clouds were hiding it. Straining my eyes, I looked over to where Kazupi was lying. Oh, I thought they were going to show a CG of it. Huh? I couldn't find it. I couldn't find Kazupi's tragic corpse. There was still a pool of blood, so I couldn't laugh it off as it was just a dream plot twist. But her corpse was completely gone. If you don't see the corpse, they're not dead. That's the rule of anime logic. Let's go. What the? Starting to get confused, I stuck my hand over the edge of the roof and peered down at the street below. No one was there either. Senna's corpse wasn't there either. There was clearly something down there. Something I immediately understood to be a pool of blood, but that was it. No people, no corpse, nobody freaking out, nothing. Where had her corpse gone? He just keeps repeating the word corpse over and over again. I'm starting to think that it's not a real word. It's really weirding me out because he keeps saying it so much in quick succession. The corpse had definitely been there after Rimi had lost consciousness, so Rimi couldn't have erased it with her giglomaniac powers. But then, who could have? Wait a minute. That's just wind, I think. That's not terminal noise, is it? Yeah, I think that's just wind. Fez? No, she was still hospitalized. Shogun? He was my enemy. There's no way he'd ever do something that would have benefited me. What the hell was going on? Feeling both vaguely anxious and incredibly relieved about the corpses disappearing, I let out a deep sigh. Why would you... Okay, yeah, why would you feel relieved about them disappearing? The blood's still there. I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I was being watched. It was the usual mysterious gaze. Shogun, is that you watching me? Don't look at me! I ducked into my room. I like the idea that he thinks if he just hides behind something, he wouldn't be, like, watched anymore. Even though we know now that Shogun is just kind of, like, looking through his eyes. Whose eyes? Rimi had gotten up. She was looking around the room with a vacant expression on her face. This is her character sprite from the beginning of the game when she's covered in blood, just cleaned up. Guess she'd finally woken up. What should I say to her? Sup, murderer? How you doing? Baby girl? I mean. Killing Senna and Kazupi had been a pretty extreme shock to her. Then again, that was bound to happen if you killed someone. It wasn't like PKing in ESO. She also said she didn't mean to. I was sure that only made it worse. Whoopsies, didn't mean to. Sorry about your spine. Oh, did you jump off the building? Big whoops. I didn't know what to say at a time like this. So in the end, I couldn't help but say nothing. Saying nothing is worse. Saying nothing is so much worse. Saying nothing is absolutely the worst thing to do in any situation where someone's upset like this. Unless they specifically tell you, please don't talk to me right now. And even then, saying nothing is still not the best option. Maybe like a, how you doing? How you holding up? Hanging in there, kid? Like anything. Rimi looked at me, then tilted her head curiously. Where am I? Where's this? Huh? Who are you? Rimi was acting strange. Rimi? What's wrong? Rimi? Who's Rimi? Did she just ego death herself? I think this route is going to play on the concept that she's got like multiple personalities buried deep within. It was something that was said in the common route. People in chat brought it up a bit earlier. In common route, it's implied that while she's being tortured to be like awakened as a giglomaniac, she like erases her personality to repress the trauma. So I think that's kind of what we're experiencing here. It's like she was so traumatized by her vicious murders that she's blinked the personality out. Is it me? But I'm not Rimi. Do we know how long she was tortured for? I don't believe it was specified, but I would assume it was probably implied to be the same amount of time that Fez was. I could be wrong. Someone could know the specific amount of time she was tortured, but I believe it was probably around the same amount of time that Fez was. What are you saying? Snap out of it. My name is... My name is... Whoop. My name is... Whoop. My name is... Whoop. My name... I don't know. A very childlike personality, whatever this is. You're kidding. You're kidding, right? I pressed her for an answer. Nope, I'm not. Right when she said that, Rimi jumped into my arms and started clinging to me. She rubbed her cheeks against mine like some spoiled kid wanting attention. Having her so close to me, and so suddenly at that, I started panicking. Who are you? Are you my friend? You've gotta be. Are you living your baby girl fanfic? No. I am not. Friends are... Well, friends are people who are nice to me. You're not mad, are you? It makes me sad when people are mad. Also, pain makes me sad too. I don't like it. Amnesia. Or maybe even some form of age regression. I never like... Those are like two of my least favorite anime tropes. I don't like amnesia, when people like forget like any like actual plot exposition, and for the purpose of the plot, they forget the plot. I hate that shit. Age regression, I also don't like. I thought this kind of thing only happened in Eroge. I would have never even dreamed of actually running into a situation like this IRL. That was only a possibility. The sheer amount Rimi had freaked out when she killed Kazupi wasn't normal. I feel like that's a reasonable amount of freak out, though. To kill someone and be like, ah! Okabe moment. And all those who have become Giglomaniacs broke at some point in their lives. Thanks, Senna. I remembered the late Senna's words, Lamau. Rimi might have broken once again. She killed her own heart and mind. Suddenly those words came to mind. I couldn't quite remember where. I had a feeling someone had told me that before. If Rimi had killed her own mind from the shock of having killed Kazupi and Senna, and I was talking to an entirely new personality she created, I could understand why she was acting like a child. DID, Dissociative Identity Disorder, also known as multiple personalities. You had accused me of having it. Obviously I didn't, but maybe Rimi was suffering from it now. This was just speculation, of course. What I did know, though, was that the childlike Rimi in front of me now was nothing like the Rimi I knew. She wasn't the same girl who told me she'd stay by my side. The girl whose kindness enveloped me. She was completely different now. I swear it's something other than did, but that's just what they call it due to their limited understanding. Yeah, it is. That's just kind of like what dissociative identity disorder is, like the most popular like term for this type of thing. So that's just what people use as a trope in a lot of these things. Because like more people, it's easier for people to understand. Like, there's two different personalities. It must be multiple personality disorder. It must be dissociative identity. Like, it's just much more common. So it's like, it's a bit of an eye roll, but it's also like, it's easier to just pick up and move on than to be like, to actually go in and like classify, alright, so this is specifically what she has. Inaccurate reminds me of when people say everyone's a little ADHD or oh my god I'm so OCD. Yeah, that's probably like a good way to do it, right? Like just because you have a compulsion doesn't mean you have OCD. So Remi's case right now is inaccurate. From what I know. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely closer than Yua's, but still not really did. But, I mean, like I said, I get it. It's a bit of an eye roll moment, but not, like, game-breaking. It's just, I get it. It's easier to just say that than, like, to really diagnose her and then explain the, like, diagnosis of this rare disorder. Things like that. It's easier to just be like, she's got... did. Moving on. She was completely different now. No. I fell to my knees on the spot. I was overwhelmed with despair. Danganronpa. I feel like Noah came out around the time Danganronpa did. Is that true? Because in Common Route it doesn't like mention like hope and despair and all this stuff, but Noah and the character routes do say that. They do say like hope and despair a lot. Every Noah character route has mentioned like someone being in despair and all that kind of stuff. Dangan was a year later, after Noah. This is classified. What's up, Chris? Welcome to the stream. Danganronpa, take a shot every time someone says despair in Danganronpa. Yeah, I just noticed it because like it wasn't. They didn't really describe anything as that in Common Route, but in the Noah routes, they're like the despair. That's just funny. Hope and despair, Danganronpa is like light and darkness in Kingdom Hearts, yeah. I'm not saying Danganronpa owns the concept, I just thought it was funny. Rimi clung to me playfully. She peered at my face curiously. Her eyes were so serene, so beautiful. Purity overflowed from them. Purity that I couldn't stare back into. Kubai should do an alcoholism speedrun stream with Danganronpa. I actually did, for all of my Danganronpa streams, I actually did drink quite a bit during all of them, because at the time, those were some of the first games I live streamed, so I was pretty nervous when I went to live stream. Because I was like, oh, there's gonna be people watching me, so I'd have a couple beers, like, I'd have like a beer or two before I started, and then I'd have like another beer or two during the stream. But I was also in college, so I drank a bit more. But yeah, I like would drink a little bit to calm the nerves before I went live. Nowadays, I mean, I fucking inhale caffeine like it's nobody's business before I start streaming. So I can have a lot of energy, but that's because after doing this for like 6 years, I don't get nervous when I start streaming anymore. I've never been interested in Danganronpa. Is it good, or am I not missing much? It's really good. Really, really good. For sure. But you should watch my playthrough instead of buying it. Did you play Ultra Despair Girls? Yep, I've streamed every single Danganronpa game. I even streamed that stupid fucking beach mini game that Danganronpa released as a side add-on for like its release on the Nintendo Switch. Because I bought that, and I played that game too. So everything Danganronpa, I watched and streamed and played on this channel, so you can check out all of my reactions to every game. And like I said, I got every trial right in the entire Danganronpa franchise except 2, so watch me be right on stuff all the time. It's fun. I like it. After you finish Danganronpa 2, you watch the anime of Danganronpa 3. I think it's better to play V3 before Danganronpa 3. Yeah. I absorbed everything from V3 assumes you've watched 3. Does it? I guess it's been a while. It does. I guess I don't remember that. It's been a while, though, so I guess I couldn't really contest it, though, because it's been so long since I watched the Danganronpa 3 anime. Or V3. But yeah, I recommend the franchise vibing for sure. It's a blast. It's what got me into visual novels. Hey, Matt, what's up? Welcome. Oh yeah, tomorrow is game night. Who's when? It's Fall Guys, isn't it? Yeah, Fall Guys. We'll be streaming Fall Guys tomorrow for game night, so feel free to join us. Fall Guys is free. We're still trying to stick to the free games for game night, so everyone can participate. So, download Fall Guys, play games with us tomorrow on stream. It'll be fun. Hey, Beyblade. Fall Guys should be easy to get. Yep, super easy. Free to play. PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, for sure, for sure. It's pretty much on any platform. Actually, I think it might be on Switch, too. Alright. In a way, we were lucky that Senna and Kazupi's corpses had been discovered. Or had disappeared, excuse me, the very opposite of being discovered. In a way, we were lucky that Senna and Kazupi's corpses had disappeared. Disappeared, not discovered. Opposite of that. But if Rimi was like this, who was supposed to protect me now? The first thing, of course, that Takumi jumps to. Rather than protecting anybody or helping Rimi out, he's only ever concerned about himself. I hate him. Just got off work and it's Friday night. The best night. What up? Fall Guys is free though, Francisco. So yes, download Fall Guys, play with us. I know it kind of got memed on for a while. It also got absolutely obliterated in popularity by Among Us. Because it had the misfortune of releasing like the same fucking week that Among Us released, when it like literally became more popular than fucking Oxygen. But Fall Guys was fun. I'd streamed it before with like subscribers, and that was really fun. So I think it'll be fun again. It's always fun to play games with you guys and chat and hang out. So download the free game, play with me tomorrow. A huge part of the game themes is learning to cope with trauma. Cope. Seethe. Psy Adventure fans. That's just all I think of when people say cope. I know it's a normal actual word, but that's like all I can fucking think of now, because the internet's ruined me as a person. So, Calliman. No, Fall Guys got removed from the Steam library, and I don't know why. So yeah, you gotta use the Epic Games Store, or yeah, if you just go to like fallguys.com or some shit, you can download it too. Anyway, I still hate Takumi. 10 chapters and fucking 6 routes in. He sucks. Fucking, who's gonna protect me while Remi's, like, actually having a psychological breakdown? about me? How does this affect me? Not that I knew whether... Remy, not that I knew whether or not to call her that, had genuinely lost all her memories. I'll carry you guys in Fall Guys tomorrow. Thanks, Calumet. Although I'm pretty sure it's not a team game. The different responses to trauma. Yeah, I definitely think I think the game definitely kind of encompasses, yeah, I wouldn't say like coping or getting over trauma, but more expressing the different reactions. I think that's more accurate. I'd say that's probably the most accurate, is expressing the different ways people react to traumatic events. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get free codes. Amazon Prime's like the one subscription service I don't have. But that's okay. I think I wailed for some skins back when Fall Guys came out, so I might have some skins in it. I really don't remember, though. There is team play? Okay, we can do team games. So remember, be there or be not a cool kid. I suppose you could say this Rimi didn't have memories at all. Is that my name? Rimi? Yeah, it is. Sakihata Rimi. I'm behind in the stream. Yeah. Casual YouTube moment. Hit it with that ×2 fast forward. Catch back up. You're on spring break? Oh, nice, Fiven. It is that time. Is it that time? It is March, I guess.
Sakihata Rimi.
Me pronouncing any of the characters' names in this game. Sakihata Rimi. Oh, so that's what it is. For the way she talked, you wouldn't think we were talking about her literal name. You are? What's your name? I gotta get a new fucking voice for Remy, because she's in her, like, child persona. I guess I could just give her the Kazupi voice, fuck it. Considering, you know, Kazupi's current status in this route. I'm Takumi. Having to teach her something so basic, like day one stuff, was just... Thinking about where this was gonna lead just left me feeling even worse than before. Nishijo Takumi. Hi, Taku! What? Taku! It was the same. Her nickname for me was the same. It's not like it's very complex. Like, it's just a shorter version of your name. It's not like some cutesy fucking nickname. Like when people call me Sam, I'm like, oh, that's my private nickname. Only my friends call me Sam. Like when people I've never met before just call me Sam, I'm not like, how do you know? How did you figure it out? My name. Hey, Taku. My hands, they're all sticky. You didn't, like, wipe her down, Taku? Holy shit, bro. The dried blood on her hands clung to her skin. The dark red discoloration on her hands was Kazupi's blood. Or at least it should have been. Her corpse had vanished, but her blood still remained. I don't like being all sticky. Remy looked pretty sad as she stared at her hands. I was reminded of Kazupi's smile and was hit with a horrible ache in my chest. Trying my best to hold myself together, I got a wet towel ready for her. Here, Show me your hands. When I told her that, Rimi timidly held out both of her hands. Using the towel, I started cleaning the blood off of them. Every time I glanced at it, the previously white towel got redder and redder. To make sure I got it all off, I had to scrub kind of hard, as I wiped away the blood, making sure to even get in between her fingers. It tickles! Rimi laughed cheerfully. She must have had no idea why she had blood on her hands. Well, wasn't she fucking acting carefree? This is the part where Takumi begins to resent anyone who shows any positive emotions in their life for any, like, prolonged period of time. A classic Takumi moment. You know what? Clean them yourself. Why should I babysit you? When he literally was asking for her to babysit him. Fucking God, Takumi sucks every round. Takumi be likable challenge. Impossible difficulty. There's no way I could actually say that. But you thought it, and that's worse. Rimi had tried her best to protect me. Because of that, regardless of whether or not it had been intentional, she killed someone. And then her heart and mind had broken completely. So I couldn't just leave her to fend for herself. After all, I was responsible for her being like this. They're clean now. Oh, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Wow, my hands are all sparkly now. Because, like Jupiter said, he washed her hands with cola. That's why they're sparkly. It's the sugar now that's stuck to her hands. I feel all squeaky clean. Is there not blood on her uniform? She took my hands and entwined her fingers with mine, then innocently shook them up and down. She seemed so happy. It was like she was a kid. For some reason, her smile left me feeling wistful. Rimi? Will you protect me? Bro doesn't know who she is. Protect? What am I protecting? Me. I don't really know what that means. But since you're my friend, you'll be nice to me anyway, right? These two are about to have a selfish off. Good. I'm glad you're being here with me, Taku. There was no use. There was no point talking to her anymore. The Rimi who was supposed to protect me wasn't there anymore. I hung my head. Rimi wasn't supposed to be here. Where was her house? She needed to get home. I thought of reaching out to her family, but I couldn't find anything among her stuff with their contact information. If I went to school, the teachers there would most likely know her address. Problem was, it was already fairly late, so I probably wouldn't be able to get in and ask. Also, the teachers are probably not just, like, there at night. The teachers don't just live in the school. Well, it's 8 o'clock at night. I better go back to my schools and talk to my teachers. Actually, now that I thought about it, I didn't really know much about Rimi. Where'd she live? How big was her family? When was her birthday? What was her favorite food? I didn't know anything about her. Because of that, there was nothing I could do for her. I feel like all of this stuff is probably like listed on her like wiki now. Her birthday, her favorite food. People get really nuts about like all the stuff their anime girls like. Here's her measurements, her height and weight, and her birthday, and her favorite food. I also know that people get really obsessed with that because Genshin lists that for every single character in Genshin. Like all that, like the fun fact stuff. I don't know why. It just lists like all of their info. It seems to be like such a thing with anime-like games, but that shit's like never in Western media. Oh yeah, their blood type too. I need to know their blood type. That's another thing that's super common. You never see that for like Western media. But like every anime character has like that fun fact page. That's like a whole tab in Genshin. Here's their favorite food and their least favorite food and what they like to do and their opinions on other things and Taku! Taku! Rimi called my name and she pulled on the hem of my shirt. Hey, Taku! I'm hungry. What time was it? It was already dark outside. Also dinner time. Unfortunately, I didn't have any spare food here. I'd have to go buy something. What do you want to eat? If she knows that she has this death issue, she'd have some sort of notes on her phone or a notebook to tell herself about it. No, I don't think so, because her whole thing is, it's not like an accident, it's fully intentional. Like, she doesn't want to remember her past self. So that's why. Hey, what's up, guy? I think I just said that twice. They can't be my waifu if they're cat people? Why is that? In Japanese culture, they believe blood type has a lot to do with personality. Really? I would check what mine is, but I don't even know what fucking blood type I am. Is that like common knowledge? Do people know their blood type? Is it weird that I don't know my blood type? Like, literally no idea. I don't know it either. Okay, good. Nobody knows, it seems in chat. Good, good, good. Your blood type is red. What do you mean? It's in my body and not exposed to oxygen, so it's blue. They say if you're a donor. I once heard this, like, it's a ridiculous, like, rumor, which I'm sure is very much not true, right? But I heard it one time when I was gonna list that if I was, please tell me you're aware that's a myth. Yeah, that's why I was making all the weird noises when I was saying that. I heard this, and I'm sure it's not true, but I got super paranoid about it, and ever since I heard this, I couldn't sign up to be a donor. It's like one of these wild rumors that just happens, right? Where if you list that you're like a donor, doctors will let you die so they can save other patients. They'll let you die so they can get your organs that were donated, and they can save multiple other patients with you if you list yourself as a donor. And I heard that one time and I was like, fuck, that's probably true. I want them to think they've got to save me because they're not going to get anything from me anyway. I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that's just like a rumor thing, but like, I heard that as well. Yeah. I'm sure it's just some like wild bullshit thing, but like I heard that when I was like in the DMV getting my license, and they were like, "Do you want to be a donor?" And like I could see that I had the delusion of them having like a twisted evil smile, like, "You want to donate?" And I was like, "No, I want my organs, mine." That's true though. Okay, so I'm glad I'm not the only one that like thought this. I'm glad this is like a universal thought then. Never mind, it's not just me being weird. I check their wallet, see they're done, and go, "Oh word," and let them die. Hey, you said you wanted to donate? Bet. Put your money where your mouth is. Donate then, as they're like choking to death and you're just in their face. Donate! Donate it then! When you say you care about other people, do you really? Keep holding your breath then. Let's see. how much you really care. That's what you get for trying to do the right thing. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I know it's stupid, but like, I heard that one time, and that was like, I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but that was like the one thing I heard where I was like, nope, can't be a donor, never again, never in my life. Well, I don't know why. You're an organ donor? Why haven't you donated it yet? Yeah. Excuse me. Two lungs? How greedy can you be? Donate one. You only need one. God. Imagine your organs living and you're all dead. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you donate, right? Imagine if you donated your eyes. I see you have two eyes. Interesting. I was just about to say, imagine if you donated your eyes and, like, your soul was stuck in your eye. So, like, you could see what the person was seeing for the rest of your life, or their life. Oh my god, that's such a good story idea. Copyright. Me, right now, live, I copyright that story idea. You can't take it. My OC. My OC. Copyright, do not steal. My new book idea. I'm pretty sure that's the plot to an anime. It probably is. No original ideas exist anymore, but fuck, that would be cool. Let me see. Donated eye living on that person. Oh, it's all just like actual facts about like eye donation, nothing about it like being a story or anything. Or like people telling their emotional stories of like their loved ones donating their eyes, and then people like seeing their things, like all like real sad stuff. It seems like a cool idea. Anyway, now it's too late though, I've copyrighted it. So no one else will write it until I finally get started on it. Just kidding, I will not write that. But I still copyright. Like a greedy corporation, I'm copyrighting the idea and stealing it away so no one else can take it. I can't remember anything about myself. Looks down, of course, I went to Weed Academy. What is that? What is that supposed to be? Should have used a YouTuber link and got a red wallet. Oh, you got a new wallet. That's like a very like life-changing experience. I've had my wallet for like actual years now. I can't remember the last time I got a new wallet. But I like don't really put anything else in my pocket, so my wallet stays in pretty good condition. I usually have my phone in my right pocket, my wallet in my left, and usually I'm like fidgeting with my car keys. So that's like very rarely in my pocket. But if I do put it in my pocket, I put it in my wallet pocket. And that's it. Fun facts. I usually like to flip my car key around when I'm walking because I can't idle my fucking hands for no reason. Got my wallet stolen like 3 months ago. You left it somewhere. Someone dropped my ID back in my mailbox but kept the rest of my wallet. I mean, honestly, that's like best case scenario. That's nice. I feel like that would be what I would do too if someone stole my wallet, because I don't carry cash on me. So if someone like stole my wallet and like they returned my license, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine, thanks. Nah, cute wallet. Mine's just like plain like black leather or something. I think it's like a special kind of leather. I think it's like eel leather or something. I don't know. It's fancy. I like it. Wallet I used to have was a Watch Dogs 2 one. Huh, that's cool. First wallet I ever had was one I got as a kid that someone threw away. I don't remember what... my first wallet, I remember it being one of those like tri-fold wallets that like had a chain link on it. I was like a really little kid. I think I was like fucking 8 or 9 or something. My parents got that for me. And they got like the chain link thing on me because I was supposed to like loop it around my belt loop so I wouldn't lose it when I was a kid. But I of course did not loop it around my belt loop because it was way cooler to have the chain dangling from my pants. I was cool. But trifold wallets kind of suck. They're way too big. You keep 7 cards on you? That's crazy. I have just a flat wallet. I don't know what you call them. I only have... There's only one card that I really need, and I think I've got like 2 or 3 other gift cards on my wallet that like don't have any money on them. But really, I just have the one card I use. Q-Buy finding a wallet on the ground is like, whose wallet is that wallet? I never find like fun things like that though. Like the most money I've ever found on the ground has been like change. And most of the time I don't pick it up. Insurance stuff. You carry around insurance stuff? Are you supposed to do that? I don't carry around my insurance. IDs. Oh yeah, I guess I do have my driver's license in my wallet. I kind of forget about that. Just because it's like, it's almost part of my wallet. Like I never just have my license outside of it. So yeah, I guess I've got my ID in there too. You found $20 on the ground once? Dude, that's pog. I like just never carry money with me. It's good to carry proof of insurance for your car. Well, yeah, but it's in my car. I always keep my library card around. That's good. Always want to make sure you can get in the library. Never want to be without immediate access to a library. You know what I mean? Very important. Keep that on me. I don't have a library card. The only library I've ever used... I don't think there was a library in my hometown. Actually, let me check. But I've never like registered with a library. I've never had a library card or anything like that. It doesn't look like... It looks like they've recently got a library, but... Oh, actually, that's not even from the right state. What? Forgot what state he lives in. No, I'm looking up my hometown. Not where I live currently. But I was looking to see if there was even a library in my hometown. There is one. But I guess there's no need for me to ever really go to a library. My parents bought me books all the time when I was a kid, so I guess I didn't really need to go to one. I was just kind of thinking, like, was there even a library in my hometown? There was. I just didn't go to it. Oh, libraries do, like, ebooks and stuff now? That's neat. Remy's just standing there confused, wondering why you're talking about wallets and libraries. I mean, to be fair, Remy's just confused in general. What do you want to eat, Rimi? Huh? Had she also forgotten about food due to her memory loss? Did she not know what different kinds of food there were? What they tasted like? Dude, what an experience, man. If you could lose all of your memories, but you got to do everything again for the first time, would you do it? Like, would you take this gambit if it meant, like, you could experience some things for the first time again? I would be tempted. It's like a big catch-22, right? You lose the past memories you've got, but you can experience things for the first time again. I would be tempted. So I can re-experience Cubai hotness for the first time. Hell yeah. That's an experience that never gets old, baby. How much memory would you lose? Like, just like Remy. Lose everything. Like, we're talking like you wouldn't know what food tasted like. I know. I want to eat some soba. Okay, never mind. I guess she doesn't lose that much memory, but still an interesting question. I can already find new experiences every day. No point re-experiencing what I have. But then you could also lose trauma that you've had in your life. Would you still end up as you? No, but you could be better. Maybe, or you could be worse. Who knows? Without it, I'd become a different person with a new set of trauma. It's true.
Soba.
Soba. But you wouldn't know you're better? Is it still the same consciousness? We're getting too deep. It's going too deep. Also, whenever I hear soba, I think of that, like... Is it a drink? Like sobi? Do you guys know what drink I'm talking about? Deep talk is interesting? Yeah, I was just having an existential crisis if we got that deep. But do you guys remember that, like, sobi drink? It's got, like, the lizard on it. That's what I think of when I hear soba, not soba noodles. I think of that drink. Which I'm pretty sure it's pronounced differently, but still. I love the fun. If your soul exists, does losing your memory and developing a new personality create a new soul or add to yours? Indeed. A deep question. There's another game that, like, touches on, like, that exact same question. And now I forget what game it is. But there is a game that touches on that, like... Yeah, if you lose your memories, are you still you? And it feels like the game is on the tip of my tongue. You're thinking of Kingdom Hearts. I would never be thinking of Kingdom Hearts. Ever. Fuck. Beyond Two Souls? I don't think so. I'm thinking of a specific game. I don't think it's Beyond Two Souls. Because I don't think there's memory loss in that game, right? I guess I'm kind of thinking of Somnium Files. I guess that's kind of a mechanic in Somnium Files. A bit different, though. But we shall move on from that before I spoil anything. I like soba! You do? Yeah? Why? Have you eaten it before?
食べたこと
Have I eaten it before? I don't think
ない
so.
かもでもね
But I like
おそ
soba.
ばは好きだよ
Then why do you like it? What was going on? Was she starting to regain memories? Or was her previous self's sense of taste the only thing she remembered? If she got her memories back, I'd be saved. For the time being, though, I had to go to the supermarket to buy some soba. Rimi, wait here. Don't leave this room no matter what. You hear me? Not only did she kill Kazupi, she took her place as the childlike voice. Oh no. She has assimilated her. Okay. Bishi. I tentatively struck the pose the previous Rimi had done all the time. I put one hand up against my head as if I was saluting her. Maybe this would make Rimi remember. That was my train of thought, at least, but...
石
Bishi? What's that?
何
That's so
かっ
cool!
こいいね
She had no idea what I was doing. Her eyes were sparkling with curiosity, not recognition. So incredibly embarrassed, I bolted out of the room. Why would you be embarrassed? She just said it was cool. On the way to the supermarket, I checked to see if the police were around or not. Has anyone ever said I'm going to the supermarket? Just as I thought, Senna and Kazupi's corpses had disappeared. But if there were police around, then it was possible that there had been witnesses. If there weren't, then that would have meant no one found them. In other words, we might have had some time before we were found out. Of course, I wasn't just wary of the police, but Shogun, too. He could show up completely out of nowhere at any time, so I paid extremely close attention to any shadows he could have been lurking in. Yeah, don't let the wheelchair-bound man sneak up on you. That would be crazy. Thankfully, I didn't feel God's gaze at the moment. But even then, I still want to go out. I didn't want to go out at night. The darkness scared me. I'm going to Taco Bell. You want anything? Fuck, I want Taco Bell now. I made some salmon for my lunch today, and then I didn't even like it. I tried this, like, Cajun brown sugar, like, spice blend to, coat the salmon, and I wasn't really a fan. So I'm kind of hungry. But I also want to eat the whole salmon. So, like, I gotta do it, but I didn't enjoy it. But I walked through the deepest parts of the darkness. I could faintly see the scene of the dead Kazupi and Senna starting to form. Their bodies mutilated and disfigured, and they slowly took shape. I quickly averted my eyes and hurried to the supermarket, keeping my eyes trained on my feet. This seems like a negative delusion scene. I'm actually quite shocked that, this wasn't like a CG. Because they're also being very descriptive of it, but I guess they're kind of limited to the amount of CGs that are in the side routes. You had Arby's today? Oh, fuck, that sounds good too. God, we gotta stop talking about food this early in the stream, bros. I'm gonna still be going for another, like, 6 hours. I ate a bag of sand. Yeah. Put more sugar on it. That would be hard to do post-cooking. You know? Because part of the cooking process is letting the spices, like, absorb into the meat. Chop it up into a salad? That's not a bad idea, actually. Once I got back to base, I got my portable stove and started boiling the water for the soba. My container didn't exactly have any form of ventilation, and there was flammable shit everywhere, so it was pretty dangerous. Wow. Regardless, I went ahead and tossed the soba into the pot. Instant noodles, of course. Rimi was staring at the noodles with a spark of curiosity in her eyes. Wait. Oh, was he doing this in his container? Why is he standing out here? Because isn't Kazupi's corpse out here? Doesn't he not want Rimi to see it? Arby's has a good deal. 4 sandwiches for $10. That's nice. All the kitchen stuff's outside, but he's let Rimi come out. So that's how you make soba. Kazupi's pool of blood was still there. It was practically dried up now. Since it was nighttime, it just looked like some weird black stain. Oh. I broke down all the empty cardboard boxes I'd piled up and set them over the top of it. I knew it wouldn't solve the problem. I still didn't want to see it if I could help it. Taku, it's about to spill! When I heard her say that, I went back to check the stove. It was boiling pretty intensely and it was on the brink of overflowing. But instead of doing anything about it, she just kept saying, "Wah! Just turn off the burner!" Huh? God, Takumi's so dependent on everyone else, even though we've already acknowledged she doesn't remember anything. He's like, what the fuck? Just turn off the burner, bitch. Bro, she doesn't remember how stuff works. Rimi tilted her head, then turned the dial on the stove the wrong way. Whoa! It's spilling everywhere! Wowie! Wowie my ass! That sounds like a come on. I frantically pushed Rimi aside and turned off the burner. There was hot water everywhere. It shouldn't matter. As long as it was edible, she shouldn't have cared too much about how it tasted or its texture. I took the pot, drained the water from it, and immediately rinsed the soba noodles. It was worth noting that I'd only done so because the instructions told me to, not because I was some master soba chef. My man's out here fucking up how to make noodles, by the way. Boiling the water over and everything. Do you like it hot or cold? Cold! That sounds gross. Noodles that are cold. I plopped the noodles into a bowl and poured the base I'd bought as well. All I had for toppings was some green onion. I chopped it up to make a decent garnish, and it was ready to go. Like, imagine just getting some noodles out of the fridge and just starting to eat them. Not even warming them up. Blech. But I guess I never have noodles without, like, a complimentary sauce, you know? Like a tomato sauce or a cheese, like, sauce, or just cheese or something in the noodles. I would never just eat noodles. I took Rimi back to my room in a hurry. I'd leave the cleaning for tomorrow when it was bright outside. But right now, I wanted to spend as little time as possible outside. Especially since there was still the faint smell of blood out there. It felt as if Senna and Kazupi could show up even now. They'd be drenched in blood, and start walking towards me like zombies. Sure, that was more based in a cult than a reality, but it still scared me nonetheless. Bro, you only think in the occult. Hey, Taku! Can I eat now? Can I? It was pretty clear that Rimi did not have any of the intense worries I had. Actually, maybe it was precisely because of those things that she changed into a new personality, in order to completely erase the memory of having killed people. Go ahead. Yay! Thank you, Taku! She then grabbed the chopsticks I'd given her. She was holding them like they were a fork, though. Instead of using them, she stuck her mouth on the edge of the bowl and started slurping it up directly. Well, then what was the point of the chopsticks? I don't care what anyone says, that's how a lolly eats. What? She must have even forgotten how to hold chopsticks correctly. This is a common chopstick L, common fork W, right here. You eat the noodles with a fork, you stick the fork in, you spin it around, you get the whole thing. Easy. I'm actually pretty good at chopsticks, but I just don't. I mean, I just would rather use a fork. Sometimes if I'm eating Chinese food, I'll get chopsticks just to be fancy. Because I had a Chinese roommate when I was in college that taught me how to use chopsticks correctly, so I'm actually kind of good at it. I just, most of the time, would prefer a fork. She also had forgotten how soba was made, and how to turn off a stove. And yet she had remembered that it was polite to thank people for making stuff. Maybe that meant her understanding of the world around her had regressed. I can't do it. Huh? I can't eat it. Remi's getting frustrated at her own inability to properly eat the soba. Considering how she was trying to go about it, of course she wouldn't be able to. Just give her a fork. Feed me! This is getting into very uncomfortable territory. What did you just say? Was she for real? Was she asking me to feed her? I felt like I was her babysitter at this point. Or perhaps a dad? Gross, don't think that. Having a daughter the same age as me? I didn't know if I could handle that. Taku! She pleaded with puppy dog eyes. And since I couldn't really say no to those, I let out a sigh and gave in. Here. Say ah. Ah. Rimi took the soba I was holding out to her in her mouth and started chewing it with a smile on her face. She seemed to like it. It's really yummy! Glad to hear it. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. A laid-back, relaxing life with a 3D girl. That was definitely what I was looking for. Is he about to have another delusion? I feel like the character routes are definitely deprived of delusions, for sure. Okay, I said fixes that? Yeah, okay. A life with no overly dramatic eroge-esque plot points. But this is literally your over-dramatic eroge plot point. Not having to worry about the heroine's emotional baggage. Not having to worry about feelings for each other, yet being too afraid to speak up. And not having to worry about getting dragged into a murder case. That would be so fun, though. A life that you wouldn't find in books or video games. And yet, I had a feeling that was what I really wanted. Bori. And that very life was actually unfolding right before my very eyes. Not only that, but Rimi was here with me, too. Being honest with myself, Rimi was cute. She also said she'd protect me. And I, too, wanted to stay with her. Forever, if I could. I like that he has to be honest with himself. He's got to be like, well, I guess I gotta admit it. That hot girl is hot. Very brave of you, Takumi. That was a very brave statement you made. I'm glad you were finally able to really dig deep and be honest with yourself. That you were indeed attracted to a cute member of the opposite sex. That was so brave. Oh, man. In current year, even. This was all fake. A lie. Oh my god, the cake is a lie. This life wouldn't last. And Rimi wasn't Rimi. Our time would be far too short-lived. Far too fleeting. The thought of it made me feel sad. Wistful and empty. Come back! Rimi, come back. Please. Fun fact. If someone's suffering from amnesia, it's usually not a great idea to just keep reminding them that they're forgetting shit. And that they need to go back to normal. Not a good take. Like shaking a dementia patient. Remember who you are! It's just gonna cause them to freak out. I couldn't help but whisper those words. You've got mail, you big dum-dum! I was taken by surprise. I'd heard Sarah's voice come from my PC. I just received an email from someone. Was it from Shogun? I had a bad feeling about this. It couldn't be good. I didn't want to look. Don't look at me. I felt the gaze. Someone was looking at me. It felt even more evident than usual. I looked around, but there was no one besides me and Remi in this room. My hand had stopped, and because of that, Remi was fighting hard to try and wrestle the soba into her mouth. She wasn't looking at me. She's just like, trying to eat. What's meant there was no one else it could have possibly been. I didn't even need to ask. Whose eyes are those eyes? I feel like it's the first time we've heard that in a while. She doesn't mention that in the other routes. Groaning, I headed for the PC and checked my inbox. Me at work. My last job. Dreading opening my email every day. I'd only received one email, and the sender was Shogun. Shit! What was he plotting now? Was he going to kidnap Nanami for real this time instead of just faking it? Or maybe he was finally going to kill me once and for all. The fear made all my hair stand on end. The chills on the nape of my neck grew stronger. I didn't feel any good, and my head was starting to hurt somewhat. Wait, I didn't feel any good. Okay. Don't look at me! With trembling fingers, I clicked the mouse and opened the email. Subject, awaken. From Shogun. Huh? There's nothing in it. There's only a subject line which read awaken. There's nothing written in the body. What do you mean by that? Was he telling me to awaken as a giglomaniac? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I had a feeling he said something similar the first time we met. Stop fucking with me! You scaring me? That fucking goddamn fun for you? I was angry, but at the same time, I wanted to fend off the fear lurking deep inside. I hit the keyboard hard with my hands. Static came from the speakers. Had I clicked something by accident? Fucking the committee of 300 goes back in on his laptop, or on his computer. Hello, and welcome to the simulation. Wake. I'd heard something. Mixed in with all that static, I'd heard something. I hurriedly checked my PC. The MP3 player wasn't running. Oh man, MP3 players, bro. There weren't any videos playing in my browser. MP3 player wasn't running. Classic. I thought maybe Shogun's email had included some kind of virus, but there were no files attached. I'd heard it again. It was getting hard to breathe. Drops of sweat ran down my forehead. What's Rimi doing right now? Oh, I could just turn off the sound. If I did that, I'd stop hearing the extremely weird static. I opened the sound settings on the bottom right corner with the mouse. Then I checked the option to mute everything in the volume mixer. Once I did that, I wouldn't hear anything. I wouldn't have to listen to the static, nor anything resembling a voice within the static. I was extremely tired, freaked out. But of course I was. It had only been 2 hours since 2 people I knew had died right in front of me. Not to mention the weird stuff I'd seen at the hospital when I'd gone to visit Fez, or the strange calls from Nanami. So I just had to be mishearing something amid the static, right? Awaken! A voice. There's no time left. It was coming from the speaker. Soon, the third melt will occur. I feel like he's going about freaking out, talking to me like, so weird. I'd clearly heard it. It was him. That had been Shogun's voice. The same voice that talked to me at Scramble Crossing. Why? I muted it, didn't I? I know I did. Shouldn't he know at this point that he's got some form of power? Taku? What's a turd melt? Rimi, acting just as she had been for the past couple hours, tilted her head as she looked at me with innocent eyes. I came up close to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook them. Rimi, please! Pull yourself together! Well, you're not being very concerned about me right now! Ow, that hurts. Say it. Say you'll protect me. I can't take this alone. At this rate, he's gonna kill me. Don't hurt me. I don't blame you for what happened. But if you're not there for me, I'm done for. So please. I don't like pain. Tears trickled down her face. I was scaring her. Every couple seconds, her shoulders trembled. I let go. Please. Wake up. Eh? The floor started shaking violently. An earthquake? It was bigger than the last. I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst. It felt like my ears were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of needles, as though my brain was being stirred into a mush by a blender. And then... I was hit by an enormous impact, and a blinding light dyed my vision completely. Oh no. I was awash with an elusive feeling of being immersed in lukewarm water. The waves gently rocked me back and forth as I drifted along its surface. Hey, we haven't been here in a while. As I slowly opened my eyes, a vibrant blue sky spread out before me. It feels almost like I could fall into it. It was a rather strange sky. The sun nowhere to be seen. Even though I was supposed to be in my room, supposed to be nighttime. When could I have possibly gone outside? When could it have possibly turned to day? The last earthquake, I must have been out for more than an hour.
Maybe this time I had been unconscious for the entire night, I thought to myself.
I remembered the earthquake's tremendous impact, yet another elusive feeling hit me. Like the tremors were resonating within the very blood coursing through my veins, threatening to burst open from the inside. Maybe this was heaven. Maybe I died in that earthquake. Heaven, huh? There was no way an otaku freak like me would go to heaven. Did you hear that, weebs? You ain't going to heaven. Quit liking anime. It's a sin. That's how you don't go to heaven. That wasn't even mentioning how I hadn't been able to save my own little sister. How I'd been the worst possible brother to her. How I had made Rimi kill Senna and Kozupi. Hell would be a far more fitting place for someone like me. Although, obviously, I'd choose heaven, if I could. My body didn't feel right. I was being overwhelmed by a sensation of walking on top of a fluffy cloud. I couldn't understand it. Regardless of how I felt, I forced myself to get up. The feeling of being rocked by the waves hasn't simply been my imagination after all. This was a world with a never-ending surface of crystal-clear water. A world where no matter where I looked, blue filled my view, except for all the white stuff. And I had been right in the middle of it, lying down. Where was I? Was this really heaven? I felt like I'd seen this scenery before.
あの空は
That sky.
どこにあるの？
Where is it? A voice resounded within my mind. A voice which rose from the depths of my memories. I remembered now. I'd seen this in a dream before. Remy had been there. I talked to her as she looked up at the blue sky, her face clearly one of holding back tears. Was I seeing the same dream as I had back then? No matter where I looked, there was no one other than me. There was no one here, not even Remy. It was far too reposeful. Remy? I tried calling her name, but my words were entirely mute. Even without sound, they created ripples across the calm surface of the water. You there? Sound was a series of vibrations, and those vibrations in turn created waves. Among those waves, just like I had been a few moments ago, there was someone lying down. I stood up. My field of view expanded. The one drifting along the waves was Remy. She was so unbelievably pale she appeared as if she was dead. Her eyes were closed, and both of her hands were gently resting on her chest. She simply stayed that way, facing up to the sky, not moving even a single inch. Wake up! Even though I called out to her, she didn't react. She was dead. I knew that for certain. But it wasn't just her. The world itself was dead. So I just stood there, not knowing what to do. Right at that moment, Remy's prone body gradually sank beneath the surface of the water. As soon as I realized what was happening, she was already completely submerged. How could I stand on top of the water? I wondered. Curious, I fixed my gaze below the water's surface. Beyond it, only darkness. The sky was so bright, and yet even though the water was so clear, below it there was only an eternal darkness that seemed to swallow all. And Remy, still lying on her back, was sinking farther and farther into its depths. I had to go after her. I needed her to wake up. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, even though I had been able to stand on the water until then, all support suddenly disappeared out from under me. I like that low-budget Microsoft Paint transition. A blue background, and then a red, or then a black. I sank. My body grew heavier with each passing second. It was like I was underwater, but it wasn't as though I could breathe. Help! I am under the water. Please help me. The water was warm, too. I just wanted to drift with this comfortable sensation for all eternity. That was the way it made me feel. If I had to give an example, rather than ocean water, it was more like amniotic fluid. This very well might have been how a fetus felt in its mother's womb. What? Why would you make it weird? Why not just say it was like taking a warm bath? What, do you know what amniotic fluid feels like? Just casually? I thought the darkness continued forever, but in truth there was a bottom. It was so dark I couldn't see my feet. I simply felt an odd, sticky sensation on my soles. I stood in the middle of the darkness. When I looked up, I could no longer see the surface. The blue sky, too, had been veiled completely by the darkness. The sole source of light was a single ray that descended down from above like a thin thread. Much like a spotlight would, it pointed to a single place. Unlike a spotlight, there was nothing beneath it to be illuminated. It only lit up a meaningless spot. You're supposed to stand there. Nervously, I stepped into the light. It was ever so faint and gentle, but the moment I bathed in it, my chest began to ache. What was this sensation? It felt almost as if I could cry at a moment's notice, as if my heart itself was being rended. That was the sensation that overtook me. Where could Rimi be right now after sinking all the way down here? Relying on the faint source of light, I made my way out from beneath the spot of light in search to the darkness. Soon my toes hit something soft and yielding. I kneeled down and this time tried touching it with my hand. What I felt was so cold it was capable of freezing my fingertips. Little by little my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and before long I realized something. I was touching a person. A person lying collapsed on the ground. Rimi. A cute outfit. Wake up! I tried shaking her. Rimi, wake up! Bring her to the light. But there was no reaction. She wasn't breathing. Taking her feeble hand, I measured her pulse. She was dead. No pulse whatsoever. Dismayed, I strained my eyes to examine the surrounding darkness, only to find she wasn't the only one. Countless other Rimis were collapsed on the ground, almost as if this place were a burial ground. And every single one of them was dead. This was a graveyard. The graveyard of her heart. That's how it felt. Suddenly, countless bubbles sprang forth before my eyes, and within each and every one of them, I could see different versions being displayed. Now they're all the same. An instinctive realization came to me, and I knew then that these were Rimi's dead memories. Personifying those repressed memories. You love to see it. My first memory was one of falling rain, with gloomy, leaden clouds overcasting the sky. How long ago had that been? It was around the time I was just an elementary schooler. Maybe 6 years ago? It didn't matter when. For my memories were not continuous. In it, I saw my dad, whose head had been blown away, and my mom, who had been crushed completely by steel right next to me. Even though only a moment prior we had been celebrating inside the car, happy as could be about our family trip. An enormous truck had closed in on us. Before I even knew what was happening, the car I had been in had been completely flattened. I had been struck by an intense pain, and my consciousness began to grow blurry. Feeling as if my very body was being torn apart, the sharp squeal of brakes played an endless refrain for my ears. Well, could have been completely flattened if she lived, am I right? Quit crying about it. My next memory was a radiant light shining down on an operating table, and a man's voice. I wondered how long ago that was. It was right after losing my parents. Maybe 5 years ago? Didn't matter when, for my memories were not continuous. I think I know a line's about to repeat a lot. I was told by your doctor you had seen something akin to a sword. Can you hear me? XXXXXXXXXX. That's the sound that should have played when they referred to the committee of 300 people. I had a feeling someone had called my name. but I can no longer recall what it was. For now, a dead name. It seems as though your wounds have not yet healed. I imagine having your parents die before your very eyes must have been quite the shock. Interesting choice of words to a kid. Well, I am more than satisfied with only being heard. I am Hirose, the honorary director of this Tokyo General Hospital, as well as one of its sponsors. You're here because there exists the possibility of you being a giglomaniac. By all means, I wish for you to awaken to that power. Fortunately, you have no more existing relatives, so we should not experience any troublesome guests knocking at our door. With that said, beginning today, you shall be treated as deceased. From this moment forward, you shall spend your days in this basement. You needn't fret. No one knows of this room but I. So I beseech you, put your utmost into awakening. I have high hopes for you. You're a guinea pig, and I will take the full liberty of enacting various experiments on you in order to determine what it is necessary to awaken the powerful unawakened. I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. I hated the dark more than anything. Nothing good ever happens when we see this light.
手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I'm not gonna make any jokes, this part's rough. Everyone got quiet when we got here. Guys, we can still talk. It's not like I haven't gone off on tangents and tragic scenes before. I'll do it. My next memory, too, was of a radiant light shining down on an operating table, and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when, for my memories were not continuous. How very preservant you are, young lady. Your back is full of lacerations, with blood pouring out in every direction imaginable. Yet you resist. Why? As I've told you many times, if you simply do away with this struggling and awaken, you'll be at peace. We have to stop the tangents. But Francisco, this is the last stream of the game. Don't you want to preserve it? Keep it going? This is a bittersweet moment. The faster we rush through it, the faster we reach the end. Then it's all over. How sad. As I've told you many times, if you simply do away with the struggling and awaken, you'll be at peace. I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. My next memory, too, was of the radiant light shining down on the operating table. A man's voice. I wondered how long ago it was. I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter. My memories were not continuous. Is it painful? I'm merely cutting the surface of your skin. As much as it will bleed, it will not be enough to kill you. It's just a casual cut. Just a prank, bro. If we leave it untreated for 3 days, it will suppurate. The itching will begin in earnest. That's when the real experiment begins. What does that mean? Superate. And get infected? Yeah. Get infected, basically. Gross. Worry not. I am a doctor. One that is more than capable of handling a scalpel. Let's see. About 10 locations should suffice. I continue to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed. It would be over, without me having to see anything more. Like I said before, the game really likes to repeat dialogue a lot. It was like the 100th example of this in the game. My next memory, too, was of the light shining down on the operating table and a man's voice. I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost the sense of time. It didn't matter when, for my memories were not continuous. Itchy. So itchy. Is that so? Does it itch so? I am afraid despite this affliction, you may not scratch it. Itchy. Itchy. This game uses itching as a form of torture quite a bit. I'm assuming, like, itching is a real form of torture at some point, I guess. I don't want to Google that, actually. Never mind. I was going to Google that and see, like, is this something that's actually used? But I don't want to know, actually. Sometimes it's just better to be ignorant. Humans are quite the interesting creatures. They can handle pain to a surprising extent, but the same does not apply to any form of itching. To this end, rather than pain, utilizing itching may prove far more effective for scattering one's psyche. Itchy, 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 itchy. I continued to stare at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be paralyzed, and it would all be over without me having to see it. And then, I unalived myself. My next memory, too, was of a radiant light on the operating table and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago. Having been locked in the basement, I lost the sense of time. It didn't matter when, for my memories were not continuous. Big thunks. I suppose this constitutes a comminuted fracture of the upper left arm. To think you still have yet to awaken. What could I be possibly missing? We shall leave today's experiment here. Rest well in my absence. If you don't mend the arm, wouldn't it heal incorrectly, though? I continued to stare fixedly at the lights from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed and it would all be over without me having to see. And then I unalived. My next memory, too, was of a radiant light shining down on the operating table and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. What if she just isn't a giglomaniac, bro? Waterboarding is a form of torture the CIA used up until very recently. It's the most simple and effective technique. The best caused great distress in your subjects. She said she saw a sword, but she's also like 6. A method of torture. It's performed by pouring water directly onto the nose and mouth of a person who's lying on their back, with their legs elevated and fixed above their head. Oh, really? I didn't know that. This creates an illusion in which the victim feels that they're both suffocating and drowning. As the illusion of drowning does not actually inflict pain, nor cause physical injury, the United States argues that waterboarding does not constitute cruel torture, as defined and prohibited by the Geneva Convention. Actually, I'm pretty sure the U.S. has reclassified this as cruel torture now. I think that's a little dated. At least I'm pretty sure we classified that as cruel torture like a couple years ago. Actually, she's 11. Oh, well then it's okay then. Waterboard away. Put on your big girl pants. With just a small amount of water, it's possible to afflict you with the illusion that you're drowning.
21世紀において、未だにこのような古典的な拷問を行っている。
Is the stream lagging? A little? Okay. I will take this time to let the connection stabilize. I shall be right back. BRB, as they say. How are we doing? Hey, Jade, welcome. Connection stabilized. I think we're good again. Nice, 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 nice. Turn the stream to ×2 speed if you need to. Talking about waterboarding now. Despite it originating quite a long time ago, this classic method of torture is still used today in the 21st century. Classic. Don't you find it rather fascinating? I'm sure. What was that? I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. What if I did so? My vision would be rendered paralyzed. It would all be over without me having to see anything more. And then I unalived. Wanted to ask if this version of multiple personality is realistic. Not really,
次の
no.
記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい
My
光
next memory, too, was of a radiant light shining out on an operating table and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago that was, for I had been lost. What was that? For I had been locked in the basement. I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. I mean, it's not super realistic, but it's not uncommon for people to, like, repress, like, a lot of memories due to trauma. So she wouldn't, like, reset, but it is highly likely that she just wouldn't remember this phase of her life years later. Despite this being my first time administering anesthesia, I would say it went quite well. How do you feel? You're now in a state of paralysis from the neck down. It's realistic to an extreme. I mean, I would say not realistic, but minor symptoms embellished to be a full-out thing. But you gotta embellish stuff in this kind of story. Minor symptoms embellished to be full-encompassing. Not being able to freely move one's body can lead to an accumulation of stress. I'm sure you can imagine why this might be. To begin, let's try having you remain in this state for about a year. I will be nourishing you daily via IV, so fear not. I mean, getting nourished wouldn't really do anything. Your muscles would still atrophy. Well then, I wish you a wondrous year. I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. If I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would also be over without me having to see anything more. Oh, this is new. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light. Something that looked almost like a pair of wings. And then I unalived. This is kind of not fair that she had to go through all this trauma to awaken, but Takumi just had to get called a loser a couple times and he awoke.
手術台の上から見た
But she's gone through like years of torture. My next memory was of a radiant light on the operating table and nothing more. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. No matter how many times I called out, no one came. Nothing moved, and I couldn't move anything. Not even a twitch of a finger. I simply stared vacantly at the light hanging from the ceiling. There was nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light. Something that looked almost like feathers fluttering about. And then I unalived. Although, is it because of her unaliving that it's taking her longer to awake? That probably is, like, delaying it a bit, yeah, because she's, like, resetting her trauma. Probably an inefficient way to go about this. My next memory, too, is of a radiant light above on an operating table, nothing more. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. No matter how many times I called out, no one came for me. Nothing moved, I couldn't move anything, and not even a twitch of a finger. I simply stared vacantly at the light from the ceiling. There was nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I saw something amid the white light, something that looked like feathers fluttering about, and then I unalived. My next memory was a radiant light shining down an operating table and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost all sense of time. It didn't matter what happened, for my memories were not continuous.
男の人の声
What a truly hideous sight. You spent one entire year's time lying there. How do you feel? Covered in your own feces, reduced to nothing but skin and bones, and robbed of your dignity. How does it make you feel? That's what I asked. Though I must say, please worry not, I will not kill you. It's been about 3 years since this began. I've grown so immensely fond of you, I can hardly contain myself. You're an irreplaceable subject to me. Forcibly awakened a Gigalomaniac is extremely difficult. It takes quite a long time, unless you're the protagonist. Sorry, Rimi, you draw the short straw. Even still, I need you to awaken quickly. I have high hopes for you, son. But Nerose refers to her later on as Rimi still, so that's clearly her name, so I kind of don't know why they're doing this thing. I continue to stare fixedly at the lights from the ceiling, for if I did so my vision would be paralyzed and it would also be over without me having to see anything more. As I remained there, I saw something fluttering among the white lights, something that looked like feathers fluttering down together with a pair of wings, and then I unalived. What number was my current self? Too much. That's enough. Make it stop, please. To think there was such a tragic past behind Rimi's smile. I took one of Rimi's corpses that was lying on the ground and brought it close to my chest. It was terribly cold, and I could tell it was devoid of a soul. But even so, I needed her. I want you here with me, Rimi. I then wished and crafted a delusion. Wake up. Please wake up, Rimi. You're the only one who can save me. I know this is selfish of me, but I need you to protect me. I know this is presumptuous of me, but even though I'm a total loser, I feel like I can't change if I'm with you. So please, wake up, Rimi. It didn't do the thingy. It didn't go wash. The next thing I knew, I found myself in the blue-filled world once again. Waves ran across the surface of water, then slowly rising up from the depths were countless Rimis. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were standing still as could be on top of the water. Eventually, they started moving. However, they didn't do so using their legs. They simply glided across the water. One Rimi then overlapped another, and then that same one overlapped with yet another. The Rimis are merging together. They're noiding! Dumbfounded, I watched. Eventually, there were only 4 of them left, then 2. The last 2 slowly melded together and became one. Her eyes opened. So is Takumi, like, fixing her consciousness here? Then she looked at me. Could this Rimi have been the one I knew? That Rimi? Or was it an entirely different one? I didn't know. I was afraid to call her name, so I waited for her to say something. But instead of speaking, she showed me a smile. Hee hee. Raising her hand to her head, she struck her usual pose. Rimi? Is it you? Yeah. Rimi nodded and then embraced me. I buried my face in her chest. The feeling of her soft, supple breasts spread across my cheeks. Great, thank you for ruining the moment. Gravity disappeared, and the 2 of us began drifting along the blue. I heard your voice, Taku. Wake up, Rimi, you cried out to me. You loser. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. With her still lying on the ground, Rimi held me as she gently stroked my hair. I couldn't describe how wonderful it felt. It was as if the very essence of all of her kindness and warmth was enveloping me. It reminded me of how I felt when my mom hugged me back when I was a kid. How safe I'd felt in her arms. Yeah, you remember that, Takumi? Do you? Do you? I wanted to stay like this forever, but at the same time I wanted to confirm for myself that she really was Rimi. So I turned my head just enough to look at her face. Are you crying? For me? No, I'm crying because I'm a pathetic loser, that's all I ever do. Ah, you're such a crybaby, Taku. At least she knows it. Even with that horrific past behind her, she still had the brightest smile. I remembered everything, you know. All the countless things I erased by unaliving so many times before now. But I wonder if it would be easier if I didn't remember. Rimi? Rimi, despite looking like she was about to cry, still made an effort to show a smile. She entwined her fingers with my hair. Hey. Do you want to kiss? Eh? It was like I'm intruding on a moment. Before I knew it, my chin had been forcibly raised slightly. A captivating aroma filled me, and something warm and tender pressed against my lips. Right before me was her face. Her eyes closed. I could feel her soft breath. So this was a kiss. Sweet and pleasant. Felt like my brain itself was turning to mush. From just a kiss alone, my heart was filled with love. An otaku freak like me depended on her so, yet even still desired her everything. I closed my eyes and engraved that sensation in my memories. Well, this certainly isn't going to be traumatizing enough to wake him up. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my room. Rimi was lying down on the floor, with me still in her embrace. Slowly, she parted from my lips. I'm back. Yeah. Rimi was acting shy, something I found incredibly cute. But it was just an act. I knew she was a murdering psychopath. Our eyes met. The two of us blushed. Had girls' bodies always been this soft? Finally, even I got a real girlfriend. Nobody would ever call me an unpopular otaku freak ever again. I did promise I'd protect you after all.
Taku.
You'll protect me?
守ってくれる
Mamoru yo.
I will.
Taku mo.
I'll protect you, Takumi.
Takumi mo.
And Nana-chan.
Nana-chan.
What was she trying to say? Ooh, whoops. Casually, inadvertently reminding him that his sister was actually kidnapped. Ignoring my confusion, Rimi averted her gaze from me and looked up at the ceiling. Before, I had Takumi save my heart. And now, I have had Taku rescue my heart. So this time, I'll be the one who protects you two. I don't understand what she meant by Taku and Takumi. Don't worry, it's very confusing. You just keep referring to Takumi as Shogun and yourself as Takumi as you had been the entire game. It's much easier that way. But what I did know was that if she was there to protect me, I wouldn't need to worry about anything anymore. She was a giglomaniac, and she would keep me safe. So did you see how that worked out for Senna and Kazupi? No matter what Shogun had asked her to do, she'd be able to pull it off. As long as I was with her, that'd be enough for me. I'll try my absolute hardest. I'll try my hardest to atone for my sins, but also to return the favor I owe you both. Atoning for her sins? Was she talking about what she'd done to Senna and Kazupi? That had been legitimate self-defense. She hadn't had a choice. That should have been how she thought about it. What felt far more strange to me was how she said you both. Who else did she mean? I need you to sleep for now, Taku. I can feel the vibrations coming from her body at her every word. Even now, her fingers still stroking my hair. I felt so at peace and so sleepy, reveling in the happiness of falling asleep in her arms. I closed my eyes. By the time Rimi left the container, the world around her had changed beyond recognition. A city of death. That was the most fitting description. Countless buildings littering her surroundings collapsed, and those that had avoided such a fate had deep cracks rippling through them. We described this city a lot.
これほどだなんて
The third melt. I never would have thought it'd be this huge. I mean, I guess they've got to describe the city every time, because, like,
野呂瀬源一は
the
予定
game
より
doesn't
早く
know,
ノア
like,
2
what
を
other
本格
routes
的に
you've
稼
done.
働させた
We were too late. Nerose moved Noah 2 into full-scale operation earlier than expected. How'd you get here? Following the voice, a boy on a wheelchair appeared before her. The old building was not wheelchair accessible, and yet, despite the fact that it should have been impossible for someone in a wheelchair to ascend to the roof on their own, there he sat. Rimi showed no signs of being surprised by his appearance.
元の君に
It looks like you've returned to your former self.
元の私なんて
There's no such thing as my former self.
どっちかっ
It's
ていう
more
と
like I'm back to the
タ
person
ク
that
が
Taku
望ん
wished
だ
for.
私に戻ったっていう感じ。タクがそう望んでくれたことはさ、
And the fact that Taku did wish for me to come back.
嬉しかったけどね。
I can't explain how happy it made me. Doesn't that drain part of his life force, though?
彼はまた理想
He's used his power without a D sword again.
もう少し追い込めば
If we push him a little further, he can awake.
タクのことは
It's okay.
そっとして
You
よ
can leave Taku alone. Cutting his words short, Rimi spoke with an intense conviction.
ノア2は
I'll take care of
私が
Noah
何と
too.
かする。
We all know how that went last time.
ナナちゃんも
I'll save Nana,
私が助ける。あなたも
and I'm not gonna let you die
死なせ
either.
ないよ。
君一人じゃ
You can't face Nerose alone. Also, what do you mean you're not gonna let him die? Look at this man. He is literally withering away as you speak. You would need Noah 2 to keep him alive.
それに前から言っているけど
As I've been saying for so long, you deserve a normal life.
タクとね、
Here's the thing.
約
I made a
束
promise with Taku.
したんだ。
Looking up at the overcast clouds, Rimi gave a fleeting smile.
私が
I promised I'd
タク
protect
の
him,
こと守るって。だから
so I've gotta go.
行くね。ビシ
Bishi!
リミ
Rimi. Walking past the boy in the wheelchair, Rimi proceeded down the stairs. And the boy, deciding not to follow her, or rather being unable to, sank deeply into his wheelchair and let out a great sigh.
自分を
You're
犠牲
planning
に
to
するつもりだ
sacrifice yourself, Rimi.
リミ
Are we almost done with this route? Kind of wild. Noah 2, the bringer of calamity, or perhaps the creator of a utopia for humanity. Whichever it was, meant nothing to Rimi. Whichever it was something Rimi had to destroy. Noah 2's location was already a known fact. A mutual recognition, silently yet tactfully planted into the people's consciousness. Despite it being right in front of Shibuya, despite the building having been demolished years ago, it was there, with none suspecting a thing, none even trying to go inside. Rimi opened the door towards the former planetarium, where no signs of human presence could be found, and stepped inside. Oh my god. Rimi's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous. Enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room, it could be described only as a monster. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise, akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation. Noah 2. Nana-chan! Nanami was being held captive right next to the device. Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiable sight, Rimi was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus' likeness? No. What held her now could not be called a cross. It was something different, for it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of the world's evil, disorder, and immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. I feel like we described this already. Last time we were here. This feels very familiar. Keeping her guard up, Rimi swiftly checked her surroundings. There was no one else there besides Nanami. She found no traces of the man who had prompted the development of Noah 2, and the man who had performed ruthless, torturous experiments on her, Nerose. Although surprised by that fact, Rimi prioritized Nanami's rescue, and ran towards the tableau crucifying her. Yeah, this feels almost exactly like Common. There's like no difference. Nana-chan, hang on! Lowering Nanami from the tableau, Rimi sighed in relief after confirming she was still breathing. First and foremost, she had to get Nanami somewhere safe. To achieve this end, Rimi went to pick her up. However, an intense pain surged in her back, as if something was gouging out her very flesh. Rimi vomited blood that stained Nanami's uniform. My, it's our first time seeing each other again after so unbearably long, and not even a greeting. Enduring the pain, Rimi turned her head. How'd he get his D-sword? She was taking Nanami off the D-sword. How'd he get it? Oh, I guess it could have been a delusion. Nerose was standing right behind her, and in his hands was the tableau that had been clasping Nanami only a moment ago. However, it was not a tableau, but a sword. Nerose's D-sword. That very blade was now piercing her body. Nerose slowly drew his hand back. The sharp blade of his D-sword bored into her body, slid through her flesh, and scraped against the surface of her bones. Her body arched in an involuntary spasm, spurred on by the sharp, agonizing pain as her body was slowly being sliced apart. Shouldn't you be more than accustomed to pain? At last, Nerose's sword released her. A torrent of blood came gushing free. Every nerve in her body was screaming out in agony. Even now, she felt as if she was about to pass out from the pain. That girl is a precious decoy required to lure out Takumi. Having her taken away on a whim would present quite the trouble. This is still common round, right? Rimi was well aware of the magnitude of Nerose's powers as a diplomatic. She had been imprisoned by the man for over 3 years, after all. In a fair fight, she would not stand a chance. This situation, he would never let her go. The mere idea of doing so would have been unfathomable to him. At the very least, I have to make sure Nana can escape. The taste of blood spread through her mouth. She was continually assailed by the fierce urge to vomit. The open wound on her back was hot, as if seared by flame. The sheer pain coursing through her left her unable to move. Blood was still rushing out without pause. It felt as if her consciousness was about to be severed. It was terribly cold. Her eyes grew hazy, and amid her fading visions, she saw what resembled a scornful smile forming on Nerose's face. This might be it for me. Rimi couldn't envision a delusion in which she managed to escape from this man's clutches. Only despair governed her heart. I'll grant you my power. It was a voice Rimi knew well. Takumi, or the boy presenting himself as Shogun. The voice came from a distant place. If defined, it was a manner akin to thought transference. or telepathy. A feat made only possible by Giglomania.
僕の最後の妄想
I grant my final delusion
君に
to you,
匠
Takumi.
君に
I'm sorry for leaving you with such a difficult duty. I mean, to be fair, she took the duty on herself.
もう余計
I've come to understand it's impossible to go against your will,
君の意志を曲げる
so I
こと
won't
が
try to do so anymore.
分かったから死ぬつも
You
り
plan to die, don't you?
なんだね
There was a way to fix things without dying. I would have done it.
彼が目覚め
Given that he is not awakened, there's not much I
ど
can
うする
do.
こともできない
If Shogun dies, did we establish if that meant Takumi would also die?
だからせめて
So at least let me do this.
僕の
Let
最
me
後の
grant
妄
my
想
final delusion to you. What are you saying? There's no reason for you to. I mean, you are literally dying. Like, and he's still totally fine. You lost. Even though he had no presence in this place, Rimi shouted at the person she was speaking to.
君だけを死なせ
You're the only person I absolutely cannot let die.
全ての原
I was the source behind all of this, so I can't let you suffer for it. But
因もういいん
that's
だ
enough.
リミ
Rimi, I need you to kill Narose, and then I need you to destroy Noah too.
ノア僕が
I
サ
will
ポート
provide
するから
backup. Rimi's teeth sank into her lip, and she wiped away her tears. Despite it growing more and more distant with every passing second, she did everything in her power to hold on to her consciousness. She real booted her D-sword, and countless fluttering feathers came falling down. Cradling Nanami with one hand, she held her sword in the other. The dripping sound landing at her feet conveyed the terrible amount of blood she had lost, and the bleeding had yet to stop. For her wound was one that would never allow it to. A single slash of his sword, one capable of bringing down all that stood against it. Rimi took the blow with her sword as she covered for Nanami. Their difference in weight proved fatal. Rimi could not take one of Narose's blows head-on with her small build. She was blown backward and slammed into the wall behind her. A crack tore through the wall of the planetarian's dome.
わざわざ生かしておいて
I
やっ
even went to the great trouble of letting you live, and this is how you repay me.
また
Do you desire more torment? Narose slowly walked towards Rimi. His face was one of pure, unending confidence. Every facet of his being stood high above, looking down on her with great derision. What happened to Takumi's delusion? What? That didn't help at all. Ever the sadist, aren't you? Rimi grinned, but her smile was strained. And then, for some reason only she could have known, she swung her sword towards the cracked wall behind her. The wall collapsed, exposing the scenery of the world. It was raining. Dense rain clouds coated the sky.
逃げよう
Do you mean to run?
言えない
I won't run away, but...
でも
Rimi sat Nanami down on the ground, releasing her from her hold. Still holding her sword tight, she wrapped her arms around Nanami from behind.
ナナちゃんは関係ないでしょ
Nana-chan has nothing to do with this. Rimi crafted a delusion. A single dazzling ray of light. Just this zoom in on her sword, okay. By the time the lights had subsided, the wing-shaped D-sword Rimi held was no longer there. In their place, snow-white feathers had grown from Nanami's back. Pure, untainted wings enveloped the blood-stained girl. It was gruesome yet unendingly beautiful. Her form was like that of an angel. Nanami was unconscious, yet as if they had a will of their own, the wings that adorned her began to flap. Why did her wings have, or why did her sword have to transform into the wings? I don't get it. Rimi parted from Nanami. Deeply bemused, Nerose watched as Nanami flew up through the giant hole that had been opened in the planetarium. Slowly and steadily, she glided through Shibuya as the rain incessantly poured. Lots of allegories here. Now unarmed, Rimi watched as she flew. Nana-chan, be safe. In the thunderstorm I just sent you flying in. I see. Using your delusions, you turned your D-sword into a pair of wings. Instead of, like, literally anything else, like the rubble from the wall that you just smashed or anything. Do you no longer plan to run? I mean, she said that she wasn't going to run a while ago. Nerose already had Rimi within range of his own D-sword. He could send her flying with a simple swing. Nevertheless, Rimi stared right back at him, bereft of all fear. I can't run just yet, because I have to kill you first. From her pocket, Rimi retrieved a cross with a dark sheen. To be precise, it was not a cross, but rather a stake, the very same as those who had been used in the crucifixion case. In that very moment, Rimi had just real-booted one. Upon witnessing this display, Nerose could not help but raise scornful laughter. Kill me with that toy? The plaything? You greatly underestimate me. The blow was far too fast. Oh my god, it's full circle. She's got the crucifixion cross. Nerose's D-sword, far longer than he was tall, and at a speed thought unthinkable with mortal constraints, tore through Rimi's flank. Only when her body had already begun to stagger from the slash did she realize she'd been cut. The fight's going well so far, I'd say. Rimi collapsed, screaming at the top of her lungs from sheer pain. Nerose's attack was not one meant to kill. He could have killed her whenever he wished at this point, but he intentionally refrained from doing so. Approaching the writhing girl, he trampled down on her arm. Repeatedly alternating between pained breaths and gritting her teeth, Rimi eventually stopped moving, where she had no choice. The tip of Nerose's enormous sword was right up against her blood-drenched back, but he had yet to pierce her with it. Would you be so kind as to say that one more time? Stop! I will not. In light of her request, Nerose pushed his sword forward with great strength. Oh, no! Tragic. The tip of his sword further gouged the flesh of her blood-stained body, clawing even deeper into her. It is as if he was pinning an insect for him to display. Yeah, some of these lines are, like, reused. I believe you said you'd kill me, or did I mishear you? Yet Rimi, still lying prone on the ground, reached for Nerose's leg with one hand and grabbed onto it. She clung to him as tightly as she could. The depths of her teary eyes harbored resolute flames of determination. They glared at the scornful man from below. I'll kill you! I'll put you to rest forever! Pulling his sword out from her, Nerose kicked Rimi in the jaw with all his strength. Her body tumbled across the floor like a rag doll. Stop, Devin. It seems in the time we've spent apart, you've grown to be a rather displeasing human being. You served your purpose. I let you live believing you were worth using later. But I find myself no longer in need of you. Rimi was on the verge of death. She tried pushing her body up from the floor and crawling toward Nerose, but without her D-sword, being unable to walk, she might as well have been dead. Yeah, she might as well have been dead a couple of paragraphs ago. Until the very moment your life slips away. I ask you never let those impertinent remarks leave your mind. But before you reach that end, I propose, how about I torture you every day for, let's say, 30 years? Inside a delusion, of course. Nerose's lips twisted. Keeping the collapsed girl surrounded by fluttering feathers within his sight. He formed a delusion and strengthened his grip on his D-sword and opened his channel into the Dirac Sea. The particles and antiparticles needed to materialize his delusion had been created. In those two collections, only the particles, through the signals of light that were established as sight, were sent into Rimi's dead spots. That's exactly what I'd been waiting for. Okay, Goku. What? Nani? Whose feathers are those feathers? In a single instance, the fluttering feathers transformed into eyes. Until this very moment, the only eyes watching him had been Rimi's. But now he was surrounded by innumerable numbers of floating eyes and feathers. Whose eyes are those eyes? It was the last illusion Takumi had bestowed upon her. But his delusion was to be able to just wreck Nerose? Jesus, why was this so difficult then? The particles Nerose had sent were impeded by the countless eyes, rendering them unable to reach Rimi's dead spots. And those eyes, connected to the Dirac Sea, discharged many antiparticles. An indomitable defense which cancelled out the power of the Giglomaniac. Man, if only he had just done this from the beginning, then what? Only because he was Nishijo Takumi. Only because he was a Giglomac powerful enough to create a human. Only because he had exhausted the final embers of his own life. Could such a monstrous delusion have been real booted? Astonished by the eyes surrounding him, Nerose gulped. No matter where he looked, there were only eyes watching him. Not only did their numbers refuse to dwindle, but they grew. Could have just done this instead of creating Takumi. They buried Nerose's entire field of vision, and then they moved in toward him. Nerose was instinctively overwhelmed by an intense fear. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword. The cut eyes gushed blood, closed their eyelids and vanished. But right behind every eye there was another. No matter how many he cut down, their numbers remained. Don't look at me! If that's what you want, then don't open your eyes ever again. Nerose suddenly felt a great pressure on his chest. The very next moment, signals of pain sounded in his brain. Rimi did a little stab as a treat. As if there were a cloud of mist clearing away, the eyes that surrounded him all vanished without a trace. Before Nerose's eyes stood Rimi, and in her hand was the cross-shaped stake, lodged deep into Nerose's chest. And thus, that was his end. Thematic. After confirming Nerose's death, Rimi fell to her knees, debilitated. She was bleeding terribly, her face pale as porcelain. She was barely even conscious now. Pained, irregular breath seeped from her mouth. I like this scene. It's as if someone who read a summary of the plot on Wikipedia was tasked with writing its ending. Yeah, very apt. Deus Ex Machina. Her eyes no longer saw anything. Whose eyes? She can still faintly hear the ominous sounds of Noah 2, designating its status as fully operational. I guess I've got no choice but to entrust someone else with destroying it.
ごめんね、
I'm sorry, Taku.
タク。
In a faint, almost inaudible voice, Rimi whispered into the air.
約束。
I don't think I'll be able to keep my promise.
ナナちゃん。
I saved Nana. I know that's not enough to pay for my sins, but still, I saved her.
それで罪滅ぼしなん
Rimi
だ。
sluggishly raised her face. There should have been a section of the planetarium's wall that had collapsed.
すけた。
A section through which the sky should have been peeking. But a few moments ago, it had been veiled completely by a collection of rain clouds. And because of that, she could only wonder. Her eyes no longer allowed her to confirm its color, but... Rimi showed a faint smile as she looked in the sky.
あの空を
I still
あなた
wish
と
I could have seen that sky
もう
with you.
一度見
Just
たか
one
った
more
な。
time.
タク、
Taku, thank you.
ありがとう。
Does Shogun need someone to fight the big bad guy in the story? Or can he just whack Narose whenever he can? I mean, it kind of seems like he just needed someone to bait Narose into doing a delusion. And, like, that was it. That seems like it's all he needed. So someone did have to confront Narose. But, like, once he deluded, it was GG. Honestly, Takumi Awakening seems like it'd be more of an inconvenience than anything. Because Shogun Takumi has his head on straight. And won't fucking panic. So he could have had any of the girls just confront him like that. When I opened the door to my base and stepped out, a clear blue sky jumped into view. I had the feeling it had been raining, but it must have cleared up. I hadn't been able to find Rimi anywhere. She'd vanished without a single word to me. Once again, she had disappeared on me. I waited and waited for hours on end, but she never came back. Instead, waiting outside my base was... Oh boy. Shogun!
Shogun!
Also, how is Shogun still alive? I thought that was his last illusion. Moving very slowly, the wrinkly boy in the wheelchair looked directly at me. Terrified, my legs gave out on me and I fell to the ground.
君は
You're
これから
free
自
now.
由だよ。
Huh?
僕は
In less
あ
than
と
an
1
hour,
時間もし
my
ない
time
うち
will
に
come.
生き絶える。君に脅威を与
The
える
entity
存在
posing a
は
threat to you was killed by Remi.
殺してくれた。
Hearing her name sent a wave of relief through me. Remi tried her hardest to protect me?
青い瀬名と折
I
原
was the
の
one
個性
who
の
hid
死体は
Aoi and Orihara's corpses.
ナナミは
Nanami was
病院に
safely
収容
admitted
さ
to
れ
the
た。
hospital.
だから君はも
Therefore,
う自
you're
由
free.
だ。
I didn't understand. Wasn't he my enemy?
リミ
What about Rimi?
リミはどこへ
Where'd she go?
リミは
Rimi won't be coming back. She has gone to
戻
the
ってこ
farm.
ないよ。え
What?
それじゃ
Adieu. Shogun, skillfully maneuvering his wheelchair, turned his back to me. I blinked once, and within that time frame, one that hadn't even spanned a second, Shogun had vanished without a trace. What the hell just happened? Only a couple moments after that, I heard a low-pitched quaking noise in the distance. Looking over towards the center of Shibuya, I saw something. As if there had been a giant explosion, a single cloud of dense black smoke was making its way up to the sky. Something had happened. No, something was happening. An uprising? Something paranormal? Or maybe even a battle between Gigalomaniacs? Well, there aren't any left. Well, Fez is still out there. Whatever it was, it scared the hell out of me. That mysterious appearance from Shogun had also scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to go anywhere near what was happening out there.
リミは
Rimi won't be coming back.
戻って
I like that Shogun's final word is literally just like adieu And then he fades into nothingness to disappear almost immediately. Rimi could have been over there. She disappeared once again, and yet I was calm. It was strange. For some reason, I didn't feel like I'd been betrayed this time. This time, I had the strong belief that Rimi was somewhere out there, struggling all alone, trying her absolute hardest for my sake. And this selfish bastard is going to be like, "That's sure nice of her. Anyway, I'm going to go back to my room." Rimi, haven't you done enough? Haven't you faced enough hardships as it is? You shouldn't have to suffer any longer. There's no reason to. It's not right. I remembered the soft sensation of her lips. I was going to look for her. I've had enough of not doing anything, of staying in my room all day like a coward. Our future, both Rimi and I, and the lives that we shared, well, sharing is a strong word. There were so many incredible, amazing things waiting for us in the future. I choose to believe that. I knew in my heart that it was the right thing to do. We'll go to school in the morning, and we'll talk about whatever comes to mind in between classes. Eat together at lunchtime. At the end of the day, we'll head back home. Sometimes stopping by a shop or two. When we get back, we'll chat for a bit in your room. And then we're all tuckered out, we'll say goodbye with a wave, and a see you tomorrow. If you're fine with that, I can go the distance. I've always wanted to be that person for someone. Now I understood. I understood what she meant by those words. How much she wished for a simple life. When I thought back on everything, I realized that the time I'd spent with her had only been a few hours in total, but I'd loved every second of it. I was always happy when I was with her, except for all the times that she terrified me. To me, who had gone through every day all alone as a shut-in, living as though I was dead, Rimi's smile had been my sole source of hope. It told me that a bright future existed ahead. Rimi had smiled for my sake. So now, she should smile for her own. I believed she'd come back. This wasn't my usual escapism, hoping to avoid reality. No. This was my resolve. I would believe only in her, for she had promised me she would be with me forever. So get moving. Move your ass, Takumi. And so in order to see her again, I headed toward the destroyed Shibuya. Wait for me, Rimi. I'll find you. I know I will. Wah. This time, I'll stay by your side. Wah, wah, wah. Is that it? That's the end? No way, right? There's like a post scene, right? Happy ending? I mean, like, Rimi stopped Noah? No, she said someone else has to be... She said she couldn't fulfill her promise and somebody else has to stop Noah. She said, sorry, I can't fulfill my promise. I killed Narose, but someone else has to stop Noah. The explosion Takumi sees is Noah exploding. It's not her having fought. I mean, I guess. Maybe. Who cares? Welcome back, Wandering. None of the endings are perfect. I mean, but they could be good. trust in me. I feel like nothing. I don't know. It didn't feel like much happened. The girls got killed. We learned that Rimi had a tragic backstory, which, I mean, we already kind of figured. I mean, we got a little graphic description of it where she shit herself and was cut up and waterboarded and stuff. But I mean, like, after experiencing the new gen killings, like, we could already kind of infer that her torture was going to be pretty brutal. And then we find out that Shogun had the power to kill Narose the whole time and didn't even need the whole Takumi thing. You have the potential to be a great vocalist. I appreciate that compliment. I don't know if you're true or if that's true, but I appreciate it. Shogun didn't kill him, it was Rimi? No, it was Takumi's final delusion that did it. I mean, Rimi did most of the heavy lifting, but, like, that's what I mean, is, like, they could have done that tag team at any point. And I guess Rimi dies, so it's not really a perfect route, but still. They could have just lied to Aoi or something, or Fez, and had her do it. You see why I find this one hard to rank? Not bad, but not amazing. Oh my god, is that the true ending? Is that why it's shown up on the screen? The blue sky? Oh, look at it, it's even got like a little blue thingy. I take it blue sky is the true ending, right? You recommend getting my missing delusions first? Yeah. We can check those. I would put that like just above Yua's route, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I believe you missed the negative delusion in chapter 9. Yeah, probably. Can I just like quick load that? Continue shortcut, and you can select. Oh, shortcut. There we go. What is this list? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, 10. What? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10. What a weird way to list it. So, I mean, I guess that route was better than Yua's route. And, like, I mean, it was the same kind of thing as, like, the Fez and, the Fez and Senna routes. I don't know. Who's Yua again? An excellent question. Do you think the real singer acts like Fez? I'm sure, yeah. All musicians have eccentric personalities, you know what I mean? This wouldn't take me to the true end by accident, would it? I'd still have to exit after I get the delusion, yeah. I always forget that she's actually Mia. That's because it's not memorable. Lamau XD. Don't mind me just eating some raisins. Kind of hungry. Oh my god, become a wizard. I bet you, missing another random delusion in some random fucking chapter. Oh. Never mind. I just took a big fucking mouthful of raisins as soon as we got to the scene, too. Sorry. Oh, never mind. I just got the negative delusion achievement. This must be the last one. We did it! The achievement's called a negative person. You did it? Congrats, Joe. Without a shadow of a doubt, the one standing before me was Nanami. But for some reason, despite the fact that it wasn't raining, she was drenched from head to toe. One by one, drops of water continuously fell from the hems of her uniform. Her head hung low. No, that wasn't the true ending yet, guy. With her face hidden by her bangs, I couldn't see her expression. She didn't speak a word. As if her previous anger she'd been showing had been completely fake. Suddenly, Nanami looked sluggishly extended her right arm towards me. And when I looked, there was no hand to be seen. Her sleeve was covering it, and I couldn't see it very well. But I knew for a fact she had no hand. Big bro! I totally forgot what voice I gave Nanami.
Good job.
I did the super chat thing. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. In an uncharacteristically low voice for her, she spoke. Big bro. Slowly, Nanami raised her head. Her skin was desiccated and deathly pale, and her lips were a deep purple. Her eye sockets were empty. There were no eyeballs within them, only a deep black. Whose eyes? Not Nanami's, because she doesn't have them anymore. And from within one of those cavities, a single maggot came crawling out. It was a corpse. Nanami's corpse was moving and talking. Big bro. Nanami's left hand, which was giving off a rotten stench, grabbed me by the neck. It was cold enough to make me shiver. Her grip was not normal. It was too strong to be a girl. Ugh, girls can't be strong. And even for a guy's, for that matter. Few men could be so strong. It felt as if my neck was breaking apart. I couldn't breathe. I coughed and coughed. The grip she had on my neck increased in pressure, growing tighter and tighter. I was gonna die. I flailed my arms wildly, but I gave up my struggle. If you're gonna kill me, go ahead. If I was to be killed by Nanami's ghost, that would put me at ease somewhat. It was my fault she ended up like that, after all. It was only fair for her to kill me. It made perfect sense. So please hurry. I did thank you, right, Joe? I didn't just skip that part. Thanks for the super chat. I closed my eyes and entrusted my body to her. Hurry up, Nanami. Break the bones in my neck. Hi! Nanami's corpse vanished in an instant. Despite the fact I should have been standing next to the door, I was now sitting on the sofa, Seira in hand. We don't even see, like, her zombie face. That would have been cool. Nanami stood in the middle of the room, and she was speaking normally. There was a bandage around her right wrist, but her hand was still there. Her skin looked normal. She wasn't drenched, and her eyes were where they should have been, too. Those massive fucking peepers that she's got. Realizing I had just had a delusion, I became disappointed. Why did it have to be a delusion? Why couldn't that be reality?
Are
you hungry, big bro?
I've got some delicious maggots for you. Noticing my heavy sigh, Nanami leaned forward to inspect my face. I knew it! You're not doing okay at all! Well, there's no point in just complaining about it. Let me make you something. What should I go for? How about some omelet rice? Eating eggs when they're only half done is really in right now, after all. Great idea, right? Is that in? Isn't that super unhealthy? To just not cook eggs? If only you didn't live here all alone, bro. Then you'd be able to have my half-done omelet rice whenever you wanted. Well, sucks for you. Nanami kept talking on and on. For some reason, she was in a good mood, even though she always complained every time she came here. Was this Nanami the real one? Her tone was completely different from how she'd sounded on the phone. It was clear as day how different it was. That was why I started to think this Nanami might have been a delusion. Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake. Even if she was the real one, I didn't care. I was a delusionary existence, so I wasn't her real brother anyway. We weren't related by blood. I didn't want to think about that anymore. Hey, Nanami. Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't sure of. I don't care whether you're real or fake, so... Right now, I only wanted one thing. Won't you kill me? Okay, big bro. Oh, it's this chick. That's fine. We can now go to the menu, having seen all negative delusions. I guess we were only missing 2. I mean, I guess I kind of figured we weren't missing that many. Makes sense. One ending left. Blue shirt? Why do you want me to get a blue shirt so bad? What if I wear a blue jacket? Hang on. I've got a blue jacket, but I think it'll probably not be seen by the green screen. Does it show? Will the green screen show it? No, not really. Kind of. I'm blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. Like, if I wear this jacket, does it work? Yeah, no, it gets really blurred up by the... It gets really blurred by the green screen filter, because it's like a very light blue. So, no, I will. It looks really grating, I think, on screen. It's very ungigglemaniac of your camera. It is just an electronic device. It doesn't understand the reference. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. I feel like there's still a lot of CGs we're missing. These can't all be in True End, are they? Oh, some CGs must be neutral route, right? No, I need the achievement for seeing all the CGs. Ugh. What the fuck? Platycodon. A D-sword that reflects Rimi's longing for, as well as a deep desire to see the blue sky, materializing in the form of wings that would help her fly to that sky. Unlike the other D-swords, it can divide into multiple parts and transform, which hints that the existence known as Rimi is one of countless divisions and births. When real booting, countless white feathers are released from the sword and scattered across the air. However, even these are part of the sword. Is it weird that the psychopath face on the nurse is kind of hot? No, that's not weird. That's normal. A natural reaction. Alright. Are we starting? How many neutral CGs are there? Is it worth, like, doing the whole game on fast forward to get the neutral ones? Probably not. We'll do the blue sky ending, and then we might check if there's neutral delusions that we should get. Or at least ones with CGs. If you mess up, you get put on common end. Fuck me. Let's get the guide up. Oh, it says it's recommended that you try to figure it out yourself. Try it at least once? Okay, well, I'll get it wrong so you guys can all laugh at me. All right. Let's run it. The true end time is now. Soon-ish. Okay. Does this kind of just take us exactly where we need to go? Or, like, what is the blue sky? Chapter 10. Blue sky. Oh. We're in it. Oh, we can't skip this? We've seen this before. Praise. In a hospital, admitted alongside her brother, curled up in the corner of a waiting room, brimming with injured souls. Clutching her real brother's wrinkled hand, enduring the pain in her right hand. That's not real. She closes her eyes and prays. For the safety of her other brother. You are praise by the rubble of a collapsed building and a container that lay buried by it all. Clutching one of his anime girl figures. That's so funny to me. Enduring the pain in her chest from seeing his figures desecrated by the earthquake. No, not the anime girl figures. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who forgave her. Fez prays at Suime Academy, and now an evacuation shelter looking to the sky from the rooftop. Clutching her paperback book of legends, enduring the malicious pain of the innumerable delusions concealing the collapsed Shibuya. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who listened to her song and story. Kuzubi prays at Shinsen Station on a dimly lit platform, clutching Aoi's trembling hand. Enduring the pain of her injured leg, she closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy whom she spoke with in her inner voice. Senna prays. A lot of religious symbolism in this game, I forgot. These aren't noticed, or the same symbolism isn't really noticed much in the other routes. I guess Remi's is, though. Sitting beside her father on the ground, clutching her father's cold hand, enduring the pain of regret, having not been honest to the end. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who tried to grant her wish, no matter how clumsy. Rimi prays, lying cold on the floor, tightly clutching her own hands extended towards him, enduring the tightening in her chest from when she saw him covered in wounds. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy whom she swore to protect, yet instead came to save her. Damn, Rimi, you fucked up. I was unable to do anything. It was you who acted. As a result, everyone has had their eyes on you. Whose eyes? Mutual recognition of you has long since been established. From this point forward, know already, you are. I am. Who are you? That's Nanami's question. You are me. No, I am me. They are two separate people. I am you. No. There's no me. Hey, it's you again. Yes. There's no you. Yes. I am not me. What? No. You're my big bro. No, I am not. Absolutely not. You're Nishijo. Where's the apostrophes? No. You're Takumi. Yeah. Fucking no, okay, sure. You're Takumi-san! Indeed. This is where Senna's new sprite was. She didn't get a new sprite in her route, but she got it in this route. That's funny. You're Nishijo. No. How are you supposed to know the answer to
あな
these?
たは
You're Taku.
タク
I don't get it.
僕は僕。
I am me. No. It's a little obvious? I guess not. I don't fucking get it.
妄想の存在。
I'm a delusionary existence. No.
僕は存在。
I exist. Yes.
僕は
I am
Nishijo
Nishijo Takumi. Sure. Wah. Do you remember the context for why this is happening? I do not. You failed. I mean, no shit. How the fuck were you supposed to know that? What? It's just a bunch of random bullshit. You're you and I'm me. He's like having a crisis, right? What the fuck? Who gives a shit? I don't know. Yeah, he's having his crisis that he's still a delusion because he fucking complains about it all the time, right? And then Shogun's like, no, you're real. And then he's his own thing now. Right? Try again. Okay. So is it just yes on everybody's thing? Then, when they say you're you, I say yep. Like, I don't... You're me. No, right? He's not Shogun. He's a different entity. So this is no. Yes to this. Whoops. Too late. Nerose broke his mind and erased his self. This seems Shogun helping Takumi reclaim his self by showing him these visions. Why is that yes? That doesn't... Like, what? Why would that possibly be yes? They're two different entities. They're not one and the same, right? They're both Takumi. But they're not, though. You're me. Okay, I guess. I am you. Must be, then. There's no me. No. There's no you. No. I am not me. No. You're my bigger than just yes to everybody else's thing for some reason. I mean, no, right? He's not a delusionary existence. He's his own being now. Isn't that the whole fucking point of this thing? Well, I already used 3 no's, so I guess he's just a delusion now. I exist. But how can he exist and be a delusionary existence?
僕は
Doesn't the delusion mean it's not real? I'm already heated, bro. I forgot how dumb some of the like main route stuff was. Okay, whatever. We were living in the peaceful land of the side routes for a while. I am...
その声が聞こえた瞬間に
The moment I hear that voice. My consciousness stabilizes me. I thought they were going for my own person, and that's okay, but I guess not. I kind of thought so too. Like I thought we were building up to like very specifically Shogun and Takumi were not the same person. Like I thought we already established that, but I guess I totally missed that. I also thought he was moving on from being like, you're not a delusion, you're real. Okay, my consciousness stabilizes. Once swirling world converges all at once. My D-sword takes shape as a converging chaos. I return to my shape as myself. The world returns to its shape as the world. I am me. No, he is Shogun. I can see clearly now. All my wounds healed. Remember, Gigalomaniacs can't heal themselves except when they can. My top and bottom halves connected. I'm standing on my own 2 feet, but pain is gone. Serenity fills my heart. You did well to overcome the delusions. I entrust you with the last of my power. And it is Rimi, the edge of my vision. She's okay. She's looking at me and tears are falling down her face. Don't cry. Hey, that's Rimi's sword. That's kind of lame. They're not letting the girls, like, actually show up at this scene, just their swords. Like, they don't get to, like, actually be here for this scene. Damn. Fucking robbed, bro. Directly behind me, space begins to warp. Prayers are brought into creation. The 6 Gospels. Or perhaps the impulses of 6 spirits. Too pure, too graceful, too dignified. Too sharp, too ferocious, too destructive. All too awash with an ill-omened beauty. I accept every piece of them. The 6 blades writhe above. Wistfully, or perhaps rapturously, they raise their shrieks. Their prayers are sending their swords to him. Well, I get that, but like, it feels like couldn't Takumi also delude that they were all there? Like, they all earned this scene, and he's just getting it solo. Like, obviously, Shogun can, like, bounce around on his wheelchair wherever he wants. So couldn't real booted Takumi do the same? And, like, bring them here? All of the girls' swords fuse with my dick. Summoning my strength, I grasp the hilt. I ascertain its feeling. My arms work better than ever. I've completely regenerated. Thanks to my delusional healing powers. This is fascinating. You monstrosity. I focus my eyes on the rosette. Sure, I'm a monster, but this is so I can rescue Rimi. destroy Noah too.
僕が望んだ妄
The
想が
delusion I wished for. Neurose's response is swift. He's yet to harvest the code sample of Takumi. The delusion was supposed to corner the boy and shatter his psyche, but now the tables have turned. And that he cannot allow. So far, I'm assuming there's still more to go, but so far, let's create a checklist here of what's different between this and Common Route N. In Common Route, he summoned a big snake. The black snake of Gladioli Ravioli or whatever, to kill Nerose and destroy Noah 2. In true ending so far, he just took all the swords. Keep reading. Well, we're creating the checklist. We gotta compare the two. You'll get your copyright. I'm already copyright stricken. Doesn't matter. Nerose closes the gap between himself and Takumi. Taking a specific angle, he swings his sword from below. With a D-sword that can cleave any known object, he diagonally carves through Takumi's chest. The target's durability makes no difference. Killing a person with it is as simple as slicing through a block of gelatin. With one quick swipe from Nerose, Takumi's body split into pieces. His head, arm, shoulder, all sliced cleanly off his body. Internal organs litter the floor. But not a single drop of blood falls with them. The lower half of Takumi's body begins to give way. He braces himself. Plants his feet. In the following moment, the cross-section of his wound begins to undulate and squirm. A bubbling noise ensues. In this following moment, the cross-section of the wound begins to undulate and squirm. I just read that. What? He regenerates. Unharmed and unaffected. Even though his body was cleaved apart a second ago, a new head, arm, and shoulder were born. His old head and internal organs remain where they slid free.
通告を遮断した
I already blocked off my sense of pain. This happened in the Common Route as well. With a single step, Takumi approaches Nerose. Nerose clicks his tongue and turns over his sword.
肉体の形を
By virtue of casting aside your bodily form,
いかなる形を
any form whatsoever is within your means, I take it.
あんたの見せてくれた
You can thank the delusion you showed me. He's unable to retain his shape as a human being. He took in the delusions and made it his own. It's not regeneration, but replacement. Missing parts replenish. Flesh and bone are produced once again, all propagating infinitely from the dust within his body. The dust. His shape is not fixed. Like an amoeba, a collection of slime, he can change himself freely. That's the reason Takumi calls himself a monster. So what was the delusion he showed that made Takumi realize this again? I'll need a refresher on that. I don't remember how that worked. Takumi takes yet another step towards Nerose. Nerose's frustrations increase. Gripping the hilt, he thrusts his D-sword at the approaching Takumi. Takumi's head finds itself between a colossal pair of scissors. Without a brain, you can't have delusions, can you? How raw would that be if Takumi was like, wait, what? And then it just ended here. Takumi's head's crushed. It splits like a watermelon. Blood and gray matter burst forth. Everything above the neck is gone, and yet Takumi's body remains. Regeneration, or replacement, is instantaneous. As soon as his heel hit the ground, as if nothing happened. As if he was entirely replaced, his head returns right to where it was without a single scratch. Nerose awakens to an understanding. He can't win this fight. Physical attacks with the D-sword are useless. The delusional attack denying the boy's reason for existence was taken in and used for an alternate purpose. The current Takumi is all too removed from human normalcy. All too distorted of an existence. All too fitting as a monster. And yet, despite it all, Nerose has no intention of conceding. This is all common realm. His next thought is to utilize Notu's power to bombard Takumi with innumerable antiparticles. Bombardment with antiparticles can transform any known existence into negative matter, ending ultimately in self-collapse. If disruption from the surface is not viable, then collapse must be undertaken from within.
そうなんだね。
You're on the right track. Nerose's thoughts were read by Takumi. The shine of Takumi's D-sword transforms from red to black. A black flame envelops the blade. It wriggles forth, extending outward. Wait a minute, this is also common. Its shape resembles that of... a dark, colossal serpent. True Route really doesn't have that many differences. You guys weren't kidding.
現れるの
The snake shall appear. It roams throughout the dome as if constrained by it. Toward the ceiling, the floor, as though it's licking them up, lapping them away. It simply consumes. A dark, colossal serpent of wicked heart, sick, being capable of devouring all corrosion, shattering the wicked-hearted king's body itself, and instilling heterogeneity in this homogeny. The body of the colossal serpent is composed of the antiparticles. With a mere touch, it can send any known object into self-collapse. A torrent of destruction composed of near infinite greed.
触手芸はあんまり
Can't say I'm all too fond of tentacle porn, though. But I get my kicks where I can. Then and there, Takumi's D-sword swings, its tip pointed at Nerose, and then he takes his tentacles and... The dark serpent, winding itself in a coil, curves its body like a whip. Its jaws snap at Nerose.
まさか
Such power! Bacana! It cannot be! Nani! Hey, Marie. Marie? Barney? I don't have my glasses. Shogun created Takumi with a sense to make him more human. But now he is a monster, lost to this world, or something. Not once has Nerose ever seen such a phenomenon from a D-sword. He cannot discern whether it was the hidden power of all Giglomaniacs, or merely Takumi's delusion. The dark fangs erode Nerose's body and he begins to collapse. All too slowly, like a frog slowly dissolving in the belly of a snake. Darkness swallows. He feels no pain. By nature, his death should be instant. But that's not what Takumi wishes for. Realizing this, Nerose's lips twist into a derisive smile. Nerose had no fear of death. One could say that the ideals he pursued were accomplished with the completion of Noah 2.
私を殺して
Even if you kill me, no other person can approach Noah 2. A perpetual motion machine, that's what you're dealing with. Its administration over humanity will last until the end of time. It does not merely sit idle and watch from afar. Rather, it is a man-made god which interferes for the sake of mankind's happiness. Then why is it letting you get strangled right now? Nerose is a god inventor, so to speak. As long as Noah 2 continues to exist, mankind will not perish. The eternal utopia Nerose seeks will become real. However,
あんたなら
but you
近づけるんでしょ
can't approach it, can't you? Nani? Bacana! The serpent's body wriggles and writhes with Nerose in its grasp, lifting his body into the air.
それならあんたは
If
鍵
that's
だ
the case, then you're the key. Nerose's astonished. But soon enough, his face changes into an expression of pure agony. I'm just trying to lively read this to, like, mix it up. The serpent swings about his body with ease. Takumi shoots a glance at Rimi. Their eyes meet. He's like, this is cool, right? You still like me, right? Just what is Rimi feeling as she watches him? Reading her mind would be effortless, yet Takumi does nothing of the sort. It seems I was able to save you after all. He averts his eyes. His gaze shifts to the still humming Noah 2, the throne of God where none may stand afoot. A cradle which shows naught but bliss of dreams.
ごめん
I'm sorry. He apologizes to no one in particular.
僕は
I very well might be an enemy of humanity. The eternal utopia this device would bring, a future without conflict. Takumi will extinguish them with his own two hands. Is it right or wrong? Takumi cannot give the answer.
でも神話でもよくあるで
It's
しょ
pretty common in
神
mythology.
だって女絡みでうだうだやってる
Did you know in ancient mythology, even gods slack off when women are involved?
だから僕も
That's why I too shall slack off for the woman I love. Takumi D-sworded and bends his arms into a giant arc.
突き破れ
Breakthrough! That's the knockoff version of Limit Break. He thrusts it forth like a javelin. The colossal serpent of darkness charges straight ahead. With a bait known as Nerose impaled by its tip, it flies straight towards Noah 2. An enormous serpent of antiparticles capable of terminating any known object. It had no will of its own. Thus, it's not something that could be warped nor distorted. But the greedy impulse to destroy, using Nerose as the key to the delusional barrier, it's easily smashed to pieces. I'll get you next time, Takumi. Okay. When did the rain begin to fall? Where's my blue sky I was promised? There was a huge explosion, and its blast blew my body away like it was nothing more than a rag doll. Next thing I knew, I found myself lying here. Those eyes are watching me. The stare pierces through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds and pours down on me like rain. Don't look at me. Please. My body won't stop shivering, not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble pressing against my back. It's so terribly cold. A gaze pierces me from the heavens. Who it belongs to, I can't say. As if to escape it, I raise my head to look at the environment around me. And I see a ruined city. I see despair. I see death. Nothingness. Give me two more adjectives. Oh. Not a soul is there, or moving, or left alive. The only thing I can hear is the sound of the rain pouring. At this rate, everything, both living and dead, will it all be gently embraced and washed away? How nice it would be if this was a delusion, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I can't move my body, only my eyes and neck, and even then just barely. I can't use the monstrous power from before. My body is shivering, but that's nothing more than a physiological phenomenon. It isn't happening by my own will. I don't want my body to tremble. If I can't move it freely, it isn't my body. Or maybe I've never had free will since I was born. Nobody knows exactly where the soul resides. Bearing that in mind, how can anyone say that there's a soul inside this body of mine? But where exactly am I now? Am I really here? Am I anywhere at all? In this shattered world where all stands still, where all that can be heard is the rain of death, another sound is heard. A solitary existence emerges from the sea of nothingness. Who are you? Your skin's so pale. Is it because it's been numbed by the chill of the rain, or is it because you're already dead? The girl isn't shivering. And those eyes of hers, hidden by her nearly hidden by her bangs. Did she still kill him in the true end? Don't look at me! They look so terribly sad. They look as if they hold a hint of madness. They look as if they reflect nothing. If she and I were the only ones left in the world... We already read all this. If we stared into each other's eyes like this for eternity, how would my world be reduced? My world's reduced to the reflection in her eyes, her world's reduced to the reflection in mine. The only thing reflected in hers is me, and me, her. I think of it that way. The world seems so small. Hey. A flash of static reaches my ears, endlessly beautiful, yet deeply blah blah blah. She lowers her head and spreads her arms wide, as if preparing to take off and soar high above, as if trying to catch all the falling rain. All that's watching you is a delusion. From where I am on the ground, I can't see the expression on that lowered head of hers. Behind this thin veil of rain, what kind of face are you making? Man, imagine getting killed in your true end route. I'll put you to rest. An angel? Are those dancing feathers of light blessing me? Or... I can be your angel, or your devil. Take your pick. I see. I understand. She's going to use that to kill me. The girl slowly kneels down to the ground before my collapsed body. With her head still lowered, she gently takes my own in her hands. I surrender my body. I'm relieved she isn't looking. I'll put you to rest now. In my ear, I hear a whisper, garbled by static. It's beautiful and discontent. I'm sorry. So sorry. I said I'm sorry, so sorry. I guess I'm in control of the text again. There's nothing to apologize for. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So that's why I'm okay with this. In fact, I'm really glad I get to be erased by you. Not a bad end for a monster like me. Oh, I lost control of the text again. What the fuck? A warm, soft, gentle, sweet sensation. And miraculously, as if it were anesthetic, the shivers in my body begin to die down. Her breath tickles my cheek. It smells so sweet. I lost control of the text again. Suddenly, I sense something pressing against my chest. The large sword bears through my skin and bores my flesh, weaves my bones. Gifted with the anesthesia of her kiss, I no longer feel pain. I would have never imagined I'd get such a kind death. The thought breaks my heart, leaving me on the verge of tears. And then I wake up, right? Trying to hide them, I look past the girl's head upon the ashen sky. Ah, true end stuff now. Okay, here we go. I was gonna say, nothing's different. I can't do it. Her lips pull away from me. Her sad whispers trickle into my ears. I was also thinking Ashen Demon. Alright, we can be serious now. Actual true end stuff. I knew it. I can't kill you, Taka. Now that you've completed all the routes, I've lost the will to do it. Skip mode? Well, yeah, I left skip mode on because nothing was... It was all the same, so I was hoping it would let me skip some of that. I can't kill you, Taka. I feel no pain. Her sword isn't real booted. My body isn't injured in the slightest. Oh, that's why he felt no pain, not because her kiss was, like, magically numbing him. I said no unskippable stuff. Yeah, but I didn't want to believe. I was really just hoping I wouldn't have to read all the ending stuff twice.
でも
You have to erase me.
消してくれなきゃ本物の
If you don't, the real me will only die tomorrow instead of next week. Will die. He will die. That's why I should die instead. That way he can stay alive for just a little bit longer. It's literally like, we've already established, fucking Shogun's out here screaming like multiple times like, bruh, it'll only be a week at best. What? I'm sure that's what you want too.
消して
Erase me. So,
消すんだ
erase all that I am. I can't. Rimi lightly shakes her head. Those eyes of hers waver as they stare at me. I love you. I love how weak you are. Even though you're so weak and cowardly. Takumi just like wakes up and is like, hey, is this gonna be a helpful speech soon? Jesus, Rimi. Is this supposed to be motivating? You let yourself be torn to pieces just to save someone like me. I love how strong you are. Probably should have started with that. I want to spend so much more time with you. I don't want to lose you. I want you to live. You'll look at me.
僕は
But I'm a monster.
化け物なんだ
So am I. Is it okay for me to keep on living?
君がそれを選んだなら
If you so choose.
生きていて
It's more than okay for you to live. I hear a voice from the sky. And with that I understand. Because our minds are directly connected, I perceive a certain feeling. That right now, at this very moment, his life just vanished. Man, Rimi was actually about to kill Takumi to give Shogun like an extra couple minutes of life. Lamau. Takumi's dead, isn't he? We call him Shogun. In that moment, Rimi quickly sensed the emotions my face conveyed. Hesitating for a moment, I give her a faint nod. Don't cry. I don't want you to cry. Makes bad end even worse in retrospect, yeah. Feelings return to my entire body. Warmth returns as well. Even though my movements are clumsy, and I'm still trembling. With the hand I move, I take out a vermilion handkerchief. Rimi's face is covered in tears. What a terrible day for rain. The droplets are so beautiful and clear. I softly wipe them away with the memories you've given me.
僕も
I love you too. Bold. Not even an I love you. We just go straight to the I love you too. He knows it. Wait, who died? Yutaka, that's the bloody handkerchief that he also vomited on. I'll wipe it on her face. Rimi tightly clasps my hand, as if wishing to cling to it forever. As if to confirm that we exist right here. The warmth within us is contagious. Both my and your temperatures melt together. The two of us look upon the sky. Without a doubt, it's covered by clouds. Where's this blue sky I was promised? But light is composed of electromagnetic waves. Ah, no! No, it's Senna! She just shows up. Hey guys, did you know? We're all electronic devices powered by electronic waves. She just like fucking pokes them as they're like sitting here crying. The oscillation of these waves are what we perceive as color. Taku. Those words. What the fuck are you talking about? Words that only he and Rimi should know. Words that he used to give Rimi hope. And yet I know them. Because I've seen his memories. He and I are one in body and soul. My memories and his are shared between us. His memories of the 17 years of life he lived were passed down to me. And he vicariously experienced my own year and a half of life. Not much to experience, though. Shogun just experienced a year of ESO and the grind. If we apply the color we desire to our own dead spots, the color of our sky can be regained. We know that color, because in that image world of only sea and sky, it's the color we gazed up at and burned into our memories. Just tell Fez to do that, bro. She's out there suffering with that red sky. Left Fez to suffer. Suddenly, the rain stops. Wait. Why did you... Bro... It made me hit enter every single, like, line of dialogue up to that scene. And then suddenly, it's like, no. Why I skipped? I had to keep hitting enter to progress the fucking dialogue. And then there, it's like pranked? So dumb. Congrats. Go to movie library? I barely care. Alright, whatever. Oh, cool. We have a new menu now. That's neat. The building's still trashed, though. Actual fucking... a better song. I like the ominous song of when you first like get to the menu, though, and it's like... The rain stops. In an instant, the clouds vanish. It's clearing up. Coming back. Something that no matter where you look, it always seems to draw you in. It gently blankets the world. The blue sky above. What's Delusion of Zero? I don't know. Oh, that was it? That's all I missed? fucking keep watching? Okay. So the differences between common and true are that Takumi absorbs all the girls' swords, and then Rimi can pull out her sword again later to, like, almost kill Takumi, but then she can't bring herself to do it. After last scene, give your final thoughts. I mean, I can just start giving my final thoughts now. Oh man, everyone left. Or did this thing just start lagging? That's really all that's different, though? I'm just trying to think, like, differences between common route. He absorbs all their swords, and then Rimi just doesn't kill him. That's all the difference. Can use my PC, so I'm typing more slowly with my phone. That's fine. I mean, I was kind of really hoping they would all get together for the anime moment power of friendship to win. Instead, he just fucking yanked their swords. What? Because I feel like them getting them swords kind of amounted to nothing. Like, what did Yua do with her sword? That's not what the game's been about. Takumi's an isolated protagonist. Is he? He's like constantly in communication with one of like several characters. 6 characters that he has consistent, regular contact with. Kazupi! In fact, most of his moments with Kazupi and Senna are like all friendly. I'll explain some things that aren't immediately clear. Yeah, feel free. Seira! She made it to the end. Thank God, I was worried. Am I supposed to hit enter now? Some of the themes and story beats are easy to miss if you aren't paying close attention. Oh. So am I missing any CGs? I didn't get the achievement, so it must be. I missed one. Prelude is a bonus from COZ. It's not actually part of Noah. Cool. Okay. Well, we'll get some new experiences here. It's canon side material they modded to the game. Nice. This is a really comprehensive mod. Honestly, it feels like they added so much content for free. So I'm missing one CG. Is it possible anyone can look up what neutral delusion I need for this CG on page 3? Not Alpha, because Alpha's about to start explaining stuff. But can someone look up what neutral scene we need for this? Did it have a happy ending? I mean, nah, not really. Chapter 5 with Rimi. Thank you. You got that? Ignore what I said? Wait, it's not? I'm not sure what else it is. Kyler, was this one of the ones you were missing? You said you were missing some. Oh, you have this one. Because you posted your page 3 in the Discord. Link in the description below for anyone to join. It looks like a delusion of... It's a neutral trigger? Well, I know that. I'm asking where is it so I can get it. It looks like it's a picture of Yua in a classroom. Cubai's Discord server is the best Discord server, hell yeah. For context, Taco goes to fight Nerose. Nerose deludes Taco into using himself. Taco glitches out and becomes the goo brain. In common route, this is where Shogun saves him. Okay. Album achievement rate 99%. Hey, it only took us 103 hours though. Speed run, baby. Ooh, they made the prelude. A black light, that's cool. Oh, and all the lights are blue now. Very neat, very neat. Look at the OPs. I'd kinda rather not. Recall this, in True Land when making those choices, Taco saw images from the other routes. Why? Power of friendship. Is what I would have guessed. The morphinogenic field theory. Recall that Shogun has the power to see the future. So Shogun has the power to see alternate world lines, or alternate paths. Actually the morphinogenic field theory. the sole theme of Zero Escape is seeing the different paths and outcomes and being able to pull that information. Zero Escape canon to the Psy Adventure universe. But CG should be in Chapter 5. Okay, so while Alpha's typing, we shall load up Chapter 5. What delusion is it, Kyler? Thanks for looking, by the way, guys. Shogun used his power at some point to observe what would have happened if Taka were alive. It's probably this one, actually, isn't it? He used some of his power at some point to observe what would have happened if Taka relied on each person and saw the potential connections and stories. So it really is the morphinogenic field theory. Negative? I think this is neutral. Because I got the achievement for getting all negative delusions already. So then, yeah. That's what Shogun figures out. He just, like, pulls the... Like, he just looks at... He observes the other routes and pulls them from that knowledge that's in the, like, shared consciousness. Yeah, I have all positives, too. In order to reach the best possible outcome, true end diverges. Shogun reminds Tako that he exists through mutual recognition. Each of the girls recognize Tako as his own person and trust him. Yeah, but in the thing I had to answer that I wasn't my own person. I had to answer that I was Shogun. Right? It feels like this delusion probably would have been important if Yu was in this scene. It would have been relevant for us to keep mentioning Yu over and over again. So while Alpha's explaining some of this stuff, let's do our last CG-inducing delusion. I stood up to leave the classroom. Oh my god, it's not even a CG, it's just her sprite. Bogus! Only to find her standing there, looking at me. Ah! I instinctively screamed. At least half of my classmates were still in the classroom, and every one of their icy gazes pierced me at once. Stop! Run! Don't look at me! Run away! Please don't look! Get out! In a pure state of panic, I blew past my classmates and burst out of the classroom via the door Yua wasn't standing at. With no real destination in mind, I found myself in the courtyard. With the second I set foot in it, I was hit by the strong urge to vomit. Hey, we're gonna get that scene where it shows that Takumi just wiped Rimi's face with the vomit handkerchief at the end of the game. I tried to hold it back, but it was no use. I fell to my knees and spewed out the contents of my stomach. Blah. He washed it? Did he? You could say the other routes are dream worlds of Shogun simulated in Takumi's head. That makes sense. So yeah, that is basically what happens in Zero Escape. He is both his own person and Takumi. He is real and mutually recognized and illusionary. His own person that stems from someone else. CG complete. Let's go. guys, I got all the achievements in a visual novel. Oh, you get a little bow next to the thing. You missed another thing Alpha said. He shows Taco all the events that happen, reminds him of connections. No, I read that. Reminds you this important fact: Taco is, but he isn't he's Takumi, but isn't limited to Takumi. Oh no, I didn't read that. But okay. I mean, I guess. I think we have all that's left to do is the prelude, yeah. Yeah, it is cool that they added something like that. Think of it as he's real booted by everyone. I suppose. The message of being important by making connections with people, that's like the power of friendship though, right? Cleans up your questioning by having Shogun die, and Tako inherits his memories, so part of him is OG Takumi, but he extends past his own person and his own friends. Right. Hey, Chris. We're just about to do your prelude. The story ends with Tako having friends, being free, and allowed to be himself. Neat. Neat. Will you react to all the OPs? I don't like to react to the OPs because the visual content of the OPs usually get the stream taken down. So I am just uncomfortable with doing them on stream. Is usually how that works, is, stream it in Discord. I mean, I guess, I feel like I'll disappoint you guys, because I'm not a big OP guy. So, like, I feel like the me reacting to... I feel like a lot of people think I'll have, like, OPs, but, like, or, like, a reaction to this, but I feel like I'll just disappoint people. Because I'll be honest, not much of a music guy. I always skip OPs when I watch anime. Shh, don't tell anyone though. That's my biggest secret. Like, I skip OPs. I don't watch them. We talked about this before, but I don't watch OPs because normally they spoil stuff. So I don't do it. But yeah, after the stream we can hang out and watch them on Discord if you guys want. If that's something that you guys will be very passionate about, we can do it. But just prepare to be disappointed, I suppose. Alright. Should we start the prelude and then dive into our final thoughts of the game? For you, it might take 30. Delusions of Zero. So where does this take place? I mean, it's the prelude, so I assume it's like a prologue, right? Just read and you'll see, okay. Before I pass on, allow me to recount my memories leading to this moment. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the world. Those are the words of Albert Einstein. Now, did you guys write this, or is this like canon content, like written by the writer, or what is this? When his delusion, E equals MC squared. Ooh, wow, they're calling that a delusion. Embraced the world, how had the man felt? Yes, what you surmise is true. The famous and gifted physicist was in fact a giglomaniac. Bro, I should have just told all of my math teachers. They're like, your equation is wrong. And I would be like, it's just a delusion, bro. That's what I should have told my fucking math teachers. Damn. Alright. And a fairly exceptional one at that. My powers undoubtedly pale in comparison to his. Despite my saying so, I unknowingly brought a similar delusion into existence. To deny that reality would be a fool's errand, for my delusion has already spread far across the world. Fun to the 10th power times intelligence to the 40th power equals IR2. I actually don't know what these fucking abbreviations mean, so... I believe I was in the 4th grade when I materialized that formula. It was also around the time when my body first began to suffer various abnormalities. Some just call that puberty. Look at how he's lying on the floor. Very uncomfortable, right? Is that what you're getting at? Ever since its very birth, that delusion has slowly eroded my body in mere 6 months. I was no longer able to walk unassisted. At the time, I was not aware of my status as a giglomaniac. I somehow managed to continue attending classes, but I proved unable to participate in an upcoming field trip due to my worsening condition. And so, despite my intense anticipation for the event, my parents forbade me from attending, which birthed in me a fierce resentment towards them for a time. From that moment onward, my delusions continued to engorge, delusions synonymous with nothing but pure envy. These very delusions would go on to injure my classmates, who had gone on the field trip without me, and kill the chaperoning teacher. Only then did I come to realize that I harbored a terrifying power. I was admitted to the hospital soon after. Is this supposed to be his mother? She's kinda cute. I guess she does kind of... Well, the chat's blocking it. She does kind of look like Nanami. If you think about it. Yeah, that's his mom on the left. Yeah. She kind of milfy. I think she might be the waifu of this game. Hidden behind that one CG. For real. Yeah, her face kind of looks like Nanami. And this is Hazuki. You can also tell this is Hazuki because of, like how her face is eclipsed, symbolizing her evil intentions. That's probably not what it actually symbolizes, but that's how I interpret it, right? So before all this, all we knew is his parents prevent him from going for unknown reasons. And then it's also implied that he can kind of see the future at that scene as well, which I guess ties into how he's predicting the endings of everybody, right? Because it's briefly mentioned at that scene that he can see the future, right? And then that's how he peers into all the other characters' routes. Yeah. I was admitted to the hospital soon after. More time would pass. It is not actually hinted. What? I swear to God there's a line where he's like... He confuses his Giglomaniac power for the ability to see the future. Right? Am I Mandela affecting that? What's more than likely happened is he real booted his prediction. Okay, yeah, so it's... But he, like, thinks that he sees the future. But yeah, no, that's what I mean, is he can more likely... He's real booting it, but... But then how do the other character routes tie in? So Alpha explained it a bit. If you could add to the description, Chris, as well. Because I was viewing it as like a... I keep saying this. It's like that... Yes, he thinks he has the precognitive powers, but I'm saying they aren't actually. Okay. So then how do the other character routes tie in? Because he needs the character routes for the true end. Is it like the... So, I mean, it's probably not, but I kind of viewed it as like the morphogenetic field thing from Zero Escape, where he's able to access those possibilities, like he can view them? Or like, how does that work? Because like in Zero Escape, there's all the different routes, and the protagonist can access the knowledge that he obtains in the other routes. Stream's lagging for you? Oh, wow. The character routes are all simulations of potential futures shown to Takumi by Shogun in order for him to find meaning in his existence. So he can see the future then? Or did he just make it up? It's part of their powers, Giglomaniacs. Well, I'd rather not just answer it that way. They're simulations. Like in the Matrix? Or what? Shogun is simulating potential futures with Takumi's mind. That's what the game keeps looping. Okay. Takumi's from the higher layer. Yeah. Until at last he breaks free upon his own self-actualization. Right, okay. I also need 6 anime waifus to be able to self-actualize. Just a reference. what my question is. Oh, please don't ask me a question. That'll only go poorly. But I await your question. That makes sense of the game starting with the ending, but never actually getting there. Yeah. Since it was real booted, it didn't originally exist. What? Since it was real booted, it didn't originally exist. Why are these looping situations? Someone's watching the events take place? I suppose. I don't know. I'll let you guys explain a little bit more of that as I continue to read. I was admitted to the hospital soon after, and more time would pass, and eventually all the doctors present gave up on diagnosing my condition. All the doctors, save for one. Neurose. It wasn't New Gen Victim number 4. A very memorable character. It was Neurose. What the world was like prior to E equals MC squared. Does that mean Einstein limited our world? Energy equals mass times this. What does it equal again? Energy times mass equals. It's like equals the speed of something. Probably light, right? Because that's really fast. Does anyone remember what E equals MC squared stands for? Oh god. It's like energy equals mass. Let's see. It's intuitive because there's lines talking about Shogun showing him something, and the game's theme have a lot to do with simulated experiences still affecting someone. Oh, by the way, that double I fucking C is speed of light. Oh, okay, thank God, I knew it. I knew it. We're good. But so that means he limits our world with EMC squared. Then, because it basically caps that we can't go beyond the speed of light by real booting that. Yeah. Speed of light squared. Right. So, also, but that means if it's all a simulation, then that doubles down on my prediction of it all being a simulation, because even the other character routes are simulations. Let's go! Y'all gaslighted me. When I was more right than could have possibly been imagined. I nailed it all from chapter 2, baby. It was all a simulation. Could you buy still coping? No. This isn't cope. This is to go beyond cope. Despite how confusing Chaos Head is, I nailed it all from chapter 2. The true biggest brain strat. Anyway. It's implied in the lyrics that Isaac Newton real booted gravity. What was the world like before that? People moving faster than the speed of light around the galaxy because there was no gravity. Man, these Gigomaniacs out here just nerfing us. That sucks. Anyway, but yeah, I am galaxy brained. Predicted the entire plot of Chaos Head Noah by Chapter 2. Fucking easy, bro. Imagine. Predicted that simulation theory. Sniped it out of the air. Even if the rest was make-believe, these memories were real. Even if it's a simulation, it's not, or if it isn't real, it's still real in the context of our reality. I fucking nailed it, dude. Y'all gaslighted me. Never trusting chat again. Gaslighted me for 12 streams. 100 hours of being gaslit. Where's my D-sword? Do you guys understand the trauma that I've experienced over these streams? Being gaslit nonstop for 100 hours? It wears on the psyche. What would Cube Eye's D-sword be like? The energy sword from Halo. This can be applied to Taku receiving meaning from the routes, and thus applied to fiction as whole. Yeah, that makes sense. Did you read the Rimi D-sword tip? Yeah. I did, that was cool. Because it's all about how she can transform its shape and stuff. Oh, does that mean... Can I pull up... Ooh, you guys changed the save and quick load button colors. That's cute. Oh, does the true end doesn't give us another sword tip? Context. We don't get one for true end? Worst route. Well, no, you just can't save during it. I know, but I was giving you guys credit. You guys changed even the UI. I think the moral of this game is Star Wars fans are baby murderers. I think it means the option's unavailable. No. Chris personally went in there and retouched the UI. Added some purple in there. Added the red. He just wanted to add some flair to it, you know what I mean? Oh, was this remix added into the game later as well? By you guys? Or was it already in the game? Well, since you said it was 13 years later, it must be not in the game originally. New Rose didn't give up on Takumi. Although I was fairly young when I first encountered him, it only took a glance to understand this man's true sinister nature. The two of us were alike, after all. Two souls far removed from common sense. Naturally, because of this fact, his proposed treatment for my condition was denied, and he was dismissed from my case. I was fortunate in that his successor turned out to be Dr. Takashina. Wow. Before Nerose departed, however, I took the time to peer into his mind and learned of both Project Noah and Nozomi technology. The very hospital he'd been admitted to also served as the lair of my enemy. Man, in 4th grade, he's, like, figuring this stuff out. But I guess if you can read the mind of doctors at that age, you just become, like, highly intelligent, right? If nothing was done, my delusion would be utilized by Project Noah, and grave consequences would befall the world. When I realized this, I immediately attempted escape, but that was when I grasped a terrifying truth. Only as a result of my treatment had I come to reach a form of stability. In other words, my body had already deteriorated to a point where I could no longer survive outside of the hospital. I was intensely aware of the fact that my enemies were always near. I kept them at bay with delusions, but my body grew weaker with each person I stayed. A vicious cycle that only served to further extend my stay at the hospital. If this were to continue, my capture by Neurose would be inevitable. Yeah, OG Truant sounds really dumb. Because what would that mean if you don't get any of that shit? You don't get any of the route stuff? OG sounds miserable. OG Truant sucks, yeah. That sounds awful. It's weird someone put the original game to market. Well, the people that probably put it to market, just probably didn't understand the story anyway, so they didn't understand what they were missing. So they probably just didn't understand the game. They're like, eh, fuck it. With no other options left to me, I was forced to erase every trace of my existence. I had ceased attending classes from some time prior to that point, so upon my classmates' graduation from elementary school, I executed my plan. Our treatment of Takumi has proven successful, and he has thus been discharged from the hospital. That's the fiction I created, one I implanted into the minds of my parents, as well as the entirety of the hospital staff. Any person who had any possibility of coming into contact with Neurose was put under this impression. Then, using my delusions, I isolated myself in a hospital room separated from the rest of the building. But I was not able to alter everyone's memories. My younger sister Nanami proved to be an exception. Only she was able to enter the room with no semblance of difficulty. She did not even seem to recognize the room as separate from the hospital. Of course, whenever she took it upon herself to visit, I crafted a delusion allowing her to remain unseen by anyone present. Nanami, while quite childish, showed nothing but concern for me during my time in the hospital. Even on my darkest days, she put forth her best effort to care for me. Sorry about that cough. I wasn't expecting it. Even in my darkest days, she put forth her best effort to care for me. Those moments showed me how strong she was. I found myself unable to steal her memories away. Nanami, however, was not the only exception. This was the time I came to know a girl named Rimi. Rimi had been confined to the hospital basement for nearly a year. Every day, she would face brutal and ceaseless torture at the hands of Neurose. But no matter how hard I tried to call out to her, my voice would never reach. It was only upon her eventual awakening as a giglomaniac that I finally managed to synchronize with her delusion. In that moment, I entered the world inside her mind, her image world. Whether that was truly for the best, I've yet to determine. The delusions she carries within her are endlessly sorrowful, and yet they're also her reality. I should move chat so you guys can read these as well. Unable to face it, she had killed her own heart and mind numerous times before I met her, destroying all remnants of her past selves. The formula born from my delusions had brought this girl endless suffering. For all these reasons, I saved her. My delusionary powers allow me to travel anywhere. In reality, my body is still incapable of walking, but I'm able to create a door that leads to any destination. Oh, that's how he gets places. Oh, that's the door, the Heaven's Gate door thing that we open. Providing these delusions requires a great deal of strength, however, forcing me to only use it sparingly. And yet, despite this fierce tax on my body, I would not hesitate to give my life if it meant stopping Project Noah, a project I had effectively founded when I allowed my delusion to spread across the world. Upon isolating myself, I began to pour every ounce of strength into halting the advancement of Project Noah. The Steins Gate. I will find the Takami's door. I will reach it no matter what. However, the skills my enemies possessed matched my own, rendering my efforts useless. What? I feel like nobody matches his delusional power. They had established a defensive strategy, and with it, the search for me had begun. If I were to make one mistake, I would be discovered in an instant and captured. This manhunt would only serve to increase the danger Nanami was in, as the two of us were family. I had no desire to involve anyone in this fight, so I hid myself away from the world. In the end, I was naive, and 3 years went by entirely wasted. During that time, I conjured numerous delusions, but each only served to weaken me further. If this were to continue, there would be no way of stopping Project Noah. He seems to be able to use a lot of delusions for some guy trying to use it sparingly. For this reason, I decided to give birth to you. To achieve this end, I had to sever every link I had left to society. My final remaining connection to the outside world and my normal life was Nanami. Because of this, I was forced to erase all memories she had of me. I know that my actions caused her a great deal of pain. In our last moments together, it was clear how deeply hurt she was. But even so, I knew that pain was sure to leave her momentarily. As long as she forgot about me, she would be able to return to her normal life. Wishing only for her happiness, I liberated her from the burden known as myself. It was with Rimi that I miscalculated. Naturally, I tried to erase her memories as well. I wanted her to forget about her awakening as a giglomaniac, about her sickly torture at the hands of Nerose, and that she had ever met me. I wanted to give her a normal life. However, Rimi is an exceptionally skilled giglomaniac. Is she? No matter how many times I tried to overwrite her memories, my delusions were deflected without avail. It was clear she was very experienced in locking away her heart, all while wearing the brightest of smiles on her face. My attempts having borne no fruit, I abandoned all hope of altering her memories, and thus redirected my efforts. How can she go toe-to-toe with Shogun, but, doesn't seem like she can do much else? That's kind of crazy. Creating a human from nothing proved difficult, even with the power of delusions. Bro, just get laid. 9 months later, you got it. I've come to know that the human soul is incredibly delicate, that it is as elaborate as it is precise. In order to create you, I focused completely on the personality the delusions would form. For an entire month's time, you were all I thought about. In a way, it was quite similar to falling in love, though I myself have never known the feeling. If you were to come to know this, I'm sure you'd feel repulsed. Essentially, you're me. My memories, abilities, and my name, I've entrusted them to you. The moment you're born, I will no longer be the boy known as Takumi, except for all the times that Rimi still refers to you as Takumi. From that moment on, I shall take on the moniker Shogun. Why Shogun, you may ask? Well, it could have been the general, but, I thought not. Well, I quite liked the Togu Shogun. That's all there is to it. With that being said, once you are born, your role will no doubt be a very painful one. First and foremost, you must awaken as a Gigamaniac. To meet this end, you'll have to endure an extreme mental load, a grave and unforgiving strain on your psyche. Once you awaken and grasp your D-Sword, the battle against Nozomi technology will begin. The battle to stop Project Noah. That is my goal, and by extension, yours. I would be remiss if I did not say this. My reason for creating you was selfish, but I had no other choice. I cannot do this on my own. I hope you can find it in yourselves to forgive me. Well, he got like 6 anime girlfriends from it, so I'm sure he's fine. When the curtain finally falls, you'll be free. Once you're granted this freedom, please grant me this in return. I ask that you turn a blind eye to my selfish desires, including forcing these memories onto you. I ask that you be a good older brother to Nanami. Well, hopefully he turns that around. Please. If I had the ability, I would have done this myself. I would have done it while dreaming of the peace I would once see once it came to a close. It's a pleasure to meet you, Takumi. This is also goodbye, Nishijo Takumi. Welcome to the world. Harsh battles await you, as do infinite possibilities. As long as the blue sky above exists, that fact can never be denied. You are me, and at the same time, you are also you. This feels like it should have been included. It's kind of wild that you guys had to add this. A hospital room none would visit, dyed orange by the setting sun. Clutching her knees silently in one of its corners, Rimi noticed something strange occurring in Takumi's bed. His breathing had quickened. His chest, reduced to mere skin and bone, rose and fell rapidly with each breath. With a low gasp, Rimi watched as innumerable thorned vines slowly radiated from the bed's center. A delicate construct that appeared both metallic yet organic, with a beauty that rivaled even the most breathtaking of sights. Vines of such description colored the room. They crept and crawled over the walls and floor, overtaking every inch of the closed space that the two resided in. Like the veins on a leaf, shards of translucent glass emerged from the surface of the vines, each pulsing with a flickering red light. Together, it was reminiscent of an 8-headed serpent, each branch possessing its own will. Takumi's D-Sword. Oh, man. Takumi's D-Sword? What? That would have been cool to see. Has an artist ever drawn it? Rimi had seen it once before, but at that time it had been confined to one of his weak, frail hands, wrapped around it as tight as it could be. Takumi remained motionless on the bed. In spite of Remi's attempts to inhibit him, she realized he had been successful in creating another self. As she gazed upon him, memories resurfaced of the time she'd asked him if he intended to die as a result of his actions. To this, he merely nodded. Thorned vines? Well, the 8th serpent head thing also sounds dope. Soon, the pulsing glow of the D-Sword covering the walls began to dim, and before long, the vines began to dry and crack. As they crumbled away around her, Rimi slowly rose to her feet. Taking care not to run into any thorns, she cautiously made her way to the bed. Standing by his side, she lifted his hand and gently caressed Shogun's desiccated cheek. How'd Shogun get his D-sword? The trauma of not being able to go on his field trip. Really fucked him up, bro. Don't you understand? Did you never get left out on field day in elementary school? Shit's whack, yo. That'll fuck you up for life. Of course. Still, he continued to breathe. Would he ever regain consciousness someday? At that moment in time, somewhere in Shibuya, another Takumi had been born. There's a lot that could have broken him. Chris, you had so many opportunities to agree with me there. That would have been funny. Would Remi ever come to meet the other Takumi someday? Until that day came, she would continue to wait here. For she had no family. For she had nowhere else to go. For she had no home to return to. If this was written years later, I think it's really funny that he kept that same writing style, where he repeats some of the things. Was this also written years later? Or is it just the song that was written years later? No one waiting for her. Gazing out the window, Rimi looked to the many skyscrapers of Shibuya. Each dyed a deep orange by the twilight, as a single trickle of tears slid down her cheek. All of this came a mere 18 months before the Shibuya collapse. That was nice. It definitely feels like the prelude should have been included in the game. Kind of wild, TBH, that it is not. That was good. Have you read Chaos Gate? I have not. Did we get every tip? I imagine we did, right? Kind of poetic. It was the first thing I ever translated, and once we decided it pretty late in the process, it was the last thing I edited. Oh, nice. We're gaslighting Q-Bai and Nanami's true end. You can read Chaos Gate now. I kind of explained it a bit earlier, Guy, but basically the thumbnail I wanted to do, but I wasn't able to successfully pull off, was I wanted to replace Remi's D-sword with the scissor swords from Kill la Kill. I wasn't able to successfully Photoshop it in a concise, visually appealing manner. I think this menu screen's really cool. That it changes and like lights up. Did Steins Gate do this after the true end? Did you guys add this in the COZ mod? This is really cool. Steins Gate did not. Yeah, I didn't think it did either. The menu? Yeah. This is something Noah did. The original game showed the original menu literally breaking and phased into this one. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like this. I like the, like... Fire Emblem does this as well. When you get, like, the 100%, it changes the menu screen. I think that's a cool touch. Not like... I mean, most of the time... It, like, you're not really gonna ever see this menu again. Yeah. Which Fire Emblem? I think all of them. I know Three Houses did. When you 100%ed. This one just kind of zooms into the corner of the screen, yeah. Final opinions? Xenoblade does it? Yeah, I think quite a few JRPGs do it. I'm trying to think. Review time? I didn't really, Three Houses is just a pick of a chair. I mean, if you complete the game on Maddening, the hardest difficulty setting, and not casual, like, on the permadeath mode, it changes the menu to, like, bold. Right. Yeah, like a gold light shines down. It's not very different. But yeah, if you complete it on Maddening Lunatic without new... So you have to complete it on Lunatic without New Game Plus. And that's how you get the menu. My final opinion, Kazupi is cute. Yeah, so I guess what are my opinions? I feel like I've already kind of, like, I mean, it's been stretched over the 100-hour journey that we've done for this game. This is the longest I've played a game in, like, years, by the way, I think. This 100-hour game. How should I phrase this? I mean, it was a game that we played. So I guess I'll start with, like, my route tier list, I suppose. We look at the routes. Oh, fuck, I don't remember which route was fucking which by looking at these, good lord. Alright, so how should I start running this? I would say Chaos, Crying Sky, and Yua. Or not Chaos. Common route, Crying Sky, and Yua's route are all the bottom tier. Then it's the heroine routes, I guess is the best way to describe them. I would say the Fez, Senna, and Rimi routes are there, and then Nanami, and then Kozuki. Is how I would order my order of, like, enjoyment of the endings. I thought Nanami and Kazupi were really good endings. My biggest critique, it's funny because of what you just said, Kyler. My biggest critique is I couldn't, it was really hard for me to get past Takumi. Like, in the entire story. God, I can't stand him. Like, God, I hate him. I hate him so much. I hate him. I hate him so much. Like, unironically, I just... God. And, I mean, yeah, it's not... Early Okabe is more annoying than Takumi. I don't know about that. But early Okabe is definitely really rough, so it wasn't like... that big of a difference, but yeah. And I do feel like Zero kind of justifies how early Okabe is, but I don't feel that Takumi got that same redemption that like Okabe got, where like it came full circle, where when he became annoying again, it was kind of like, yeah, okay, this is fine. In fact, I'm looking forward to you being like this again. And then it justified some of his earlier appearances like that, because you knew why he was doing it and stuff, and like I liked that. I didn't feel that Takumi had that. I don't think every story with a negative main character requires redemption. No, he doesn't. But I feel like even some characters that don't get redeemed are still enjoyable, but Takumi I didn't feel like had that redemption. I mean, not even the redemption, I didn't like him. Watching it and playing it are different things. Not true. Watch my other playthroughs of Steins Gate and Danganronpa and all sorts of other visual novels instead of playing it for yourself. Just watch me, call me, subscribe, hit the bell button. Anyway, I said I was gonna at some point like buckle down and like write all my thoughts out for this the game, and then I didn't do it. So I guess we're kind of now in the full like ramble mode as I always do my reviews. So yeah, Takumi is my biggest red flag of the game. It made a lot of the scenes really hard. How many hours you got? Like, it was like 103 hours it took us to get to this point. 104 basically hours to get here. But yeah, Takumi was definitely, like Wandering said, the biggest filter. I think... Good lord, man, I don't understand what you're talking about, Alpha. Literally, 100 hours, regular JRPG gameplay time. Fairly standard, to be honest. If I'm being real with you. 100 hours. Normal content for a JRPG. But yeah, what I was saying, I agree with Wandering that Takumi's kind of the filter of the game, I guess. Because if it wasn't for the stream, I would not have continued this, for sure. Because I was having such a good time, like, going through it and reacting and, like, talking with you guys about it, and, like, it was really fun when you guys were, like, breaking down your theories of some of the, like, more confusing parts of the game, or, like, some of the more ambiguous parts of the game, and, like, having that discussion and that back and forth with you guys in chat was why I kept going, because it kept me engaged. But there's a lot of points where I know for sure, like, if I was playing solo, I would have been like, no, I'm not putting up with this anymore. Chaos Head doesn't have grinding like an RPG, but it does when you grind the routes. Yeah, you gotta fast forward all those text pages. Insane. Insane grind, bro. Takami's a product of circumstance that's terrifyingly ahead of his time representation of the terminally online. Yeah, it's probably fairly accurate. I think he's probably depicted as your standard weeb, definitely before weebdom became popular. You're not wrong there. This is something that I feel like is probably more relevant nowadays than it was when it released. So you're not wrong there. But yeah, if it wasn't for like this kind of discussion and this kind of interaction, like what Chris is saying here, and Alphas, and a lot of other people having their like their theories and their thoughts and their, you know, opinions and different things to elaborate on different scenes and add context and value to some of these things, I would have given up on this. I'm not afraid to say that. That was where my opinion was in Chaos Head, where like if it wasn't for you guys having that experience and all those interactions, I would have been like, no, I'm not reading this. I'd have got to like chapter 4 and been like, nope, I'm out. Because the other thing that kind of bothers me, and I know you guys kind of said it differently, and this seems to have kind of been like an established critique, because you guys said this is kind of a thing that's finished or fixed in Chaos Child. One of the things that bugged me throughout the routes, which we kind of already talked about, it bugs me how long the drip feed is for any like info in the game to start getting explained, or like any of the happenings or the mechanics of the world in the game start getting explained. We start getting... It kind of feels like in Common Route, if you cut out like chapters... I feel if you cut out some of the middle chapters, the game wouldn't change at all. Like, the story wouldn't change. It genuinely feels like once you kind of get past, like, that Yua arc, and then... I don't agree with you. You can cut out anything from Common Route. I'm not saying that there's not some stuff in there. This isn't really an established critique. So I wasn't finished exactly with the thought, but the fact that you can lose... So the thing that I was going to go to next, just to clarify for that, is the established critique is that you can lose some of the info in this game by doing different delusions. And people were saying that doesn't happen in Chaos Child anymore. It's like... Because there's some information that, like, what we found, like, today when I did some of the neutral routes, is some actual information and answers to questions are hidden behind the neutral choice. And if you don't pick that, you can lose that info. Because there is a Fez scene that we experienced today that, like, where she does actually fucking explain some of the stuff going on. But if you pick a delusion, you just don't get that explanation. So I remember... Like, upon reflection, I was so frustrated at that scene because she's kind of explaining, like, she's about to pour this info that, like, I've really been wanted to hear about. And so I go along with the game mechanic of picking a delusion, and I'm, like, punished for it. Because now I leave that scene, and I'm like, what the fuck? Now I don't know anything. She said she was going to tell me stuff. This stupid character I don't like. You know, I had such a negative impression of Fez after this that she just kept doing all of her Chuny shit and just didn't explain stuff. And then when I went past her description, I was now like, okay, this character sucks. I'm not paying attention to anything Fez says anymore. But, like, if I had picked a different option, she would have explained stuff, and then I wouldn't have had this, like, negative impression of her character. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily like that. It feels like if there was a scene with pivotal information about to be explained, it should have been one of those delusions where, like, the delusion takes you from A to B, and then you go back to A after the delusion is ended. just because I feel like there's so much in Common Route where there's just um uh maybe not necessarily cut, but like some of the scenes needed to be, at least in my opinion, or what it felt like, needed to be shifted around in Common Route. Again, this is all kind of off the cuff. I'm just kind of like rambling. This isn't like me sitting down and like coherently organizing my thoughts and getting all my points together. I'm just kind of vomiting out my thoughts here. We're just kind of whatever first comes to mind is what I'm saying right now. I do feel like some of the moments for Common Route could have been explained to the reader a bit earlier in the story, and I don't think it would have hampered the mystery at all, but it would have answered those questions. Because I remember my first run through of Common Route, right? I was starting to get to the point where so many questions were starting to pile up. I was starting to no longer care about questions that were like earlier, like at the beginning of the game, right? Like, because now we're stacking all these questions, right? Of like, oh, who's this person? What's the delusion? What's going on here? Why are delusions happening? Are they real? Are they not? Who's the killer? What was that scene with Rimi? Why is Rimi normal? Like, we're stacking all these questions, and there's like minor questions throughout the whole time that could have been explained earlier in the game that would have at least alleviated this like giant pile of questions, this giant like stuff I'm trying to figure out as the reader. And like some points in the game now where like some things get answered so late in the game, I'm kind of like, oh, I forgot I even like had a question about that. I like forgot that we didn't answer that. Like, I think the D-sword thing being explained should have been explained much earlier, or like the explanation of that, and not necessarily in a way that like that would have. I don't think it would have gotten rid of any mystery, but like the answer onto how the D-sword is formed, I think we should have gotten earlier in the game. And how the D-sword functions, I feel like we should have gotten earlier in the game, because Senna kind of explains it in like a really roundabout fucking way that's just doesn't really answer any questions in the beginning, but it's not I don't think it really hinders anything for those explanations to be given earlier. It's kind of fair because you're not really incentivized to pick neutral, so you think it's cool. Positive and negative illusions are so out there and interesting, there isn't much of a reason a first-time player would choose to stay in reality, which I think helps you better identify with Takumi. Then you learn the benefits of staying in reality later. Yeah, and I mean, that's true, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, I guess it's just a matter of, I mean, obviously it's a matter of opinion, right? But, I just didn't like that. Your points make sense, right? Because my interpretation of that is, right, you know, we've got these really cool delusions, like every time you pick neutral or excuse me, every time you pick positive or negative, you get these cool scenes, right, that are so out there, that are so, like, hanging on the edgy tension of the game, or the horny tension of the game, right, where it is so fucking out there. Why would you ever pick neutral? You have to pick one of the two. And then, to put stuff in neutral is almost kind of like, what the fuck are you doing to me? And I would have liked that info, I guess. Because I'm someone who's, like, always trying to solve the puzzle, I want information, I want more clues, I'm, like, thinking the whole time of, like, how can we solve the puzzle? What are the pieces? To miss some of the pieces of the puzzle, that's something that, like, will irritate me right away. Like, I want, because I mean, I talked about it earlier too, right? I love being able to connect the dots and put the pieces together and take notes on the side of like, oh, okay, so this is happening now, but this works this way, so that means maybe these different things could be happening here. Like, I feel like, again, with the D-sword being explained earlier as like a basically the magic wand, right? because believe it or not, I give credit where it's due. The Chaos Head anime does kind of suck, and no, I didn't finish it. I got fucking bored around like episode 9 of it. It's just, yeah, he's not that good. But the anime, I felt, actually explains how the D swords work at an earlier enough point in the game, and by using an example of that like runaway construction vehicle thing, that I do feel like you're able to kind of insinuate a little bit earlier, like some of the like what's going on, and then have a better understanding of like if things are delusional or not. You know to ask that question, and the context of why you should ask that question of like why are there delusions, other than just you're wondering if there's delusions because you are choosing to delude or not, or you're choosing to be delusional or not. Is it all of the girls fighting delusional insects? That's just for action for the anime, though. But anyway, like, once you understand how the sword works, it changes the context of the question in a, I think, a more interesting way. Because in the beginning, you are wondering, like, oh, is this a delusion or not? And mostly you're just wondering it in the context of, man, maybe this Takumi guy is kind of fucked up, you know? Maybe he's got something wrong. But, like, if you introduce the concept of that the D swords are like the magic wand of creating delusions, then that changes the context of, like, is someone fucking with Takumi? Is this his own delusion, or is this a targeted attack? And then you can kind of more get in tune with Takumi's feelings of paranoia. Because for the most part, for me, Takumi's paranoia, because the D-sword wasn't explained, just kind of felt like, alright dude, you're getting paranoid for like no reason. But when the D-sword is explained, now it feels like the paranoia is a bit more justified. Now I want to kind of investigate, oh okay, so maybe this is being projected. Is like until we get it confirmed, that's not really the question we're asking. At least I felt. If I phrase that right. And if I didn't just run everyone out of the chat here, thinking about that. What else? What else? Had I played this on my own, I'd have not known to replay neutral for more info. Yeah. That's quite an ending to the show. I mean, maybe after today I'll watch the last couple episodes of the anime. It feels bad not, like, finishing it. But yeah, I just kind of got bored of the show. But that's the one credit I'll give the show, is I liked the D-sword explanation. It felt like it came at the right time, and it came with examples. Because in the anime, right, like, it does the explanation that the game does, but then adds to it. Because in the game, it kind of feels like, at the point where you're eating popsicles with Senna and Kazupi, the only real example you get is she gives you a bunch of the sci-fi explanation of like, oh, it's the antiparticles and the antimatter and the and you're kind of like, okay. And then the physical example they give you is Kazupi runs her not real booted D-sword through the through people, and it's kind of like, okay. But like it associates the explanation of the D-sword with the D-sword, if that makes sense. And I feel like it's not as clear as it could be. Where, like, in the anime, they show you the non-real booted sword, and then they give you a separate example of, like, Senna creates a thing that, like, it would be so obvious to people, like, how the fuck could they not see it? And then she explains, like, see how they can't see this bulldozer? And then watch, oh, they see it, and then they all freak out, and then, oh, now they don't see it, and it's gone. And, like, that's, like, such a clear explanation while also explaining the D-sword that I liked it a lot better. Plus, it came earlier, right? You know, I only had to watch, like, 2 or 3 episodes to get that explanation. But in this game, it takes you like several chapters to get that far. Red is real booted. Well, I know that, but then they also give you the demonstration of like how the sword creates things and stuff. Instead of just creating itself, it shows that the D sword is creating something else, right? Like giving you the example. Because they explain that the sword is when the sword's delusion, when it's real booted, but then they go further to show how the sword can create things. And can distort the minds of people, because sometimes they react to it, and sometimes they don't. And like it's just clear. I think if the game was made today, I think they'd do some things differently. Well, I mean, just based on like, I mean, people's attention spans nowadays. I mean, me, perfect in this example, if I didn't get some of the answers I wanted, like by chapter 4, I would have been like, okay, I'm out. Every game kind of like gets you to the gratification a little bit faster nowadays, and that's not necessarily always good, but absolutely it would be different. Mostly everything Cubai says here has been resolved. Yeah, I'm not saying like this is indicative of the whole Psy Adventure series, because like I know I played Steins Gate. I know that the Psy Adventure team gets it together, and I'm not saying that this was bad. I'm just saying like I had some serious issues with it, but like, I mean, you guys saw I fucking cried my eyes out during the Kazupi route. Like I got emotionally invested in the game and some of the characters. Like, I'm not saying that it's just, like, bad. These are just... The things that come to mind and are easier to rant about are my critiques. You know, it's always easier to rant about the things that you, critique and, like, are not happy with than it is easier to think of the things that you're, oh, I'm so happy about this scene. Because, you know, you're happy about it, so there's not as much detail coming to mind about what you're happy about. And, you know, it's not something on the forefront of your mind. If that makes sense. So oh yeah. So I guess we can kind of, now that you say, yeah, the cast is more into the common route, that's another critique I had of the game. The game does have all these interesting characters in it, and then doesn't give them any life. Like, the characters I felt, I know that they were going for that, like, feeling of isolation with Takumi, but I felt it's almost to the point of overkill, at the detriment of the other characters. Like, because they don't get a lot of the life or the breath that they deserved. Another thing in the anime that I don't actually like the anime, okay? I swear to God. But another thing they do in the Chaos Head anime is they give characters some of their own scenes. Like, you get some more perspective from some of the other characters. That showcases their personality, not just plot. Because kind of in this game, the only time you really get scenes like that is when they're giving you some plot, right? Like, at the times you go to Senna's perspective, she's attacking porters and confronting her father. You know, so you don't really get any development of her in those side scenes. She's just driving the plot. And you kind of get a little bit of like, oh, okay, she doesn't like her dad. Or these porters or whatever, but like, it's not developing her. And like in the anime, there's some scenes where Senna and Kazupi like are just hanging out, and like you get a little bit of them as characters, right? And you get a little bit of Nanami in her class with her friends, and they're like making fun of her, they're like teasing her a bit. She's like playing tennis. Yeah. Nanami is playing tennis and interacts with Yua, and I don't remember that happened. That didn't happen in the game, right? But that's some of the scenes. Nanami's with her classmates, she's talking, they're having fun, they're like, where's the fuck's your brother? He's kind of weird, right? And she's like, my brother's, you know, he's a little hermit, but if you get to know him, he's not awful, and like, she gets scenes like that, and she's playing tennis, and, like, yeah, she's hanging out with Yua, and like Yua kind of is doing you can see a little bit more of Yua's investigation, because Yua's like prying into Nanami about Takumi. She's like, so what's Takumi's deal? You know, she's like asking some things about him. And so you get more of that, like, perspective of the other characters. You know that now that Yua is investigating, but she's not just being, like, really dumb about it. She is, like, being subtle about it, where she is hanging out with Nanami and just kind of asking, like, probing questions, where she's like, so your brother, you know? Talk of the school, he's not here today. That's weird. Tell me about your brother, you know? She comes off as a more competent character that gets developed a bit with just these couple second scenes that I wish this game did. All of the other characters almost feel like an afterthought in this game. I mean, an afterthought might be too strong, but they don't get their own scenes. I wish some of the scenes had been replaced. Did Chris run off? Is he, like, so heated by all the bad takes I'm giving right now? But, anyway. Like, we get so many of those scenes where we know Takami's an otaku freak who won't leave his room, right? We get that over and over and over again. It wouldn't have hurt, I don't think, for us to leave Takami's perspective, get some breath with the other characters, understand them a bit better, and then we cut back to Takami, and it's like, and Takami hasn't left his house for the last, like, couple days. He's still fucking paranoid, he's still freaking out. And I would still get the same impression of Takami being an isolated character, but then I would get some scenes with the other characters and care about them more. Because I know we've all kind of memed the Yua route now, right? But, like, I felt like, I mean, maybe this was, I don't know. But, as I say, yeah, when the Yua, like, route happened, and there was the big reveal of, like, she's Mia, I was like, oh, I don't care. Like, you know, like, that was the big crutch of Yua's route, that big reveal, the trauma, the tragedy. She's Mia! And I was like, fuck, okay. Like I almost felt myself being like, oh no, this is, are we spending time with this? And I don't know if it's other people feel that way or not. Feel the intermissions of the other characters gave them development to their personalities. For some, but, like, a lot of the girls didn't get that treatment. It's kind of strange. I love the scene of Yua's backstory in 8. Really? I didn't. I didn't care. The scene of her hugging the teddy bear picture is absolutely heartbreaking. That is very sad. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, the reveal that happens, right? I was more emotionally attached to this character that didn't actually exist for me than Yua, or than Mia. I was more sympathetic towards Yua, the one who died, and was, like, clutching the bear and being all, oh my god, and sad and emotional, and that, I mean, I was getting the waterworks going when she was holding the piece of paper of the bear, right? Like, that was so sad. And I was getting angry for her. And then, but, like, when the reveal was, oh, the sisters were they're switched, I was like, okay. That was her, though. Oh, whatever. Like, I guess I don't know. She was the one making the sacrifices. I mean, they were switched the whole time. I guess I didn't care about the switch. I guess what I'm saying is if the one that always was committing sacrifices was the one that died, I don't think it would have... Wait, no. Because the one... No, yeah, the one that Okay, wait, yeah. If the one that was making sacrifices was the one that died... Or yeah, excuse me. You have mixed up, right. If the other one died, I don't think I would have cared. Is what I'm saying. Like... She made so many sacrifices for her sister, only for her sister to die. Yeah, but I'm saying... I guess I'm saying... that if the other one died, I wouldn't have cared. One of the sisters dying is traumatic enough, I feel like. At least at my level 2 attachment of it. Of the scene. I phrased that poorly. What's a good way to phrase that? Either of the sisters dying inflicts the same amount of emotional reaction from me than, like, the explanation that was given, because I didn't feel, like, as attached to the living sister as a character. Does that sound right? Yeah, I think that sounds right. Maybe the game should have hinted Yua as a sister in the first chapter. I don't even think it really needs to do that. I think her being friends with Takumi could have lasted a bit longer. At least for us to get that level of caring about her. Or we could have seen her interact with Nanami a bit more. And or have maybe gotten a bit more info for the Yua route to care, where we could have seen the justification for her obsession with Takumi being the killer earlier. What do you think of the translation? I thought the translation was great. I thought it was a good dub. I liked the translation. I had no problems with that. Except a couple of the typos on that 1.0 release of the patch. Tragic. I guess you guys got it kind of together after the second update. Did you see, were you there for the start of the stream, Chris? That when I did update the patch, it broke, and I had to reinstall. I showed that at the start of the stream. I was gonna wait to go live until I completed the update, but because it crashed, I went live early just to to show you. I didn't know if you were there for it though. That was funny. I think it was 2-3 streams ago, maybe. It was the one where everyone... It was I updated it, I think it was before maybe the Kazupi route or something. It was where at the end of a stream, everyone was like, you've got to update before the next patch, or else it's just, it could be bad. You gotta update, you gotta update, you gotta update. Because I had gone several streams without updating. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll update. And then I started the stream, and I got the, was it there for that? Yeah, I got the message from the installer that was like, your installation was unsuccessful, and I had to reinstall stuff. I had to re-download the patch again, and I think uninstalled the game and stuff. This menu music is so much more tolerable. Yeah, I know. I kept telling you guys I'm just unlucky. I'm an unlucky person, and everyone was like, "No, dude, did you just reopen the patch and it'll fucking install itself?" I got a big ass crash and please reinstall please re-download the installer. Corrupted file. We can't be successfully installed. Trolled. I'm not gonna lie, I like the suspenseful music of the original menu better. I mean, I guess now that all the mystery's over, you just reran it and it worked. Yeah, I just reran it and it worked, but it didn't work in one try, which is what I was promised. But anyway, I kind of like the ambiance of the first menu music, the yellow music, because it's all like boom, 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 and gives you that kind of what's going on, ooh, scary horror. But I guess, yeah, since now that we've beaten all the endings, like, I mean, it should just be there's no more ambiance, there's no more stories left to tell. I wish the building was fixed, though. What else? Was there anything else? Any other of my thoughts? You see the red end in Noah? It's the Noid. Shibuya isn't fixed by the end. I just dilute it better, bro. I don't understand. You can change the weather. You tell me they can't fix a building? Just dilute it better, bro. Easy. TBH. Earthquake happened and has ramifications. Gigalomaniacs can't heal themselves until they can't. And the earthquake... Or until they can. And the earthquake has ramifications until it doesn't. Is there any other thoughts that I have? Any big things or any big takeaways that I need to rant on? I kind of covered a lot of the stuff. My big negatives were the characters not getting fleshed out enough. I felt like the pacing of some of the information was too slow. I'm trying to think of like pros and cons, right? Cons, just to summarize, I wanted more character development. The pacing of the info felt too slow to me. Takumi. Pros, Kazupi's route. Kazupi. But seriously, I guess, Kazupi's route definitely hit me. That was definitely the best part of the game. I meant before that. Takumi heals people with his powers. None of the other Gigalomaniacs heal, but Takumi definitely heals people. He doesn't heal anyone? He totally does. The Mandela is affecting you. Still misunderstanding the plot. Oh, Kyler, like you didn't explain without asking Chris like a dozen questions as well. When he does the whole, switching thing with Sua. Doesn't he also patch up like in that same scene afterwards, he helps them out of the debris and like helps them stand and stuff. I also still disagree that I don't feel like that's him just this switch with Sua POV. Because he gets hit, he gets hurt, he acknowledges the pain, which is the whole reason why they're not supposed to be able to do delusions and stuff. He heals the baby who got shot. That's true. That's true. They heal the baby that got shot. Thank you, Jupiter. That also happened. The man didn't die in jail. I don't understand that reference. Baby healing isn't canon? Well, then none of the routes are canon. They real booted the baby, but the baby's not a delusion before. In the end, Takumi didn't heal anyone. I don't know. I still feel, because he acknowledges the pain of the stake. Takumi does. Which they just said is like the reason they can't, like, the pain distracts them from being able to delude. I don't know. I mean, I still didn't like that scene. I guess any way you explain it. A lot of this stuff felt very Deus Ex Machina-y in, like, late chapter 9 to 10. It kind of felt like they were just like, alright, well, we're wrapping this up. That scene's dope. I didn't like it. I didn't. If they don't have the same route, I'll make one myself. The route is of me streaming. That's it. Just me streaming. Giglomania stays consistent. Sometimes I feel it's weird that, like, sometimes they can break through delusions, and sometimes they can't, and sometimes they're stuck in the delusions, and, like, other times they're not. And then sometimes it feels like once they do start diluting things, there are other small problems where you're like, well, why don't you just dilute a fix for this? Okabe's hard Giglomaniac bait? Is he? I feel like even after playing this, I don't know how I would think he's a Giglomaniac. I mean, maybe it's perspective, but, like, I don't think I would, even if I played Chaos Noah first, I don't think I would have thought he was a, I don't think I would have thought he was a Giglomaniac. I'd be cool to hear examples, though, or, like, what you thought of what makes him a Giglomaniac. So maybe I just didn't see it, having not played Chaos Head. Oh, also, I remember... that was what I wanted to see, Chris. If you knew off the top of your head Someone said, and I think it was you, Chris, that that there were scenes where Takami's D-Sword was visible before O-Front. Do you know where those CGs are? I really want to see where Takami's, if there are those moments where Takami's D-Sword was seen earlier. Because I only remember ever seeing it at the O-Front thing. But you said there was, like, other CGs where his sword could have been visible. I don't remember exactly. Ah, damn. Only place that's visible outside of O-Front is from the top of his building looking out in the city. What's that one? Wrong thing, fuck. I wonder if it's got a... Won't be in the background because it's in there. It's not a CG. Oh, fuck. I actually, hang on. I opened up the background file at one point. Let me see if I can pull it up again. There's like 200 backgrounds in this game. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Because I opened up the background file for the Senna thumbnail that I made yesterday. I pulled that menu background out. The Chaos Wiki lists Okabe as an Esper. Really? Along with Moeka and Ferris. What? I could at least see an argument for Okabe, right, because of his reading Steiner, but not Ferris. What? Okay, so I've got the background file here. Let me see if I can find the one where he's... So he's overlooking the city is where his D-Sword is? Is he overlooking the city... Is it outside his container thing? I'm trying to find that CG so I can pull it up. It's when Takami's playing with the toy sword and Rimi is with him. Let me see if I can find the CG. Or the BG, excuse me. Because they're not listed in order, they're just like fucking random. I'll pull it up on stream if I can find it. Ferris is just Fez at home. I kind of liked Fez better, or Ferris better than Fez. You were correct initially. Wait. Oh, you found it? Good, because I'm like trying to fucking pierce through the game's background file folder. And they're all just listed as BG fucking 173, 174, and I can fucking go to chapter 5. Oh wait, maybe I just found it. Okay, go to chapter 5. Don't you like how we're extending this stream out like another 2 hours, despite us finishing the game earlier? A classic Q-Buy moment. Okay, we're going to chapter 5. Where is it in chapter 5? is big cry, so sad. Vomits, puke puke. Tee-hee, we're doing stuff. Is this where he gets his toy D-sword? I, like, don't remember this. Fuck. Wait, why is it not letting me skip this? What?
これも君の妄想よ。ディソードは力を持つ人、君には
You can see my sword. That can only mean one thing.
一つだけ。
Oh my god, what? Oh my god, I wish I didn't see this. Fucking Christ, it's gonna make me even more mad. Fez explaining that power randomly earlier. Oh my god. We shouldn't have seen it. We've gone too deep. So that's not what I was talking about, if that's what you're referring to. Like the scene where he... Is this what you were talking about, Francisco? And what was it? I was wondering if there was another scene that, like... Okay, this one's a CG, right? Where he can, like, see his D-sword in the city. Fuck, it's probably not a CG either. So I was meaning, is there another CG where you can see the D-sword in the background image? Now, don't apologize, Francisco. I don't think I'm being clear. Beside, like, blended into the background, like how at O-Front, his D-sword looks like it's part of that building, like as a lamp. Not a lamp, like a street light. It kind of looks like a street light. But it's there. Is there another CG in the game like that? Or another... this is why it's confusing, because I keep saying CG instead of background. Yes. But where... Oh, but where, oh, where, oh, where, oh, where... So I've got the folder open of all the backgrounds. Hang on, let me... Can I pull up the view? Is it safe for me to pull up the desktop? Yeah, okay, I can. Hang on, hang on. Hang on one second. Oh, no, we're good, okay. Would this help you see it? Scroll down. Oh, real quick before I scroll down. Can I just say it's really funny that Yua is just one of the background images? Instead of listing it as her character sprite, they make it a background image and overlay it. I think that's funny. Anyway. Also, tiny Yua. Make the thumbnails larger? Oh yeah, we can do that. That's a good idea. Where'd you find this folder? I looked up the directory from a site called like Sprite Resources or something. Spriters-resource.com, and it'll give you like file directory of some of the images in the game. And you can pull, and it'll show you where to pull the backgrounds from. This isn't it, is it? I'm just so curious. I've been curious about it the whole game. Like, could we have seen it earlier? You guys are saying yes, so like, I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. It's not this one either, right? Oh, we can get real zoomed in there. What was the red-haired lady? Yeah, it was one. It was during one of the earthquakes. His action figure breaks. Remember, the sword breaks. It's in the 6-7 folder. Oh, I already condensed them all into one folder. Do you know what it's called? Like BG what? He slips in chapter 1. Oh, really? Here's the fucking Resistance Fall of Man monster. Have you guys seen these? The Chimera? This is the first thing I thought of it when I saw this. Like, it almost looks like a straight rip of the enemies from that game. Here it is. You guys, like, see the familial resemblance between these two monsters, right? Like, how they're cousins? Background 280s. Okay, cool. Background 286. Oh, there it is. Nailed it. Very cool. Yeah, as soon as you look for it. Nice. That's really cool. It's very subtle. It's definitely one of those things where you probably wouldn't have, like, you wouldn't have seen it your first time looking. You would had to have known what Takumi's D-Sword already looked like to see this. Like, I don't think this is something that you would perceive just, like, randomly. Because it's not even the right color, right? It's just grayed out. I have to imagine it could be in other ones, yeah. Yeah, it's a couple of the times where, yeah, I think he's, or it could be, like, diluting when he, is having like a normal like morning with Rimi when he's like when he's first becomes friends with her or whatever. He's going to school more and stuff. But yeah, I wonder if it's in more CGs. I can't imagine they only did that in one random CG at the beginning of the game, right? There's no way. But yeah, see, like this is just immediately what I pulled to make my thumbnail. And I just opened the folder and I immediately ripped this image. So I make my thumbnail. Desire blue sky. Alright. Is it not in the game? Watch on YouTube with the lyrics. Bruh, you guys are gonna give me hardcore copywritten. Bruh. I assume it's just the first result. Where'd the window go? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Alright, can we get to where are the lyrics? God, fucking damn it. Over. Like solving a puzzle over here. Is there like a music video or is it just this? When does this play in the song? Hi, Chekabus. Tukabuskus. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh, the copyrights I'm gonna get from this. Do you want me to like start singing? Or will I ruin your guys' vibe if I start singing? Sing your heart out. Karaoke stream? I'm on it, bro. just wanted to leave a listen because I think it's a good song. I mean, it's good. It's a shame it's not in the game. Couldn't you put it in the game, though? Isn't that your choice? Your delusion, Mr. Modder? You guys could have... Here's what you could do. Idea free of charge. Oh, it is? I was gonna say what you could do is for the prelude that you guys added to the game, you can add the COZ team credits at the end of the prelude. And then add the, this song. And then you could add the lyrics on the video or something. Adding videos for it to do, I'm sure, yeah. Programming that sounds like a nightmare. Just, it's all a simulation, bro. Just put it in there. Just dilute it, make it real. If I was working on it, I would simply add it to the game. Can't you? It's just dragging and dropping, right? You just click the video file and put it in there. Yeah, real boot it. Just real boot the song into the credits, bro. Are you even gigalomaniacing? Be real. Listen to Cry next. Sure. I only know it. Desire blue sky. Desire blue sky. Desire blue sky. Do you guys get this now where YouTube just like recommends you shorts randomly now? Like, what is this? What's happening here? On mobile, when I try to, like, when I'm watching stuff, it like automatically just starts playing shorts for me sometimes, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I was watching something else. Like, all of my YouTube browsing history is like video games and like anime and visual novels and shit, but it always recommends me like animal shorts. Well, I don't watch animal stuff. I don't watch like cat videos on YouTube. Google knows everything about you, but it can't though, because I don't watch animal videos. I don't. They know things even you don't. It's because they know animals are safe and so they want shorts to succeed. Yeah, probably true. Like, I wouldn't mind, because I've mentioned before on other things that I do, I actually am not a person that minds targeted ads. I've bought things several times from targeted ads, like from them like monitoring my browsing history. Like, there's definitely been times where like I bought like some cool clothes or like shoes or something because it was like, you bought this, would you like this? And I'm like, I would like that, and I buy it, right? Like after I played through Fire Emblem, I got a targeted ad that was like, do you want to buy like some figures of the characters from Fire Emblem? And it showed me a bunch of them, and I was like, I would like to do that. And I did. Like, I don't mind targeted ads. Just target the shorts to me then. Like, these shorts, it should be like, I don't know if anyone made Chaos Head shorts but me on YouTube, but like, it should be like Steins Gate, or like if other people made Chaos Head shorts and stuff. Like, why is it animals? What? I don't care. Small YouTube tangent, because my life is YouTube, so just had to go on that route. I don't know if anyone made Chaos Head shorts, but still. Like, if I just search Chaos Head, actually, I kind of don't want to do that. Like, see some of the musics here it's recommending. Immediately after, Music of Asia, Steins Gate stuff. Music of Japan. And it's got like the artists from Steins Gate Zero listed. Like those are like logical recommendations. I just listened to a Psy Adventure soundtrack song, and like all the other recommendations here are like mostly music stuff, and this Day 9, who I watch a lot, but irrelevant. But it's all music. Music of Asia. I mean, it's, you know, it's Asian. There you go. And also, yeah, what the song played when reaching the true ending, and the song makes you feel just that. I don't know what the fuck this guy says. This guy literally just... Oh, no, he's quoting Rimi Tataku. People always do this in YouTube videos. It's a very popular thing to do, is like just comment a quote from the song or the video. Look at how many views there are. 223K. I've got a video with more views than that. No big deal. Oh, you can read that? Good job, proud of you, thank you. I'm the 200K. Nice. Spanish is my first language. Oh, nice. Said earlier, but great job on 100% in Chaos Head. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, they posted the lyrics. What are some of the other comments? See how, like, all the other recommendations are, like, music? But these shorts are just animals for some fucking reason. It bugs me. Like, music, music, music. I was watching this series before, so that's why it's recommending this. Music, Doom music, JoJo music, Metroid music. I see Bury the Light, good taste. Yeah, I'm a big Amelie guy. I was talking about DMC. Oh, yeah, the DMC song is also good. I'm a big fan of Bury the Light as well. She has a song called something about light. I don't remember exactly what it's called. CC True End. Probably a couple months before we see that. I also listened to Nero's battle theme. I think Nero and Virgil's battle themes from DMC5 are really good. I thought Dante's was kind of low. Alright. Final two tasks are to watch the original opening. The copyright strikes of watching the videos are so severe, though. The videos are worse than the, like, just audio copyright strikes. The audio copyright strikes are way worse. Or the video copyright strikes are way worse. Because then they fucking double whammy you. We can read Chaos Gate. Should I read Chaos Gate now? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Chris said it was like 2 pages, right? Is there a song I should be set up in the background for that? To play like the game? I feel like this is probably not what you guys are referring to. Let's read. Lead humanity's greatest weapon, the Grey Knights, in this fast-paced, turn-based tactical RPG. Root out and purge a galaxy-spanning plague in a cinematic, story-driven campaign, using the tactics and talents of your own personalized squad of demon hunters. Shape the fate of the galaxy. Forge your champions in cinematic slaughter. With precision targeting and fighting mutating monstrosities. Weird that over the course of the release from Chaos Head, they've grayed out the Black Knights of Wicked Hearts. They're now just gray. That's unfortunate. Truly, this war of shaping the fate of the galaxy has wounded our Black Knights. I sent it to you. What is going on? Hang on. There's so much stuff going on in the Discord. It's hard to discern what I'm looking at. Is this the video I'm supposed to watch? Am I about to get fucking pranked? Is this it? Spider Freak 1001. This is a video version? Okay. Is there audio that I should listen to? Alright. Well, I'm going to be commenting over it, I guess, so it won't matter if there's audio or not. I'll be pausing it to read and shit. This will contain major spoilers for the story of Chaos Head, PC. If you have not read the fan translation in full, by fan translation, I'm sure he's referring to the COZ patch. Before clicking this, do not watch until you have. Please come back later. This is the only time you will be warned. Also, this is not required, but this short story is more enjoyable if you've already read Steins Gate as well as Chaos Head before watching, so do bear that in mind. No COZ back then. I know I was memeing. What's playing audio? Oh. Ah. Ew. There we go. Excuse me? Whatever, just close that list. Is this centered properly in the thing? No, it's not. You need to work on your sarcasm voice. I think it's better when it's just raw, unfiltered sarcasm. And it's hard to tell if it is or not. That's close enough to centered. Remember when the stream was only had to be 6 hours? With that out of the way, I hope you enjoy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Very loud. fucking stay in HD. What are you doing? It's quiet? Jesus, it's quiet for you guys? It scared the shit out of me. The escalator I'm dashing down is quite lengthy, and it stretches deep into the underground. Upon reaching its end, I click my tongue in annoyance. Who are we experiencing this through right now? I shoulder my D-sword and scan the surroundings. So not Okabe. Lost him, huh? I chase someone carrying a Nozomi technology terminal, what the company's higher-ups seemingly refer to as porters, all the way to Shibuya Station. But it seems as though he managed to escape. Wait, hang on. I also need to move my webcam over. Can I stretch this out enough to fill the screen? Okay, nope. And then we just do a little stretchy stretch. Okay, whatever. I'm fucking around with this too much. It really doesn't matter. To those who don't use it often, the underground portion of Shibuya Station is like a labyrinth. The station houses numerous public and private railways, making it an infinitely complex area to navigate, as must be covered in every single visual novel in Japanese media. Oh, you do get enough time to read. Where the hell did that guy run off to? I call out, addressing a man who just strode past me.
Oi.
Hey, did you catch sight of a plump man with a rucksack just now? Daru?
誰だ
Shouldn't you state your name before daring to ask questions of me, long black-haired girl? For some reason, his tone is unusually pompous. Setting aside my own confusion, I reply to him.
青い瀬名
The man whips out his cell phone.
俺だ
It's me. I've come into contact with an unusual woman. Yes, it's possible she's an assassin sent by the organization. Or perhaps she's a rebellious fugitive fleeing them. If I don't call back within an hour, know that I've been deceived and am facing divine judgment. Carry on with operations as planned, for that is the choice of Steins Gate. This came out before Steins Gate? Really? I guess that's why he's a bit quieter here, but interesting. Oh, this guy probably added this thing, right? Where did this sprite come from? After muttering those incomprehensible words, he returns his phone to his pocket. Then he turns to face me, haughtiness written all over his face. Who might you be?
音だ
Like I said, I'm Aoi Sena. More importantly, did you hear a mechanical noise just now? Similar to a whirring? I see. Though I haven't finished speaking, the man's already nodding his head in agreement.
どうやら始まるようだな
So it's finally beginning, huh?
ソードメルト
That, are you referring to the third melt?
いかに
Indeed, it had a name like that. I immediately raised my guard.
お前
Who
Not-
are you? Don't tell me you're... The man isn't exhibiting any signs of being a gigalomaniac. In that case, is he connected to Nozomi technology? He might even be working with the porter from before. And if he is, I need to extract quite a bit of info from him. So LBP has Okabe sprites? Really? That's funny. I like that. I feel like, hang on, wait. I gotta... He looks even more lanky than in Steins Gate? Yeah, he does. I feel like I gotta pull this sprite up as who's talking. Actually, it won't matter because every time I click on the video, you won't see it. But here's who's talking for reference. The black-haired girl, whom Okabe has described with long black hair, specifically. Oh. I switched pictures, whatever. I shut off the sprite. A lot of the time in LBP, you aren't playing in Okabe's POV, so you see Okabe. Oh, that's cool. I can't really do his laugh without warming up. I see you finally unearthed my true nature. I suppose even the organization is somewhat capable soldiers. It's been a long time since I voiced Okabe. I don't remember what voice I did for him. Not as good as his actual actor, though. Is it a side story thing? I think so. Organization? What's that supposed to be? Could he be mistaking them for the committee? That's extremely unlikely. If he were, there'd be no way he'd be with Nozomi. Where does this take place in the timeline? I also feel like this is probably what influences you to think that Okabe might be referred to as a gigalomaniac. In that case, is this man an awakening gigalomaniac? At the very least, he doesn't appear to be normal. His heart's clearly been torn in half. I unconsciously start to force a warning onto him. Stop deluding yourself. If you don't, you'll be consumed by them before you know it. Out of all living organisms on Earth, only humans can conceive of delusions. Delusions such as, if it turned out like this, or if I could do that. Have I done LBP? No, I'm planning on streaming it. I haven't done LBP yet, though. Either LBP or Chaos Child will be the next sci-adventure visual novel I do. I'm currently debating which of the two to do first. Leaning more towards LBP because I already bought it, and I already spent the money. But I still contain the money that Chaos Child would have, or would require. Chaos Child will be much more interesting. Maybe true, but I already bought LBP. That money is already gone and cannot come back. But the Schrodinger's money that would be spent on Chaos Child is still in my wallet. I still have it. Chris, is there a COZ patch for either of them? Or no? It'd be good to finish up the Steins Gate stuff. For LBP, no. For Chaos Child, yes. The patch isn't ready. Okay, then we'll do Chaos Child next. So that way I can ride off of the COZ coattails. As soon as the LBP patch comes out, I'll be there. Riding the wave. I'll be like, oh guys, look at me. I'm also doing LBP. That'll be exactly what I do. So I will wait to do LBP when the COZ patch comes out. Just like I stole the momentum with my Chaos Head streams. The COZ patch came out for Chaos Head, and I went, ooh, I guess it's time to do Chaos Head. And LBP will continuously be pushed back. Because I was going to do that next. Originally. That's why I already bought LBP. Because that was going to be the next one I did, but since the COZ patch got released, we pivoted to Chaos Head Noah. But yeah, the order of the next games we're doing, the next visual novel I'm doing is AI Nirvana Initiative, which I don't think will take me as like the 15 streams that Chaos Head did, because it's a much more playable game. It's a game, so I'll have to focus on it. It's not pure visual novel, but it is very visual novel-y, but there's gameplay segments, so I'll have to actually not go on a rant and not go on a tangent and play the game. Dare I say, playing a game on this YouTube gaming channel that I have. So it probably won't take me 15 streams, but if you want the hot takes Uno reversed, I'll give that to you with Annie. No, don't do that. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. At least wait for me to get going on the game. You can give the hot takes while I'm playing. Don't spoil on me yet. But like while I'm playing, you can give hot takes. But don't spoil me. I've gone like a year without spoiling AI Nirvana Initiative, so fucking I'm holding strong. Just one more week. One more week. The hot takes happen later. Well, who knows? Maybe there won't even be hot takes. Maybe I'll agree with you. I literally know nothing about Nirvana Initiative. I went totally dark after they announced it, and I absolutely freaked out that they announced Nirvana Initiative. I went totally dark on it. I blocked the search terms so nothing would show up. I didn't want to get spoiled because the AI series means a lot to me. I loved Somnium Files. I loved it. I made sure to went totally dark on Nirvana Initiative. But who knows? Maybe I agree with you. Maybe they won't be hot takes. I am quite the hot take giver myself, so we'll see. My takes might even be hotter. And it's not always a good thing that I have such hot takes. Sometimes I should just shut my mouth, but I can't. I can't help myself. Is Nirvana Initiative a new game? Yes, it's a sequel. When does the AI stream happen? So I do the visual novel games Thursdays and Fridays. Thursdays and Fridays, I do visual novel games. Saturdays, I do multiplayer game night or whatever. Sunday, I do whatever game I feel like doing. And Mondays, I usually don't stream. And Tuesdays, I usually don't stream. But if I'm super bored on Mondays or Tuesdays, I'll do a stream anyway. But usually, visual novel-esque games. Thursday, Friday. Game night with the chat, you guys, Saturday. This Saturday, by the way, tomorrow, we're streaming Fall Guys together. So come play, hang out, chill with us. Sunday, whatever I feel like streaming. And what's Wednesday? Also whatever I feel like streaming. Sunday and Wednesdays are whatever I feel like. Mondays and Tuesdays are usually my days off on streaming unless I'm super bored. So that's the structure of the weekly stream schedule. Unlikely streams Monday, Tuesday. Sunday, Wednesday, whatever I want. Thursday, Friday, visual novel. Saturday, game night. At least for the current time period of where I'm at in my life. That could change, though. The streams have bounced. My stream schedule has changed frequently, but that's the current schedule. Although next Friday is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it? So maybe Sunday will also be the second Nirvana Initiative stream. But Thursday next week will be the first Nirvana Initiative stream. I want to watch it, but I want to play it on my own. Play it together with me. If you start playing the same time I do Wandering, you'll beat it before me. So just start playing it next week. We could do it together. I just finished editing a YouTube video for my friend. First time editing, it ended up being 2 hours. Bruh, that's wild. Are you North American? I am. We do celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I live near Chicago, so we do. I've lived in near Chicago for I live in the suburbs, for like 3 years, and I still haven't gone down to Chicago proper on St. Patrick's Day because they color the river like this bright green dye that's really cool, and I kind of want to go see it. Problem is I haven't played the first AI. You actually don't need to play the first AI to play Nirvana Initiative. They're not really like direct sequels. It's the same characters, but probably I think it would be safe to equate them in a way that you would equate Chaos Head and Steins Gate. I guess. I looked at the Steam page for Somnium Files and I want it. Watch my playthrough, Jupiter, of Somnium Files. Save yourself $40. Because I streamed all of Somnium Files, and my emotional attachment and dependency on Aiba as a character. My mental stability requires Aiba at all times. She is my Sena. Sena? I totally just blanked on how to pronounce her name after all the streams of saying it again. I devolved. I want to play along. You're Sarah. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I needed to see the word. I needed to see the word. I totally fucking repressed that memory of her character entirely. But yeah. I am emotionally dependent on Aiba, so... And she's the Somnium Files character. Anyway, let us continue. Chaos Gate. Next Thursday, make sure to watch my Nirvana Initiative stream. Physically mediocre humans gained the ability to imagine potential situations in order to predict when danger might have struck. However, that power has grown dangerously out of proportion. Have you heard of the dream-devouring Bacchus? Nope, never heard of him. See, this is the sprite of Okabe that bothers me, because his sprite looks like a fucking block. Like a Minecraft, straight-up Minecraft character here. This one's fine, though, because I feel like he's got more natural... It's not great, but this one's fine. He's got, like, a more natural, like, curve to his face and, like, just a sharp chin. This is bad. This is passable. I wouldn't doubt this at all. Like, if I saw this, I would be like, okay. Like, I wouldn't have a comment of, like, what the fuck is wrong with him? This one, I see him and I'm like, straight up Minecraft head. Just absolutely Minecraft character. Drawing men is hard. The fucking artists working on Mage's visual novels. Fuck! I can only think in memes. What has the internet done to me? The one where it's Patrick from SpongeBob and he's like got the lab coat on and he's like in the microscope and he's like doing scientific projects and stuff. Mages when drawing anime girls. And then the one where he's like pounding a 2x4 into his forehead. Mages when drawing men. That's about it. Anyway. Cubi said SpongeBob memes weren't funny. They're not, but I've thought of it. They're not funny. But my own jokes are funny. And that was also the meme I thought of. I know SpongeBob memes exist. They're just not usually funny. They are when I make them, though. Anyway. Go learn about Bacchus, why don't you? He then abruptly thrusts his index finger at me. I brush it off to the side and scowl at him in return, ticked off by his bizarre behavior. He falters, clearly losing some of his initial confidence. His eye looks like it's melting! Actually melting off of his face! Almost done? Alright, Alpha. It's been fun, for sure. We'll wrap up pretty shortly here. We'll just go through this. Remember when people were like, oh, it's really short? Whoops. Delusions are electrical devices. To be more precise, the world in its entirety is an electronic device. Virtual reality. I see, so that's how it's been all along. The world's already fallen, but we live on as a mere data on a quantum... I never said anything like that. Oh, I see. The man's shoulders slumped in disappointment. I like that he's so excited about this. What exactly is a quantum server in the first place? I've never heard of anything like that.
お前の見ている景色
Is the scenery your eyes perceive the real thing? As I ask that, I monitor his response. I always use that question to determine whether or not the other party is a threat. So not only do you deny your own existence, you also deny the world's? Well, your way of thinking is natural, of course, given that the world is manipulated from the shadows by the organization. I don't know about your organization. Don't make me repeat myself over and over again. This guy seems to enjoy dragging out conversations, and his arrogant attitude's getting on my nerves. First of all, Senna drags out conversations. I can see, if you read this before Steins Gate, though, I can see why you would think of him as a gigalomaniac. But I think this probably implies it more so than the entirety of Steins Gate does. I've had just about enough of this man's drivel, so I'll steer this discussion towards a conclusion and be done with it.
よく思い出せ
And always keep what I've said in the back of your mind.
警告のつもりか
Trying to warn me, huh? Who do you think you are? I appreciate him ripping the laugh lines. Looking into his eyes, it's easy to assume that he can see through everything and anyone. Upon closer inspection, though, it seems as if his worldview is just completely twisted.
聞いたことは
However, I too have something to bequeath to you. Have you heard about the Esper boy, Nishijo? What?
だと
What'd you say? I turned to face the man, taken aback by his inquiry. It's only been a few days since Nichijo Takumi caused a riot at the Shibuya Scramble Crossing, an event that was broadcasted on the news nationwide.
この町を守る
You
し
can't let him die.
お前
He
には
possesses the key to the world's fate. You... In an instant, my D-sword is right before his eyes. However, the man doesn't react to it in the slightest. This guy. I can't tell if he can't see my sword or if he just doesn't care. If it's the latter, I may not be able to defeat him if the situation takes a turn for the worse. I gulp, unable to predict what might happen next.
お前が責任
I like the idea that after everything like Aoi has been through, Okabe is just able to out-weird her. That's it. It's like the final boss in a video game is like losing their composure because Okabe is just weird. That's it. She's like, this man, his aura is so powerful. And he's just like, yes, it's I. What do you know about Nishijo? Are you the one that agitated him?
確か
The Scramble Crossed incident was but an omen of what's to come. The end is near. I'm sure that soon, Shibuya will be naught but a sea of blood.
違う
I won't let that happen! The fermentation period that you know as the year 2000 is ended. The corrosion has already begun. What the hell is this guy saying? This is the first time I've ever felt so bewildered in my life. What he believes in is completely disconnected from what I consider to be the truth.
次会う時は
Senna wasn't.
敵同士だな
I'm pleased to have been able to meet you. The next time we meet, we'll be enemies.
だから
When that happens,
気軽に
don't
相談する
hesitate.
といい
Come and kill me with all you've got. Riding into battle with half-hearted convictions will only lead you to your own demise. What? Kill him? Does that make him a threat, as I initially suspected? That doesn't make sense, though. Up until just now, his standpoint was only that of a bystander. Wait, does the next time we meet imply that he's my ally right now? Can't make heads or tails of what he's trying to say. Suddenly, I understand what's going on. He isn't trying to convince me of what he's blathering on about. He's trying to convince himself. Perhaps his words are merely delusions. Calling them delusions would be misleading. To put it more aptly, there's a good chance everything he said so far has been completely random. I'm Hoin Kyoma! It's only after a long-winded act of tomfoolery that he finally introduces himself. And he does so with a blatant pseudonym to boot. His unadulterated pompousness is really pissing me off. I also like this is really funny. Hoing for Phoenix and In, and finally Kyoma for the horrible truth. What is this? Truth that must never be revealed. I am none other than the insane mad scientist, feared by all. I don't understand what that means. It seems we're fated to meet again, for that is the choice of Steins Gate. He turns his back on me, evidently trying to leave. I kick the back of his knee lightly just to see what might happen. He immediately collapsed from the impact. I tried not to kick him too hard, but evidently he just isn't very strong. God, to think you'd use such a cowardly surprise attack! He continues to crouch on the ground. And suddenly he grabs his right hand and begins to yell in a strange voice. To think my right hand would choose now of all times! Don't come near me! It'll go rampant! The man's hand is shaking and spasming, but it's clearly self-induced. This guy might just be an idiot. Scratch that. He's definitely an idiot. Can you see it? See what? This here, what I'm holding. I moved the tip of my D-sword before the fallen man's eyes once again. I hadn't real booted it, so only people with giglomaniac potential can see it right now. The man nods, still holding down his right hand. And you know he's just saying, yeah, I see it, because she's being weird. By being, like, she's holding an empty hand, and she's like, do you see what I'm holding right now? And because Okabe is weird, he's like, yeah, totally. I see what you're holding. Obviously. Who doesn't? Who wouldn't see that right there? It's clear as day. Right in your hand. Also, this is a good edit where they, like, he added the white filter in the sword. That's props to this dude. Yes, I see it. It's excessively vivid, such that the viewer's eyes are immediately fixated upon it. Indeed, it's a harshly beautiful sword. You can genuinely see it? Of course! I never thought I'd be able to see it in my lifetime, though. The demon sword, Oroboro Setsuga? Such a beautiful Japanese sword. Don't lie to me, you idiot! I step on the fallen man's crotch with all the strength I muster. Quite the scream. As he lets out a pathetic scream of agony, I leave the scene. Confusing. There's no way he could have actually seen my sword. Getting mixed up over nonsense spouted by the likes of him is nothing short of disgraceful. Above all else, the encounter was a waste of time. After all, the porter managed to escape. As I ponder that, I hear a ringtone coming from my pocket. I pull out my phone to answer it. I was under the impression this was from a written story. Where's the voice acting from? Well, some of them are pretty generic lines that Okabe says. He's just some like his laughter. Like Okabe laughs so much. I think they just pulled clips from Chaos Head and Steins Gate. You know how like in JRPGs sometimes when like lines pop up and characters are like, "Yeah, of course," I agree, but they actually have like a full fucking like paragraph of dialogue, but all they're doing is like, yeah, all right, like things like that. That's kind of what the guy did, right? Lag. It's back already? Okay. Bruh. Hang on, I just want to see, like, one thing I think is funny is because he's, this is really funny. It's a beautiful sword. While the connection stabilizes. 15 viewer moment. Dude, it happens every time. I'm so cursed. I don't understand why. Anyway, yeah, I think this is funny that he references this sword. That, like, truly seals the deal. He, like, tripped and improv'd his way into the right answer. Again, that freaks Senna out. This character that we know of is so tough and everything. And he just, like, kind of, like, is just improving the scene. And she's like, what? Anyway. I don't know when the connection dropped, but she gets the phone call. Especially because it's the perfect pair up for hilarity. Yeah, especially because Senna kind of has that same vibe as Kurisu as well. As I ponder that, I hear the ringtone coming from my pocket. I pull out my phone to answer it. The soft breathing I hear tells me exactly who's on the phone.
Oi, Kozue.
Hey, Kazupi! I just ran into this weird guy. Talking to him really wore me out. And with those remarks, the day came to a close. I never thought that man's prediction might have held some credibility. About a week later, almost everything he said that would happen in Shibuya came to fruition. In the aftermath of the third melt, I had no choice but to accept his words as the truth. I just love the idea, after reading this, I love the idea that the city's in rubble, and Senna's like, that one fucking weird dude in the subway! He was right! I had no choice but to accept his word as truth. For a moment, I was terrified it was foreknowledge. But then I thought, it's probably just coincidence. After coming to that conclusion, I never thought of the man who called himself Hoin ever again. Oh, there's more. That was really funny. Oh, I'm glad we watched that. That's so good. Also, props to whoever edited this. I don't know if this guy is who did it. Despite this dude, how does he only have 200 subs? This is hysterical. And like such a good edit. That is wild. Another example of the YouTube algorithm just being dumb. This is something that I think would be so cool to be able to put together, is like making this like visual novel thing. I want to experience more of the like side stories. Here, I'll link the thing. I'll link it in the Discord. Link in the description below if you want to see. Actually, I think Kyler, yeah, Kyler already listed it in the Discord if you want to see it. My link in the description below to join my Discord. Oh my god, so fun. Oh my god. The man still hasn't done Tomorrow Box. Yell at him on Discord? Yeah, yell at Kyler. This was so funny. Holy shit, this was great. I could definitely see if you read this before, because a lot of you guys said this came out before Steins Gate came out. I could definitely see this as like what would prime you to view Okabe as a gigglomaniac. Because I don't think, from what I remember in Steins Gate, I don't feel like I would have assumed it from the Steins Gate story perspective, because I feel like it's far enough removed where you wouldn't have. But this would absolutely prime you to think that. If I did Chaos Head and then watched this, and then Steins Gate, for sure, there's a lot of lines in the visual novel. Maybe. But this feels like specifically directed to be Chaos Bait. Like, even more on the nose. But, I mean, I'll have to take your word for it, because obviously I played them out of order. But this was hysterical, man. I loved every bit of this. I should probably cut this out as a separate video upload, shouldn't I? There's a bunch of side content. I think I would only want to experience them as a video like that. I don't know. Like, I'm sure a lot of these side stories are really good and entertaining, because, like, obviously Chaos Gate was. Like, really good. But, this video is the perfect way to experience, I feel like. So good, so good. I also feel like I'm glad that I watched this after also having played Steins Gate, because it wouldn't have been as funny, I feel like. Because, like Alpha referred to, the dramatic irony of the scene, us knowing that Okabe is just weird, makes it funnier, right? Because I think if we had just played Chaos Head, maybe we would be like, oh man, maybe Okabe is like this crazy guy that knows stuff. I enjoy the video more as like the funny video that it is, having played both. But yeah, I think it's weird because there's so many different ways to experience this video, of like, no Steins Gate, and now it's mystery, it's intrigue. How he knew. Yeah, no pictures, can't read it, bruh. Can't do it. I will wait for Spider Freak to come through. I will wait for Spider Freak 1011 to come through. I'm sure one day he will come back and grace us. I'm sure of it. Do you like audiobooks? I'm always on the fence about audiobooks, because I just need the readers to have enthusiasm. And typically, most audiobooks do not have enthusiasm. When was his last upload? A year ago. How does that only have 2,000 views? The YouTube algorithm is so brutal. But you know, it's totally not like recommend. Is this like is this the original upload, or like what? How does this only have 2,000 views? I think it must just be because of the copyright thing. Because as you can see here, it lists all the music, right? Which is all just the copyright of. Yeah, you can see the copyright strike here. So I think that's probably just what prevents like YouTube from sharing this video or anything, right? So that's why it only has 2,000 views. This deserves way more than 2,000 views, bro. Crazy. It's really good. Oh, I just remembered the Steins Gate music is way more copyright strike heavy than the Chaos Head one is. Fuck! We've been baited. Ah, whatever it was worth. The video was funny. Alright. I think that's it for the stream today. Yeah? The openings. I will do the openings in Discord after. I think I will disappoint you though, because I don't think I react as much to the openings as you guys are hoping I will. But we'll still do it. We'll do it on Discord because the videos are pretty brutal for YouTube. Where is the chaos? Oh, okay, there we go. Hey, Door of Light, you made it just in time. I don't know if you've actually been here the whole time. I think that's it, though. I think it's time to wrap up the stream, yeah? There's not much else left to cover. We did some Chaos... We did Chaos Gate. We reacted to some of our thoughts on the end and the overall story. Hey, wait, where's my menu? Oh, it has a cool new intro. So it does that every time. That's cool. Neat. But yeah, I guess we'd end it here. I don't think there's much else left to talk about. I've been going a lot of tangents. And the stream on the game runtime. All right. Where did that extra hour come from? Fuck. 105, baby, 105. Easy extra hour. All right. 105 hours. We'll delay the stream end for to get to 105. Yeah. Is there anything else I'm supposed to talk about? Took more than an English reader trying to read it in Japanese. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, just standard JRPG time limit or time lengths. Discord stream, yeah, we'll do Discord. I know you guys really want it, so we'll do that after the stream. But first, let me do the outro. If there's no other intro stuff, or there's no other stuff for us to talk about. Yeah, a bittersweet end. Anytime I end a game on stream. What time is it for you? It's 2:30 a.m. Anytime I end a game on stream, it's always bittersweet. But all good things must come to an end eventually. I had a blast playing through this game with you guys. Like I said, the best part of the game and the stream was, of course, chatting with you guys. That's always so much fun. Which is why you should stick around for more streams. Subscribe and hit the bell button. Because I'll be playing through more games. And I'll be playing through more side adventure games specifically as well. But if you like my side adventure streams, I'm just like this in every other game I play. So subscribe, hit the bell button for all the other games if you enjoyed some of my takes or my tangents through this game. I'm the same way every time. Thank you, algorithm, for making me find this stream. Bless the algorithm. For once, it's doing something good. Thanks for stopping by, man. The beginning, I was complaining how he was playing, he was making questions that are going to be answered later. Yeah, but that's part of the experience, part of the fun. Like, when I'm streaming, I give you guys the full, like, my full train of thought, you know, like, so we can chat about it, so we can discuss, you know. It's not as fun if I'm just sitting here reading and I'm thinking stuff in my head. And then, because I want it to be fair. Like, if I call out a plot point, if I predict something, I want you guys to know that's what I was thinking at this point in time. You know, I don't want to just keep my thoughts in my head, just keep reading, and then the twist happens, and then I go, oh, I knew that. I knew that. I knew that was going to happen. So you see, I thought it several chapters ago, but I just didn't mention it. I want you guys to be a part of the reaction, a part of my brainstorm. So that way, if I'm right, you guys can see that I'm right, and we get that moment. Or, if I'm wrong, you can laugh at me. Or you guys can fucking gaslight me like my simulation theory when I called that shit in Chapter 2. Chapter 2. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. So like I said, if you enjoy these streams, subscribe, hit the bell button. There's going to be more. It's going to be fun. Check out some of my other games. I know some of you only watch me playing through sci adventure novels. But the other ones are fun. I promise. I promise. They are. So, speaking of, a good stream to start outside of this game, of course, would be Fall Guys tomorrow. Multiplayer stream, playing with the subscribers in chat. So come tomorrow and play with us. Then the other big one, of course, like we mentioned several times, you can watch my AI The Somnium Files playthrough over the weekend when I'm not streaming on Monday and Tuesday to prep for my AI Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative stream coming next week. So subscribe and hit the bell button, you won't miss out. Drop a like on the video too, helps me out, makes me feel good. The dopamine flows through the brain. I'm able to create delusions with my positive particles because of the likes. Imagine where Cubi would be if I didn't suggest Steins Gate. I'd have a lot less copyrights on the stream, or on my channel, baby. But it's alright, it's been fun. It's been fun. I did have a blast. Like I said, these are a lot of fun. And just chatting with you guys, hanging out, is why I do the streams. So, these have been a lot of fun. And yeah, I think what did you ask, Door of Light? How did the streams do? How did I think they did, in my opinion? Actually, much better than I thought. They got a lot more views than I thought. The first one, the first Chaos Head stream, like last week, hit 1,000 views. That was pretty cool. It's the first stream I've had hit 1,000 views since like Bayonetta 3, so it's been a couple months. So, did pretty good. Obviously, like I said, I rode off the coattails of COZ releasing the patch, kind of timed the stream pretty perfectly for that. So thanks to the COZ community for releasing the update finally to make the game playable. Also thanks to Chris and I believe some of the other members of the community of COZ that stopped by and hung out and chat and really broke some of the more complex things of the game down. Really appreciate you guys hanging out in those streams. Also thanks to I don't even know if I should give this shout out, but I will anyway. Thanks to the Steins Gate subreddit mods for not banning me for promoting my stream every week. Thanks to whoever runs that subreddit. I post memes there like every week to promote my stream, and they still haven't banned me, so thanks. Whoever runs those subreddits, I appreciate it. So thanks to COZ, thanks to whoever runs the Steins Gate subreddit. Appreciate that. I'm sure they're probably annoyed that I do that every week, but at least I post a meme every time. At least it's not just a direct link to my stream. I put some effort in my self-advertisement, I Photoshop something. I get something together. But they still haven't banned it because it is pretty blatant self-promotion, so thank you. And thanks to all of you guys for watching and subscribing and chatting, and also the Discord now, since these streams have also popped off. The Discord's a lot more active. You guys are chatting a lot more. The Discord was a little quiet before you guys joined. I remember people thinking that my Discord server would always be dead, but since streaming both Steins Gate and this game, the Discord server is pretty active now, pretty daily. So thank you guys for that. It's a lot of fun. Both having stuff to chat with you guys during stream and off of stream. I like doing that. So, and those of you who watch the VOD, thank you. I know it doesn't seem like I react to you guys as much, but those of you who watch the VOD and comment, I appreciate you guys too. Because I know it's hard to watch when you want to scream at me, but you can't because the chat's no longer live. But I appreciate you watching the VODs and commenting and stuff. So I want to give a shout out to you guys too. Don't think I forget you just because you're in a different time zone than me. I still remember. And I still appreciate those comments. Yeah, I think that's the end of my victory lap here and my circle jerk of myself and the community. So, is it time to finally end on our blue sky? It might be. Check out Discord after. I'll be in the chat. We'll do the OP reactions, I suppose. Link the OPs that you want me to watch in the music tab on my Discord. Please, not general. You link it in the music tab. I think that's it. We'll be back next week. I will do another. I know I'm promoting my AI Nirvana initiative streams next, but we'll get to Chaos Child and probably Stein's LBP or whatever too. So there will be more side adventure stuff. If you specifically will only watch my side adventure novel streams, please don't. But if you do, I'll be streaming more of this as well. So thank you all. It's been a great time. A lot of fun. But with that, I wrap up the stream. Subscribe, hit the bell button, like the video, and join the Discord. And have a wonderful night. And I will see you guys in the next game I play.